Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build a full stack employee management system step by step using MERN stack. We will create a complete web application where companies can manage their employees efficiently with different user roles like admin and employee. In this app, admin will be able to manage employee records, track attendance, handle leave requests, and generate the payslips. Employees, on the other hand, can mark the attendance, apply for leaves, and view their salary details. So let's take a look at the project demo. So once you will open this employee management portal, you will see these buttons to access admin portal or employee portal. So let me come to admin portal, and here we'll add the admin email ID. So this is the admin email ID, and then we'll add the password to access the admin dashboard. After sign in, you can see the admin dashboard where it displays the total number of employees, department, today's attendance, and pending leaves. Then you can go to employees where you can see all the employee list. You can also search the employee using this search bar, and you can add a new employee data using this add employee form. Here we can enter the details and add a new employee detail. So this feature is available in admin dashboard. After that, here we have the leave where admin can approve or reject the leave, and they can see the leave history. After that, here we have the payslips where admin can generate the payslip and see the payslips history for different employees. Here you can see this button, generate payslip, and admin can choose the employee from this drop down and generate the payslip for them. And after that, here we have the settings where employee can update the profile and also update the password. Now let's click on this logout and we'll see this landing page again. And here we have this employee portal button. Let's click on this one, and here we'll add the email ID for login. So let me add the employee email ID, and then we'll add the password. So after adding the employee email ID and password, click on sign in. So now we are logged in as employee. So here you can see the dashboard for employee, and here we have the buttons to mark the attendance and apply for leave. You can also access the attendance from this left sidebar. Here we can see the attendance history, and here we have the button for clock in and clock out. After that, here we have the leave page where any employee can apply for leave. Here we have the form. Using that, we can apply for leave, and it will go to the admin, and admin can approve or reject this leave application. Then we have this payslip where employee can see their payslip, and here we have the download button. If I click here, it will display this payslip like this, and we can also print it. Let's click on this button, and we can print it as PDF. Right now, let's come here and see the settings page. So in this settings page, again, employee can update their bio using this save changes, and they have the option to update their password. Here we can enter the current password, new password, and update the password. Right. So this is the employee dashboard to manage the attendance, leave, and payslip. Now let's click on this logout. So it will open this landing page again. To build this application, we will use MERN stack, which includes MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. We are also going to use Inngest for handling the background tasks like scheduling jobs and running cron-based workflows. This will help us to automate the reminder emails. To maintain the high quality code, we will use CodeRabbit for AI-powered code reviews. It will help us to catch the issues early, suggest improvements, and keep our code clean and stable. Before we start, I want to share something important with you. I have spent a lot of time designing this system, writing the code, testing everything, and creating this complete step-by-step guide for you. If this tutorial helps you, please support it. Let's try to reach 5,000 likes and 500 comments on this video. Your support truly means a lot to me. Now let's get started. To create our full stack employee management system, let's come to the desktop screen, and here we will create our project folder. So we will create a new project folder and write the folder name full stack EMS, which is employee management system. Now we will open this folder with VS Code editor. Now our project folder is open in VS Code. Here we will open the terminal, and using this terminal we will create a basic React project. To create the basic React project, we are going to use Vite. So let's add npm create Vite at latest. Here we will press Y. After that, it is asking for the project name. So here we have to create the backend and frontend, right? So for the frontend, we'll add the folder name client. So I'll write client here, press enter. After that, it is asking to choose the framework. So let me choose React. Then we have to choose the variant. So here we will choose JavaScript. After that, let's simply press enter. So it is installing the dependencies to create our basic React project. So now you can see the dependencies has been installed and our project is running at this URL. So let me open this link. So this is our basic React project built using Vite, right? Next, we have to clear this project. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. Let's hide this terminal. Here in this client, you can see we have the node modules, public src, and here we have the package.json. In this one, you will find the dependencies and dev dependencies used to create this project. And here we have the scripts to start this project and preview this project. Let me open this index.html file. In this one, you can see we have the project title, right? That is the website title. So let me update it. Here we'll write the project name, that will be quick EMS. And then we'll add the full name employee management system. Save the changes. Now after that, here we have src, and in this src we have app.css. So we will delete this app.css file. And after that, you will find this app.jsx. So let me just clear this app.jsx also, and here we'll add rafce to create the React component structure. And after that, here we have the index.css file. Let me just clear this index.css file. After that, here we have the main. So we will keep it like this. Now we have the app.jsx, which is clear. We have simply added this app. After that, here we have the assets, and in this assets we have some images. We will replace it. But before that, let me open our web page. So you can see our entire application or web page is clear. Here we have the text called app. So we have removed the default content. Next, we have to add the support of Tailwind CSS in our project. For that, let me search for Vite plus Tailwind and open this link. And here you will find the steps to add Tailwind CSS in our Vite project. So you can see the first step, create your project, then install Tailwind CSS. So just copy this command. Come back here in the VS Code, open the terminal again, and in this one project is running. So just add Ctrl C to stop this project, and then we have to move into client directory. So just add cd client. Now we are in the client directory, and here we'll add this command npm install tailwind css at tailwind css/vite. Press enter. So it is installing this tailwind css dependencies. So now we can see the next step. So the next step is to add this tailwind css in the plugins inside our vite config.ts file, right? So first we will copy this import statement and come back here in the VS Code. let's open this file, that is wheat config. In this wheat config, let's add this import statement, import Tailwind CSS. And after that, here we have the plugins, right? And in this plugins, we already have this React. So just add the comma here and provide Tailwind CSS from here. That's it. Now just come back here in the documentation and see the next step to integrate Tailwind CSS. So we have to add this import statement, import Tailwind CSS, and let's add it here in the index.css file like this. After that, let's see the next step. So next we can run our project using npm run dev, and we can simply use the Tailwind classes in any HTML element, right? So it will work. So we have configured the Tailwind CSS. Let me start the project. For that, open the terminal and write npm run dev. So the project is again running on the same link, that is localhost :5173. Now we will hide it. And after that, in this one, we have to add some assets where we have provided some dummy data that will be displayed on the front end. It will be displayed on front end until we create our backend, right? So if I come back here on my desktop screen, you will find this assets. And in this one, we have the assets.jsx file and index.css file, right? So let me just copy it and paste it in our project. So I'll open the project folder, then go to client, then go to src and assets. And in this one, just paste this assets.jsx and index.css and remove this hero.png and remove these svg also. That's it. So now we have only two files here in our assets. You will find these files in the video description. Now after that, if I open the VS Code and open this assets, you can see here we have the assets.jsx file where we have some dummy data. You can see dummy dashboard data, then dummy employee dashboard data. After that, we have the dummy profile data, dummy employee data. So we will display these dummy data on front end until we create our backend server. And after creating the backend server, we will store the data in database, and then we will display the data from the database on our front end. So after adding this assets here, let's come here and open our index.css file from the assets. Here you can see we have the import statement to import the Google font, and then we have the font family, and here we have some custom CSS also, right? So we have added some custom CSS. So just copy everything from here. It includes this import Tailwind CSS also, right? So just copy everything, and after that simply open our src. In this src we have index.css. Here you can see we have this import Tailwind CSS only, right? So in this one we will paste everything. It includes all the custom CSS and includes this Google font and Tailwind CSS import, and font family is outfit, and enter. Now we will save the changes. So after updating our assets and adding the custom CSS here, let's add some other dependencies or packages here. So in this project, we have to create multiple pages, and to navigate to different pages, we need the routing, right? It means we have to implement the React router. For that, let me open the terminal and stop this project using Ctrl+C. And here we'll add some dependencies. So first we'll add React router DOM. We'll add npm install React router DOM. After that, we will install the Lucid React package. Using that, we can add icons on our project. Then we'll add the React hot toast. Using this React hot toast, we can display the toast notifications. just add these packages: React Router DOM, Lucid React, and React Hot Toast. So it is installing these packages, and after installation we will configure the React router so that we can navigate to different pages. So it is done. Now we will start the project again using npm run dev. So again the project is running on localhost port 5173. We will hide this terminal, and now let me open our main.jsx file. From this sidebar we will open main.jsx, and in this one let's add the import statement. Import browser router from React Router DOM, and after that we will use this browser router tag to wrap our application. So instead of this restrict mode we will use this browser router tag. So here we have the browser router opening tag and closing tag, and within this we have the app. Now remove this strict mode imported here. So it is unused now. Save the changes. So we have added the browser router and wrapped our application using browser router. It means now we have the support of React Router DOM on entire application. After setting up the basic React project, next we will connect a code review tool with our project. For that we are going to use CodeRabbit. CodeRabbit is an AI-powered code review tool. It reviews your pull request automatically. It finds issues and suggests improvements. This helps you to keep your code base clean, and it saves a lot of review time. It also has the CLI feature. This feature will help you to review your code in your OS terminal. It supports all operating systems, Mac OS, Linux, and Windows. So when you are making the project on any operating system, you can use the CLI feature to review your code in the terminal, and it will suggest all the improvements and insights in the terminal only. After that, let's see the pricing of the CodeRabbit. So it offers a free plan where you get summarization for each pull request, and it also offers 14 days free trial of the Pro plan. In the Pro plan you get the comprehensive pull request reviews and advanced insights. Here you have the unlimited PR review, it means pull request reviews, and here we have more features in this Pro plan. So let's see how to use CodeRabbit in your project. To connect our project with CodeRabbit, first we have to deploy this project on GitHub. For that, I'll click on this source control icon and click on Initialize repository. After that, here we have to add a commit message. Let me write first commit, and I'll click on this publish branch. After that, here we have to choose the repository type. So we can choose private or public repository. So let me choose GitHub private repository, and the repository name is full stack EMS, that is Employee Management System. So it is uploading the code on GitHub. Now it's done. After that, let me open the GitHub profile. So you can see this is our GitHub repository. Here we have this full stack EMS repository, and in this one we have this client. So after uploading the project on GitHub, we will come back here on CodeRabbit.ai official website. So just click on the link given in the description and open this CodeRabbit website, and here you need to create an account. So I'll click on this button, and then we will log in with GitHub account. So I'll choose this one, sign in with GitHub. After sign up, you will come to this screen, and here you need to add your GitHub repository. So I'll click on this button, add repositories. Then choose this one, only select repositories. Let's click here, and from this drop down we will choose the repository that we want to connect. So let's type the repository name, full stack EMS. Then click on this install and authorize. So now our full stack EMS project is connected with CodeRabbit. Let me show you our GitHub repository also. So in this GitHub repository, I'll go to settings and then let's open GitHub apps. So here you can see this CodeRabbit AI is connected with this repository, right? So it will review our code whenever we will make any new pull request, right? But before creating the pull request, we will publish our code in separate branch, and then the CodeRabbit will review our code, and after review it will suggest the improvements, or it will also suggest any bug fix. Then we will fix the changes, and then we will make the changes in the development branch, and after that we will merge it in the main branch. So let me create a separate branch. I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here I'll click on this changes 3 dot, and here I'll go to branch and create a new branch, and let me write the branch name development. So now you can see we are in this development branch, and now we will make the changes in our project. We will make any changes and then we will commit the changes, so it will go to the development branch, and after that we will create a pull request. Then the CodeRabbit will review our code, and after review we will merge the changes in the main branch. So now let's start creating our project. Next we'll create different pages, and after that we'll set different path for different pages so that we can navigate to different path. But before creating our pages, let me show you what pages we need to create. I have already created the UI design of our project. So you can see this is the UI design created in Figma. You will find this link also in the video description. So in this one, you can see we have created multiple pages. So you can see we have the admin pages and employee pages. So some pages are similar for admin and employee, but the data will be changed. So let's see the admin pages. So in this admin, we have the dashboard page. After that, we have to create the employee page where admin can manage all the employees. After that, we have the leave page for the admin. Then we have the payslip page. After that, we have settings page. Then we have some pages for employee also. So for employee, we have the dashboard page, then attendance page, then leave management page, and after that we have the payslip page, and then settings page. So we have to create multiple pages, right? So let's create all these pages one by one and create different route for each pages. So we will come back to the VS Code and let's open the sidebar. Here we have the SRC, right? So in this SRC, we have to create one folder and write the folder name pages. And let me create one more folder in the SRC and write the folder name components. So in the components folder, we'll create all small components that can be used on multiple places. And here we'll create different pages. So in this pages folder, create the first page. So create a new file and write the file name dashboard.jsx. So we have created the dashboard.jsx file, and in this one, let me add RAFCE and create this component structure for the dashboard page. So after creating this dashboard page, we'll create the next page. Let me remove this import statement from here. And we'll create the next page that will be attendance. So create a new file, write the file name attendance.jsx and write RAFCE. Remove this import. After that, we'll create the next page that will be employees. So create a new file with the name employees.jsx and write RAFCE. After that, create a new file. So we have to create one layout page. Let me create that. I'll create a new file with the name layout.jsx, and in this one we will create the left sidebar, right? Because this sidebar will be displayed in all the pages. That's why we are creating one layout, and in this layout we will mount the sidebar and we will mount all the different pages, right? So here also we'll add RAFCE and create this component structure. After that, create the next page that will be leave. So we'll create a new file, write the file name .jsx and create the component structure. Then we'll create the next page that will be login, or we'll add the login landing because it will be landing page for login. So create a new file with the file name and .jsx and write RAFCE. And after that we will create our next page, that is Payslips. So create a new file with the file name .jsx and create the component structure. After that, create the next file. So I'll write the file name print payslip.jsx. Here we can print or view the payslip. Now we'll create the last page, that will be settings page. So create a new file settings.jsx and write RAFCE. Create the component structure like this. That's it. Now after that, let me create the routes for each pages. So I'll open this app.jsx file. In this one, here we have the return statement. In this return, we are returning the div with app, right? So instead of this div, we will add the fragment like this. Now in this fragment, let me mount our toast component first so that we can use the toast notifications in any pages, right? So here let's add import toaster from React hot toast, right? And after that we will mount this toast or toaster tag, correct? Now after that, here we have to mount the routes. Just add this routes and you can see the routes tag has been imported from React router DOM. Now in this routes we will add multiple route. So just add the route here and import this route from React router DOM. And here we'll add the self-closing tag like this. Now here first we'll add the path. So we'll add the path. It will be /login. So this is the login path, and here we have to add the element. In this element, simply provide the login landing page. It has been imported, and we have to provide the tag also like this. It will be self-closing. Now we have mounted our login page. So after adding this login route, here we have to add the next route that will be for the layout. So I'll write route and use the route closing tag. And in this one, we have to add the element, and in this element simply provide opening arrow layout and import the layout from pages. That's it. And after that, in this layout we have to mount all other pages, because in the layout we have to add the sidebar. So this sidebar will be displayed in all pages. So in this route again we'll add another route and use the self-closing tag. And in this one provide the path. So the path will be /dashboard. And when we will navigate to the dashboard, we have to provide the dashboard page or component. So just add dashboard here, import it from pages. Now duplicate it. Here we'll change the path. It will be employees Then we'll add the path, attendance, then leave, then payslips and settings. So these are different paths, and after that provide different pages also. So here we'll add employees, after that attendance, then leave, then payslips from pages, and after that settings from pages. So when we will open any of these pages, dashboard, employee, attendance, leave, payslips, settings, then this layout will be there, right? And in the layout we'll add the sidebar. But we will add one more page where we don't have to display the sidebar. So we will come here just after closing of this route, and here we'll create another route. So just copy this one and paste it here. Here we'll add the path. It will be /print /payslips/:id. So the ID will be dynamic. And here we have to provide the page. So let's add print payslip page. That's it. So we have mounted this page also. Now after that we'll add one more route. So let's copy this, paste it here. Here we will add the path. So in the path simply add star. It means if we open any other path except this one, then we have to mount some pages, right? So here let's add this opening arrow and provide navigate. Let's get this navigate from React router DOM. Close this navigate tag, and after that we'll add the to, and in this to simply add the path that will be /dashboard. And after that here we have to add replace. So it will replace the current path and open the dashboard. Save the changes. Now after that let me open our web page, and you can see here we have the text called dashboard, and here we are getting the layout, right? Let's refresh it. Still we are getting the layout. Now if I change it, if I type payslip, let me correct it, payslips, you can see if I open the payslips also, here also we are getting the layout because all these are mounted inside this layout. But it should display the text like payslips also, right? For that we have to come here in the sidebar, open our layout.jsx file. In this layout we have this return, right? In this return we have a div. So let's add the text here. I'll write the text sidebar like this, and after that here we'll add the main tag, and in this one we have to add one div, and within this div let's add outlet and import the outlet from React router DOM. So when we will mount this outlet, it will mount all the child components, right? And here we have to add some Tailwind classes also. So for this first div will add the class name property and provide these classes, that is flex, height is full screen, then in the background we have the linear gradient color, and then we have the different color code. After that here we have the main tag. So in this main tag we'll add the class name and provide the flex one, so it will use all the space available in the row after the sidebar. Then we have the overflow y auto, then we have a div. So in this div we will add the classes and provide some padding, and after that we'll add the maximum width. Now we will save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the sidebar also and payslips also. If I open dashboard, here we have this sidebar and dashboard also. If I open settings, you can see we have the sidebar and settings. So all routes are working fine. Now in this UI design, you can see we have these login pages, right? So in this login page, you can see we have option to go to admin portal or employee portal. So if I open any one, it will display the login form like this. So we have to create the component for the login, correct? So I'll just come back here in the VS Code. Let's come back in the VS Code, open the sidebar, and in this components folder, create a new file and write the file name, that is loginform.jsx. And write RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, we have to mount this login form in our route. So let's open app.jsx, and here after this login, let's create some other routes. So I'll just copy this one only, copy and paste it here. And in this one, we have to add the path. So the path will be /login/admin, right? And after that, here we have to provide the component. So just provide the login form component, right? Now just duplicate it. So the second one will be /login/employee. And in this one also we will mount the same login form component. But here we have to provide the props also. So in the first one, which is for the admin, right? So here we will add the properties called role. And in the role, just add admin. Let me provide one space here. So we have added role admin. And after that, here we'll add the title also. So just add the title, that is admin portal. After that, we have to add the subtitle. So this is the subtitle, right? After that, let's come here in the second route. In this one, we have to add the role. So the role will be employee. After that, we'll add the title. It will be employee portal. And after that, we have to add the subtitle. That's it. Save the changes. Now let me just come back here on the web page. If I open /login, you can see we have the login landing. If I open /login/admin, it will display login form. And if I open login/employee, it will also display the login form. Here we will display the data according to the props, right? So let's start designing our first page, that is the login landing page, which is this one, right? So in the second one also, you can see we have the same data in the left side, right? So it is common. So we'll create a separate component for this left part, and we will mount it in both pages or component. So let's create a component for this one. I'll just come back to VS Code, open the sidebar and open the components folder. In this components folder, create a new file and write the file name login left side .jsx and write RAFCE to create the component structure. And in this one, here we have a div, right? So in this div, we have to add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes, right? After that, you can see this design. Here you can see at the top left side, we have one circular shadow, right? So we have to create this circular shadow. I'll just come back here, and here we'll add a div, and in this div, we will add the class name and provide these classes, right? And after that, here we have to add some content in a div. So just add a div here and write the title in H1. So let's add the title, that is employee, and here we have to add the line break, so just add BR. Then we'll add management system. It is in H1 text, so let's wrap it inside H1. Correct. Now we have to add some description also. Let me move it here inside this div. And after that, here we have to add one text in p tag. So in this p tag, we'll add this a small description. Correct. Now let me provide the classes in this description. So we have added these classes here, and after that we'll add the classes for the title also. So in this h1 we'll add these classes. Right. Now we'll add the classes in the div that contains both title and description. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes for this div. Just save the changes. Next we have to mount this component. For that, let me open our pages and open login landing.jsx file. In this one we have this return, right? So let's remove this text from here, and here we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and within this div simply mount our login left side component. Save the changes, and after that if I open the web page and provide /login, here you can see this component where we have the small text and description, same as this UI design, right? Next we have to add the content for this right side, where we'll add the text like welcome back, and then we will add two buttons for admin portal or employee portal. Correct. So let me just come back to the VS Code. Now in this page, after this login left side component, we have to create a div. So this div will be displayed in the right side. Now in this one we have to add the classes. So we have added these Tailwind classes, and after that here we'll add a div that will be container for all the elements in the right side. So in the right side we have to add the header part. So just add the comment here, which is header. After that we have to add the list of portals like admin portal or employee portal. So we'll add this comment portal list, and after that we have to add the footer. So just add this comment footer, right? Now let's add the classes in the div that contains all these items. So we'll add the class name, provide width full, then max width MD, then animate fade in and relative Z10, that is the Z index. Now just come here, for this header we have to add a div, and in this header we have to add the title and description. As you can see in this UI design, here we have to add this title and description. Then we have to add the portal list and then copyright message. So I'll come back here and provide the title in H2 tag. So the title is welcome back. After that we have to add the description in p tag. So here we have to provide this description text. Let's add the classes also for this one. So just add the class name here. Then we'll add the classes in the H2, and then we'll add the classes in the p tag. So in this p tag we have added text slate 500. If I come back here, you can see here we have the text welcome back and this a small description. Now we have to display the portal list, right? So let me create one data here. We'll scroll up, and here before this return, let's add the variable with const. So just add const portal options equal to an array. In this one we'll add the object, and here we'll add the 2 and just add the value. It will be /login/admin, right? After that we have to add the title. So in this title, let me provide admin portal. After that, we have to add the description. So let me provide description here in this string. After that, we have to add the icon property, right? And here we have to add the icon from Lucid React. So just add shield icon and import this shield icon from Lucid React, right? Now just duplicate it. We'll add the second option here. So we have to add the comma also. So in this second one, we'll add /login/employee. Here we'll add the title. It will be employee portal. Then we'll update the description here. So this is the description for employee login. And after that, here we have to update the icon. So let's add user icon from Lucid React. That's it. Now let's come here. After this comment, that is portals list, we will create a div. So I'll provide a div here. And in this div, simply add the class name and provide space y4. After that, we will use this array that we have just created. That is the portal options dot map method. Here we'll add the arrow function. Use this parenthesis. And here we'll add the link tag from React Router DOM. Use this link opening and closing tag. Now in this one, we'll get individual portal from the array, right? And after that, in this link tag, we'll add the key property. So in this key property, just add the portal.to because it is unique. After that, here we have to add the to property. In this to property, again add the portal.to so that it will open this path when we click here. Then we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property. And here we'll add these classes to design it as a button, right? Now in this one, we have to add the text and icon. As you can see in this UI design, here we have the text called admin portal and this arrow icon, right? And we have to wrap it inside a div so that we can align it side by side. So let me just come back. And here we'll add a div and provide the title in h3. So the title will be our portal.title, correct? And then we have to add arrow right icon from Lucid React. Now for this title, we have to provide some classes, and then we'll add the classes for the arrow right icon. So here we have added these classes. Now just add the class name that contains both the title and icon. So we have added the classes in the div also. That's it. Now after that, if I open the web page, here you can see we have two buttons. That is for the admin portal and employee portal, correct? If I click on the first one, you can see the path. It is /login/admin. Let me come back and click on the second one. You can see the path /login/employee, right? Now we have to add the copyright message here. So just come back. And after this comment of footer, we'll add a div. And here we'll add the text in p tag. So let me add this copyright icon, and then we'll add the current year using this new date dot get full year. So we'll get the current year, then we'll add the space and name GreatStack, then dot all rights reserved. So we have added the copyright message, and let's add the classes for this div also. So we'll add some margin here, and then we'll add the text alignment, and then we'll add the text size and color. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see the copyright message here. Copyright 2026 GreatStack all right reserved. Right. Next we have to create other pages when we click on any button. If I click on the first one, you can see this is the admin login page, that is /login/admin. So we have to design this page. So you can see the UI design here. Here we have to display the same left side area, and in the right side we have to add the back button, and then we'll display the title, description and input fields for sign in. Right. So just come back to the VS Code. Now we will open the sidebar, and in the sidebar we have the components. In the components we have login form.jsx. Right. So in this one we have a return statement with one div. So just clear this div, and in this one we have to add the classes. So start with this class name property, and let's add the minimum height screen, then flex column and flex row for medium and above screen size. Now after that, here we have to mount the same left component. So just add login left side. It has been imported. After that we'll add a div where we'll display the input fields. So in this div, just add the class name and provide these classes. Right. Now after that, here we have to add a back button. Right. So for the back button, we'll add the link tag from React Router DOM, and link tag has been imported. Close this link tag. And here we have to add the arrow icon. So just add arrow left icon. And for this one, we will set the size 16. Then we have to add the text also, that is back to portals. Right. Now after that, here we have to add to property. So in this to property, we will add /login. Right. And after that, we'll add some classes also. So just add the class name, and let me provide these Tailwind classes for this back button. Right. Now we will save the changes and open our web page. So you can see we are in this path /login/admin, and here in the right side we have this back to portals. If I click here, it will open this page. If I click again, it will open this one. Correct. Now in this one we have to display dynamic data that we are getting from the props. Right. So we have to destructure the props here. So in this function, let's add the curly braces. In this function parameter, we will get the role from the props. After that, we'll get the title, and then we'll get the subtitle. If I open our app.jsx file, in this one you can see we are passing the props that will be role, title and subtitle. Right. So we will destructure these data here in this login form. Correct. Now after that, let's come here, and after this link tag, that is for the back button, here we will add a div. In this one we have to add the title and subtitle. So simply add the h1 tag for the title and provide the title here that we are getting from props. Right. Now we'll add the subtitle in p tag. So just add curly braces and provide the subtitle. Now we have to provide the classes also. So start with this div. We will add the margin bottom here. Then we have to add the classes in the title like this. And then we have to add the classes in the small description. So we'll add the classes here in the p tag. Now we'll come back here, and you can see here we have the text like admin portal and sign in to manage the organization. Right. If I go back and click on this second one, that is employee portal, you can see the title employee portal and sign in to access your account, and you can see the back button also. Right. Now let me just come back here, and we have to align it. So here you can see we have this login left side. So just after that we will add a div here, right? And in this div we will provide this one. Just fold it and move it here inside this div. So after adding it, we'll add the classes here. So in this one, let me provide flex 1 then flex item center, justify center, padding 6 and padding 12 for small and above screen, and then background white. If I save the changes and come back here, you can see it is displayed in the center of this right side. It looks good, right? After that, we have to display the input fields, right? But before that, let me just come back here, and we have to display the error message if error occurs while submitting the form, right? For that, first we'll create some states here. So before this return statement, let's add const, and we'll create the states to store the email ID. So just add const email, and the setter function name is set email equal to use state, and let's initialize it using empty string. Now duplicate it. Here we'll store the password, and the setter function name is set password, and store empty string here. After that, let's duplicate it. Here we'll add show password, and the setter function name is set show password, and by default it will be false, right? Now let's duplicate it. Here we will add the state name error, and setter function is set error, and by default it will be empty string. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the loading state, and then we'll add this set loading, right? And here we'll add the initial value. It will be false. So by default the loading will be false, but when we click on the submit button, the loading will become true, right? And we will create the form also. So we'll create the handler function that will handle the form submission. So just add the function here using this const handle submit equal to async arrow function, right? And in this parameter we'll get the event, and after that just add e dot prevent default. So it will prevent the default behavior that will stop the web page from reloading, right? Now after that, let me just come here, and after closing of this div that contains the title and description, we'll add the curly braces and provide the error state. So if the error is true, then only we'll display this data using this div. We will display this div, and in this one we will simply display this error, right? And we have to add some classes here. So I'll provide the class name property and provide these classes. Then we have to add one div here before this error. So let's add a div, and let's add this self-closing div and provide the class name, and here we will add these classes, right? Now after that we have to create our form. So after closing of this curly braces, simply add the form tag. Now in this form tag we will add the class name and provide a space y5, and after that we'll add the on submit also. In this on submit property we will provide our handler function, that is handle submit. Now within this form we have to add the different input field. For that we'll add a div that will group all the input fields with their label, right? So here we'll add the label tag, and in this label tag we'll add the text called email address, right? Now we'll add the classes for this label tag. Just add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, here we have to add the input field, and in this one we'll add the type email, because first we need the email, right? After that, here we have to add the value also. So the value will be our email state. Then we have to add the onChange function. So just add the onChange property and provide the arrow function here, and in this one we will get the event in the parameter, and after that we will use the setter function set email and just provide the e dot target dot value, right? After that Here we will add the required property, then we'll add the placeholder. So in the placeholder, let me add one dummy email ID. It will be displayed as placeholder, right? So we have added the first input field. Now let's duplicate this entire div. So in this one, that is the second div, we have the same classes like block and text small, font medium, text slate 700 and margin bottom. Here we have to add the label text, it will be password, right? Then we have to add the type. So the type will be dynamic, it could be text or password, right? So here let's add the curly braces. In the type we'll add the curly braces and use the ternary operator. Just add so password state. If it is true, then we'll add the type text, then colon, and provide the type password. If it is false, then the type will be password. After that, here we have the on change. In this on change, we'll use the set password. In this set password, just add e.target.value. Then we will add the required, and after this required, we have to add the class name also. So just add the class name here, and in this class name we'll add the padding right 11. Then we'll add the placeholder, and in the placeholder simply add the dots like this. Now after that we have to add a button also, right? Using this button we can either display or hide the password. So just add the button tag. And in this one we have to add the type. So let's add the type of button like this. And after that we have to group this button and input field inside a div. So after this label, let's add a div, and here we'll add the class name and provide relative, right? And within this div we will move this input and button, right? Now in this button we will use the state called so password. If it is true, in this case we have to add the icon, that is eye of icon. Mount this icon, and here we'll set the size. So I'll add the size 18. Else we'll add the colon here and provide another icon, that is eye icon, and here also we'll add the same size. So just add the size 18, right? Now we'll add some classes on this button. So let's add these classes, right? Now after that, here we have to add the onClick also. In this onClick property, simply add the arrow function, and then we will use the setter function, that is set so password. And in this one we'll add not of so password. So if it is true, it will make it false, and if it is false, it will make it true, right? After adding it, if I open the web page, here you can see we have this email address input field, then password input field. We can type any email ID here, like admin@gmail.com. Here we can enter the password like this, admin123. You can see the passwords are hidden, but we can click on this icon and it will display our password. If I click again, it will hide the password. So we can toggle the password view. After that, we have to create a submit button. As you can see in this UI design, we have to create this sign in button. For that, let me just come back here, and here we have the closing button tag. This is the div for this container, right? And after that, here we have this closing div that contains the input fields, right? So before this closing form tag, we have to add our submit button. So just add the button tag here, and in this button we'll add the type. So let's add the type submit. After that, here we will add disabled. So this button will be disabled when the loading is true. It means we are submitting the data. After that, we'll add some classes also. So just add the class name property. And in this one, let's add these classes. And after that, here we will add the loading animation when the loading is true. So just add curly braces, provide the loading state. If it is true, in this case, we'll add icon, that is loader to icon. And in this icon, we'll add the class name to animate it. So just add the class name property, animate a spin, height, width, and margin right. Now after that, here we'll add the text called sign in. That's it. Now we'll save the changes and open our web page. So you can see here we have the employee portal login form where we can enter the email ID, password, and here we have the sign in button. Now let me just come back here and click on this admin portal. So here we have the admin portal login form where we can enter the email ID, password, and sign in button. Let me just come back here. So we have completed the login form for both employee and admin, right? After that, we will review our code using CodeRabbit. For that, let me just come back here in the VS Code and we will upload this code on GitHub in development branch. So we are already in the development branch. Just click on this source control icon and here you can see we are in development branch. Here we will commit the changes. So let me add the commit message. Login form completed. Let me update it. We'll write login form UI completed. We have just created the UI. Later we'll create the functionality. Once we'll create the backend. So we have added the message login form UI completed and we will commit the changes. Let's click on this commit button and publish branch. It's done. After that, we'll open our GitHub. And here you can see we have this button compared and pull request. So let me just click on this button. So here you can see this title, open a pull request. So we'll create a pull request using this button, create pull request. And once you create the pull request, the CodeRabbit will start working. It will review our code step by step and it will create the detailed documentation also. It will suggest the improvement and it will also find the bugs if there is any bug in your code and it will suggest the changes. So just wait for the code review to be completed by CodeRabbit and you can see it is completed. All checks have passed. And here we have the summary of this code review. So we have created the new features only and here we don't have any suggestion or improvement. So simply click on this button, merge pull request. So it will merge the changes in main branch. Confirm merge. After completing this merge, we will come back to the VS Code and here we will pull the changes. So just click on this three dot and click on this pull. That's it. Now we have to create other pages. If I come back to the web browser, we have completed this login page. After that, we have to create other pages. So we will open our UI design. So this is the Figma file. We have completed this login pages. After that, we have other pages like we have the dashboard, employee page, leave page, payslips, settings. But in all these pages, you can see we have the same sidebar. So first we'll create this sidebar that will be displayed in all pages. To create it, we have to create a new component. So we will open VS Code and here let's open our components folder. In this components folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name sidebar.jsx. In this sidebar.jsx file, we'll create the component structure using RAFCE. And after that, here we need the path details, right? So just add const path name equal to use location, and we will get this location or use location from React router DOM. So let's add the import statement here. Import use location from React router DOM. Right. Now after that, we have to create the state where we will store the user's name. So let's add const username, and setter function is set username equal to use state, and initialize it using empty string. After that, we'll add another state that will be mobile menu, and setter function is set mobile menu, and by default it will be false. It means the by default mobile menu will be closed. After that, we have to get the user's name whenever the component gets loaded. So just add the use effect. In this use effect, we have to add a function and dependency array. In this function, simply use the set username and provide the name from our dummy data. So let me provide the dummy profile data. Let me open this file from assets.jsx, and after that we can use this suggestion. So import dummy profile data from the assets, and in this one we have first name, right? After that we will concatenate the empty space and concatenate the last name using this dummy profile data dot last name. So we will set the name, and after that we have to close the mobile menu whenever we will change the route. So I'll write the comment here, and then we will add another use effect. So just copy this one, paste it here, and here in this dependency array we will add the path name. So whenever the path name changes, it will close the mobile menu, and to close the mobile menu, simply use the setter function set mobile menu and make it false. That's it. After that, let's come here. In this return, here we have a div, right? So let me remove this div and we will use the fragment. Now in this fragment, first we have to display the hamburger icon or menu icon. So let me add the comment here, mobile hamburger button, and create a button tag, and in this button tag we have to add one icon. So let's add menu icon from Lucid React. We are not getting the suggestion here, so let me type it manually. Let me write import from Lucid React, and we will import the menu icon, and let's use this menu icon here. Now in this menu icon we have to add the size also. So let me set the size 20, right? After that we have to provide the classes in this button. So provide the class name property, and here we have to add these classes. In this one you can see we have added LG:hidden. So this menu button will be hidden for large and above a screen size, right? And when we click on this button, it should display the mobile menu. So we'll add the onClick property. In this onClick, we have to add the arrow function and call the setter function set mobile menu and provide true. So it will open the mobile menu, right? Now after that, here we'll add another comment. Let's add the comment mobile overlay. So whenever the mobile menu is open, it will display a semi-transparent layer on entire screen, right? And when we click on that layer, it will hide the menu. So we'll add curly braces and use mobile menu. So when the mobile menu is open or true, then only we have to display this layer. So just add a div here. And in this div, simply add the classes. Let me use the self-closing div like this and provide the class name property. And in this one also we'll add LG:hidden and other CSS properties. Then we have to add the onClick, and let's just copy this one. And in this one we will set it false, so it will close the mobile menu. After that we have to add the sidebar content for desktop screen. So let's just add the comment here, sidebar desktop, correct? And here we will use the asymmetric tag aside, and within this tag simply provide our sidebar content. So let me create a variable here. I'll come back here. Before this return, we will add const and provide sidebar content equal to this parenthesis, and in this one we will add this fragment, right? After that, let's provide this sidebar content here. Let me just copy and paste it here. So it will be displayed for the desktop, right? And for this desktop we have to provide some classes. So let me provide hidden. So by default it will be hidden for a small screen, right? And for large and above a screen, the display type will be flex. It means it will be visible. And then we have added these CSS properties. So this sidebar content will be visible for the desktop screen only, right? Now we'll display the sidebar content for mobile screen also. So here, let me write the comment sidebar mobile. And again, we will use this aside tag. And in this one, just add curly braces and provide the sidebar content. And this time we will add different classes. So just add the class name property, and here we have to provide some dynamic classes. So just add curly braces and backticks so that we can insert the template literal. So here we have added these Tailwind classes. We have added LG hidden, so it will be hidden for large and above screen size, correct? And for mobile view it will be fixed, and here we have other CSS properties. Now we'll insert the dynamic classes here. So at the end we'll add $, curly braces, and use the mobile menu. So if the mobile menu is true, it means it is open. So in this case, just add the translate x0, right? And if it is closed or false, so in this case we'll add minus translate x full. So it will get hidden. Save the changes, right? Now after that we have to add this sidebar content here. So in this one, let me add the details one by one. So first we have to add the brand header. So let me add the comment brand header and create a div. After that, let me just come back to the UI design that is created in Figma file. So in this one, first we have to create this brand header, and after that we have to create this user profile card, correct? So we'll come back to the VS Code, and here we'll add next comment for user profile card. Then we have to create this navigations, right? So before displaying the navigation list, we have to add this navigation label also. So just add the comment here, that is navigation label, and after that we'll add the navigation list like this. And after that, let's see the content here in this sidebar. So here at the bottom we have to display the logout link, correct? So just come back here in the VS Code and here we will display the logout link. So let's add the content one by one. So start with this brand header. So in this first div we'll add the classes. So I'll write some Tailwind classes here like this. After that we will add another div, and in this one we have to use the flex layout. So just add class name flex item center justify between. After that let me add one more div, and in this one also we will use the flex layout. So just add class name flex item center gap 3, and here we have to display the icon. So let's add user icon imported from Lucid React, and for this one just set the color using the class name. So just add text white, and we will set the size also, which is 7. After that we'll add the text. So we'll add two text. So here we will add a div, and within this div we'll add two different text. So the first text is employee MS, that is employee management system, and after that we'll add the next text, that is the P tag. We'll add the management system. Now let's provide the classes also. So in the first P we'll add the class name and provide these classes, and now in the second one we'll add the class name and provide these classes. That's it. After that if I open the UI design, you can see here we have added this user profile icon, then two text, correct? Next we have to add one cross icon in the right side that will be displayed on mobile screen only. For that we will come back to the VS Code, and in this one you can see we have added this div here. So let me just cut this and add it here just after this icon. So after this icon we have this div that contains both text, right? And here we have two closing div. Then we'll add one button, and in this button we have to add the closing icon. So let's add X icon from Lucid React, and in this one we'll set the size 20. Now we'll add some classes also. So let's provide LG hidden, then we'll add the text slate and hover color and padding. Then we have to add the onClick property also. So I'll write onClick, and in this onClick add the arrow function and use the set mobile menu and provide false because we have added the closing icon or cross icon. Let me add the comment also, that is close menu on mobile. That's it. Save the changes. After that we have to preview our changes. For that we have to mount this component. To mount this component we will open the pages folder and go to layout.jsx. In this one you can see we have added this text called sidebar. So instead of this text let's provide our component, that is sidebar from components folder. So we have mounted our sidebar component here, and now we will open the web page and let's open slash. So it will open the dashboard, and in this dashboard you can see we have this sidebar in the left side, and then we have our text called dashboard, correct? So here we have this user icon and text, right? Next we have to add the other details like user profile card. To add the details of user profile card we will come back to the VS Code, and in this one we have already added the comment here, that is user profile card. So we will display the user profile card when the username is available. So simply add curly braces, username, and AND operator. So when the username is available, then we'll add this parenthesis and provide a div like this. And in this div, we'll add the classes, and then we'll add another div. And here again add the flex layout. So we'll add flex item center gap 3. Now here we have to add one icon, and we'll wrap this icon inside a div. So let's provide a div, and within this div we'll provide a span tag. And in this span tag, we have to use the first character of the user's name that will be displayed as an icon, as you can see in this UI design. Here we have J, that is the first character of this name, John, right? So we will display the first character as an icon. So let's come here, and in this span tag we'll add curly braces, username dot char at 0 dot to uppercase. That's it. We will get the first character in uppercase, and after that we'll add some classes here. So just add the class name, property, and provide these classes. And let's add the classes for the div also that contains this icon. So in this div we'll add these classes, right? After that, here let me add another div, and in this one we have to add the user's name and role. So let's add the name in p tag, and it will be username. And after that we have to display the role also. So just add the p tag, and we have to check the role. So let me define the role here. Scroll up. Here you can see we have added the use effect, and after this use effect, let's add const role equal to empty string or employee, right? And then we will come here in this p tag, just add curly braces, role is equal to admin. So if the role is equal to admin, then we have to display the text called administrator. Else we have to display the role called employee, right? Now we'll add some classes. So start with this div. So in this div we'll simply add the minimum width 0, and after that let's add the classes in the username, and then we'll add the classes in the user role. So in the second p tag we'll add these classes. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have added this user profile details like user's name and role. After that we have to display the navigation menu list, and before that we will display the text called navigation as label. So just come back here in the VS Code. Here we have added the section label, right? So here let's add a div and provide the text in p tag. So the text is navigation, and provide the classes for this navigation text. So we have added the classes here, and then we'll add the classes in the div also, that is some padding, and save the changes, come back to the web page. So here you can see the text navigation. After that we have to display the navigation list, right? So we have to display the navigation items. So just come back to the VS Code, and here we will create one array where we'll add all the navigation items. So after this role, let's add const nav items equal to array. Now in this array, let's add the first item with one object. Here we have to add the name property. So the first one will be dashboard, right? After that we'll add the href property here. So in the href, just add /dashboard, that will be the path, And after that, here we have to add the icon also. So let's add the property name icon, and then let's add the icon from Lucid React. That will be layout grid icon from Lucid React. Now let's duplicate it. So in the second one, we'll add the name employee. Then we'll add the href. It will be /employees. And after that, here we have to update the icon. It will be user icon from Lucid React. Then we'll add the third one, just duplicate it. In the third one, we'll add the name attendance. Then we'll add the href /attendance. And then we have to add the icon here. So we will provide the calendar icon and import it from Lucid React. Now duplicate it. We'll add the next menu item, that will be leave. Here we'll add the path /leave. Then we have to add the icon. So import the icon file text icon from Lucid React. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the Payslips. Then the path will be Payslips. Then we'll add the icon here. So just add $sign icon and import it from Lucid React. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the next item, that is settings. Then the path will be /settings. And after that, we'll add the icon, that will be settings icon, and import the settings icon from Lucid React. So all these items will be displayed, but we have to display this employee option when the logged in user is admin. And if the logged in user is employee, then we'll display this attendance. For that, here we are going to use the ternary operator. So let's add role equal to admin. So if the role is equal to admin, then we have to display this one, right? And here at the end, we'll add the colon. That's it. So if the role is equal to admin, it will display this employees. And if the role is equal to employee, then it will display this menu item attendance. That's it. You can see here we have added the question mark, and here we have added the colon. Save the changes. So we have added the menu items here. And after that, let me just scroll down and come here in the navigation list. So in this navigation list, we will add one div and just add some classes for this div. So just add the class name property, and it will be flex1 padding from X, then a space Y, and overflow Y auto. After that, we'll add the menu items or nav items that we have just created, and here we'll add .map method. Now in this one, just add the arrow function, and here we'll add one variable const is active equal to, we will use the path name dot starts with, and here we'll add the item from this parameter. Let's get the individual item here. So just add the item dot href. So if the path name is starting with the same href, then this menu is active, right? So here let's add the return, and in this return we'll return a link tag. Just add the link tag from React router DOM. Now in this link tag, we have to add the icon, then we'll add the name of the menu item. So here we'll add curly braces. We will use this is active. If it is true, then we'll add a div. Let me use the self-closing div. And in this one, just add some classes. So it will highlight the active menu, right? So it will add one highlight when the menu is active. After that, we have to display the icon. So just add the opening arrow item dot icon, right? And it will be self-closing. In this one we have to add some classes, so we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add some dynamic classes also, so just add curly braces and backticks. Now let me provide some classes here, and then we'll add the dynamic classes using template literal, so just add $ curly braces and use is active. If it is true, in this case we'll add text indigo 300, and if it is false, in this case let me provide text slate 400 group hover text slate 300. After that we have to display the text also, that is the menu item text. So we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag simply add the item dot name. In this one we'll simply add the class name flex1, correct? After that we'll add one more icon here when the menu is active, so just add curly braces, use is active, and when it is true, in this case we'll add this icon and import this icon from Lucid React. And after that, for this icon we will set the width and color like this. Now we will save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have these menu items with icon, and we have the menu text also. Let me add the classes in the parent div that contains the icon and text. So just come back here, and here you can see we have this link. In this link we'll add the key property first, and it will be item.name. After that we'll add the to property. In this to property we'll add item.href, and then we have to add the class name. Here we have to insert the dynamic classes, so just add curly braces backticks. Now we'll add some fixed classes first, so we'll add these classes, it will be fixed, right? And after that we'll add $ curly braces, and here we'll use the ternary operator if active or is active is true. So in this case we have added this class name background indigo 500/12 and text indigo 300, and if it is false, so in this case we will provide some other classes like this. Now we will save the changes and open the web page. So you can see the active menu is highlighted, which is dashboard. If I click on attendance, it will open this path /attendance. Here you can see the text also attendance, and it is highlighted. So this attendance is active. So right now you can see here we have dashboard, attendance, leave, payslips and settings, correct? But instead of this attendance, we will display the employees when the admin logins. So just come back here in the VS Code, and here in this role, if I provide admin, save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have dashboard, and after that we have employees, right? So when the admin logins, they will get this option employees in the menu, and when any employee login, we will change the role. Then you can see we will get the attendance here. That's it. After that we have to add the logout link at the bottom. For that we will come back to the VS Code. Let's scroll down. Here we have added the comment for logout. So just add a div here, and in this one provide the class name property and provide these classes. Then we have to add a button here. In this button we have to add the icon, so provide logout icon from Lucid React, and for this icon we will set the width and height. So provide the class name and set the width and height. Then we have to add the span tag. In this span tag we'll add the text called logout, and then we have to add some classes also for this button. So in this button we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. So we have designed this button, but we have to add the click feature on this button, right? So that when we click here, user will be logged out, right? So just come here, and here we'll add one function that will be handle logout. So just add const handle logout equal to add a function, and in this one simply add window dot location dot href equal to provide slash login. So it will open this login page when we click on the logout link. Now we will link this function with our button. So let me just scroll down and come to the button tag here, and in this one provide the onClick property, and in this onClick property simply add the handle logout function that we have just created. After that we will save the changes and open our web page. So here at the bottom you can see we have this logout button. If I click here, we are redirected to the login page, right? Let me just come back to the dashboard again. So now we are in the dashboard. So we have created our sidebar. After creating this sidebar, let me review our code using CodeRabbit. For that, I'll come back to the VS Code and commit these changes. So just open the sidebar, click on this source control, and here we'll add one message. Sidebar UI completed. Click on commit. Sync changes. So we are committing the changes in development branch, and after that we have to create the pull request to review our code using CodeRabbit. So we will come back to the GitHub profile. So let's come here. So after coming to this repository, let me change the branch from here. So from this drop down we will choose the development branch. Here you can see we have added this commit message sidebar UI completed, right? After that, here you can see this button contribute. So click on this button and create a pull request using this open pull request. Then click on this button, create pull request. So it will create a pull request, and once a pull request is created, the CodeRabbit will start reviewing our code, and it will provide you the suggestion or improvement, and it will also provide the summary. So just wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code. So now you can see the review has been completed. Here we have the review summary, and after that we can click on this button merge pull request and click on confirm merge. It's done, and after that we'll come back to the VS Code and click on this three dot and click on pull. So we will pull the latest changes. So we have completed this sidebar. After that we can come back to the UI design. So in this Figma design you can see this is the dashboard page. So we'll start creating our dashboard first. We will use the same dashboard for admin, and this is the same dashboard for employee, but the data will be changed, right? In this one you can see we have two buttons also, and in the first one we don't have that button, and here we have total 4 items, and in the employee dashboard we have 3 items. So we will update the data, but we will use the same UI design. So we'll create the single file for dashboard. So to create the dashboard we'll come back to the VS Code and open this sidebar. Then you can see we have the pages and dashboard.jsx file. In this dashboard.jsx file we will get some data that will be the dashboard data. So we have already added the dashboard data in the assets, and we will store this data in one state. So just create some states here using const and the state name is data. Then we will add the setter function that will update this data. And let's add the initial value using this useState and initialize it using null. So initially data will be null. After that we'll add one more state. So we can duplicate this one and provide the state name loading and set loading, and by default it will be true. So initially when we open this web page, the loading will be true and it will get false after loading the data. So when we load the web page, we have to get the data, so just add use effect. In this use effect, add the arrow function and provide the empty array. It will be dependency array. Now here we will simply use the setter function set data and provide the dummy data, dummy employee dashboard data from assets. After that, just add the set timeout, and in the set timeout we have to add the arrow function and provide the time 1000 milliseconds, that is 1 second. And here just add set loading and make it false. So we have added this timeout to display the loading for 1 second, because it will take fraction of seconds to load the data from the asset, which is the dummy data. That's why I have added this set timeout. Now after that, here we'll add the if statement, if loading. So if the loading is true, then we'll add the return, and here we'll add the text called loading. So it will display this loading text, but instead of this loading text, we will display the loading component. So later we will create the loading component. Let me complete this file first. So here we'll add if statement, if not of data. Suppose the loading is false and still we don't have the data. So in this case, just add the return and provide the message in p tag. Now here we'll add failed to load dashboard, right, and provide some classes also. So let me provide the class name property, and class name will be text center and text colored and padding y, right. Now after that, here we will check the data role. So we'll add the if statement, if data dot role property is equal to admin, right. In this case we have to add the return, and we will return one div, and in this div we will provide the dashboard data of admin, right. So just add admin dashboard, right. Now we'll add the else statement. It means if the role is not equal to admin, it means the role is equal to employee. So in this case, we'll add this return, and here we will provide the employee dashboard. And then let me remove this return from here. Save the changes. And after adding it, if I open the web page, go to dashboard. So here you can see we have the loading for 1 second, and after that we have the employee dashboard, right. Now instead of this loading, we will display the loading animation. For that we have to create a loading component, right. So to create that component, we will create a new file in the components folder. So here create a new file and write the file name loading.jsx. And write RAFCE to create the component structure. And in this one, we have a div. So in this div, let's add the classes that will align all the content in the center. And within this div, we'll add a self-closing div. And here also we'll add the class name. Using that, we'll create the animation. So here we have added these classes to create the animation. So this is the loading component, right? Now after that, we have to mount this component in our dashboard.jsx file instead of this p. So remove this P, and here we'll use loading component. Import this loading component, save the changes and open the web page. Let me refresh it. You can see the loading animation for 1 second, and after that we have the employee dashboard. Let me refresh it. You can see the loading animation for 1 second, right? Now let me just come back, and here we will display the actual data for the admin dashboard or employee dashboard. For that we will create the separate component. So let me start with the employee dashboard component. So here we have the components folder, create a new file and write the file name employee dashboard.jsx. And after that, let's add RAFCE and create this component structure. Now in this one we'll get some props, so just add curly braces and data. So in the props we'll get the data, and after that here let's add const emp, it means employee, equal to this data dot employee. Here we have to display the cards. We will display the card for the days present, leaves and payslip. For that we will create one array. So just add const cards equal to array, and in this array we'll add multiple elements. So first we'll add one object with some properties. So first property is icon, and here we have to add the calendar icon. So let's add the calendar icon and import it from the Lucid React. Then add comma, we'll add the second property, that will be value. In this value we'll add the data, that is here, and from this data we will get the current month attendance. After that we will add the title of the card. So let's add the title, and the title will be days present. After that we have to add the subtitle also. So in the subtitle let's add this month. So this is the first element of this array. Using this we will display the card. Now let me add the comma here and duplicate it. And here we'll add the data for the second card. So first we'll update the icon. So here just add the file text icon imported from Lucid React. Then we have to add the value, it will be data dot pending leaves. Then we'll add the title. So the title will be pending leaves, and after that we'll add the subtitle. So in the subtitle let's add awaiting approval. After that duplicate it for the third card. In the third card we'll update the icon, it will be $sign icon imported from Lucid React, and after that here we'll add the value. So in the value just add the ternary operator. We'll add data dot payslips. If it is available then we'll add the question mark backticks and provide $, that is the currency symbol, and after that again add $, curly braces, and here we'll add the data dot latest payslip dot net salary, then question mark dot. Here we'll add to local string, and after that here we'll add colon and provide the string NA, that is not applicable. After that we have to update the title. So the title will be latest payslip, and after that we'll add the subtitle, which is most recent payout. So we have added the data for the cards. Now we'll come here in the return, and in this return here we have a div, right? So let's add the fade in animation using the class name. So we have added this class name for fade in animation, and after that we have to add the page title in a div. So just create a div, and in this one we'll add the custom class name. So let's add the class name and provide page header. So this custom class name is already available in the a style.css file or index.css file. Then we'll add the title in h1 tag. So here also we'll add the custom classes. So just add the page title, and then we'll provide the title, that is welcome, comma, and provide the first name of the employee. So just add curly braces emp dot first name. After that we'll add the small text in p tag, and in this small text we have to provide the subtitle, right? So just add the class name here, that will be page subtitle, and simply add curly braces emp question mark dot position. We'll add the employee position, then dash curly braces, again add this, just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add dot department or no department, like this. Save the changes. Now we'll come back to the web page. We will refresh it. Still we have this employee dashboard, so we have to mount this component. I'll open dashboard.jsx file, and after that you can see here we have added else return div. So in this one, remove it, and here we will provide our employee dashboard component. Mount this component and provide the data equal to data. We will provide this props. Save the changes and come back here. After that, here you can see welcome John, and here we have the position and department, that is software engineer and engineering, correct? Now let me just come back, and we will complete our employee dashboard.jsx file. So here we have the header section, right, for this dashboard page. So after this header, create another div, and in this div we have to display the cards. So let's add the grid layout here using the classes. So just add these classes for grid layout and simply mount our cards here. So just add curly braces cards dot map method and create the arrow function and use this parenthesis and provide a div here. Now in this one we'll get the individual card and index number as parameter. Now in this div, first we have to add the key property. So in the key property we will provide the index, and then we'll add the class name and provide these classes for this div, that is the individual card. Now here we'll add another div. So in this div we will add the card title, then we'll add the card value, and then we have to add the icon. So after this div, let's provide the card dot icon and use this closing tag. Now in this one we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes for the icon, right? And now we will come here within this div. In this div, first we will add a div, and it will be self-closing div, and provide some classes here. So let's add the class name property, provide these classes, and just after that we'll add the text in p tag. So in this text, provide card.title, then provide another text in p tag, and here we'll add the card.value. Next we have to provide the classes for this both p tag. So in the first one, just add this class name, and in the second one we will add class name property and provide these classes. Let's save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have 3 cards, and you can see one vertical line at the beginning, and it gets changed when we hover it. The color is changing, right? So we have 3 cards here, that is days present, pending leaves, and latest pay slip, correct? After that we will come back here, and here just before this last closing div, here we'll add another div. And in this one, we have to add 2 buttons, right? So instead of button, we'll use the link tag. Let's add link from the React Router DOM and close this link tag. Now in this link tag, we have to add the to property and provide the path. So the path will be /attendance, and then we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? And after that, here we have to add the text, that is mark attendance, and then we'll add the icon. So here we'll add arrow right icon and import this icon from Lucid React. For this icon, we have to provide the width and height. After that, we will add the next link. So let me just duplicate it. In the second one, we'll add the text called apply for leave, and here we'll add the to property. It will be /leave. Then we'll update the classes here. So here we'll add the secondary button class name. So just update this. It will be btn secondary and text center. That's it. And I'll remove this one. Save the changes. Now we'll add some classes in the div that contains both link so that it will be aligned side by side. So here we will add flex column, and for small and above screen, flex row gap 3. Let's save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have 2 buttons, that is mark attendance and apply for leave. If I click on this first one, it will open this attendance page. Let me come back and click on this apply for leave. It will open this leave page. Let's come back. So now we have the data for the employee, right? Similarly, we have to create the data or component for dashboard. It means the admin dashboard. So let me just come back and create a new file for the admin dashboard. So let me just create a new file in this components, that will be admin dashboard.jsx, right? And after that, here let's add RAFCE, and in this one again we'll get the data as props. So just add curly braces data. Then we have to create the array. Using that, we can display the cards. So here we'll add const stats equal to array, and here we have to add different objects. So let me just copy this one. I'll copy the first one from here and paste it here. In this one, let me update the details. So first we'll add the label instead of this title. Let me provide the label. After that, we'll add the icon. It's correct. Then we'll add the value, and instead of this subtitle, let me provide description. And let's update the data also. So in the label, we will provide total employees. In the description, I'll provide active workforce. Then in the value, just add data.total employees. Then we will update the icon. So here we will use the user icon and import the user icon from Lucid React. So this is the first object for the stats. Just duplicate it. In the second one, let's add different icons. So here we'll add building to icon and import it from Lucid React. Then we will update the value. It will be data.total departments. Then we'll update the label. So in the label, we'll add departments, and then we'll update the description. So here we have the description, organization, units. Let's duplicate it, and in the next one we will add calendar icon and import the icon. Then we will add data.today attendance. Then we'll add the label. So the label is today's attendance. Then we have to add the description. It will be checked in today. let's duplicate it for the fourth stats. In the fourth one, we will add value. It will be data.pending leaves. Then we'll update the icon. It will be icon, that is file text icon, imported from Lucid React. Then we'll add the label pending leaves. And then we'll add the description, that is awaiting approval. Right, save the changes. So we have all the data for displaying our card, right? After that, we have to display the content in same layout. So just come back here in the employee dashboard and copy this entire div from this return, right? So I'll just copy this and paste it here. Let's update the content here. So in this one, we have a div with this fade in animation. Then we have page header, where we have the page title. So in the page title, simply provide dashboard. Then we'll add the subtitle. So in this subtitle, let's provide the text called welcome back admin. Here is your overview. After that, here we have a grid layout where we'll display the cards, right? So here we have the classes called grid, then grid calls 1. For small and above screen, we have grid calls 3, right? So let me update it. We'll add grid calls 2, and then we'll add the larger screen colon and provide grid calls 4, because we have to display 4 columns. Then we have the gap 4, then for a small and above screen, gap 5, and here we have the margin bottom, right? Then we will use the stats here. So let me provide the stats.map. Now in this parameter, we will only get the stats, right? So let me add S, that's it, for individual stats. And after that, here we will add the key property. So in this key, let's add s.label. After that, here we have a div where we have to display the title. So instead of title, here we are using label. So just add s.label. And here we have to add s.value. And then we have s.icon. That's it. After that, here we have 2 links. So we can remove these links. So just clear it and save the changes. After that, we will come back to the web page. So you can see this is the dashboard for employee, right? Now I'll just come back here, open the dashboard.jsx file, and here you can see we have provided dummy employee dashboard data. So instead of this dummy employee dashboard data, we'll add dummy admin dashboard data. If I provide the dummy admin dashboard data, save the changes and come back here, it should display the admin dashboard here, but it is displaying the text only because we have to mount the component. So just come back, open this dashboard.jsx file and remove this div. Let's mount the component, that is admin dashboard. And here we'll provide the props, that will be data. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see the dashboard, and this is the text, and here we have 4 cards: total employees, departments, today's attendance, and pending leaves. So here we have the dashboard data for admin, and if I import the dummy employee dashboard data, it will display the dashboard data for employee also, right? So we have completed the dashboard page for both employee and admin. Next, we will review our code from CodeRabbit. So let me just come back here and commit the changes. So click on this source control. Here we'll add the commit message. Dashboard page UI completed. Click on commit. Sync changes. It's done. After that, we will open the GitHub profile, then go to code. And here we are getting this button, compared pull request. Just click on this button and you can see dashboard page UI completed, and here we'll click on this create pull request. So once you create the pull request, the CodeRabbit will start reviewing the code. So the CodeRabbit will suggest any bug fix if you have any bug in your code, and it will also suggest any improvement, and then it will also generate the summary. And after completing the code review, you can merge the code in the main branch. So it is reviewing our code. Now it is done. Here we have the summary. Now let's click on this merge pull request. Confirm merge. So it will merge this code in main branch. It's done. Now we have to come back here in the VS Code and pull the latest changes. So just click on this pull. That's it. Now after completing our dashboard, we have to create other pages. So we'll come back here in the Figma design, and you can see we have completed the dashboard. After that, we have to create this employee page. To create our employees page, we will come back to the VS Code. Open this sidebar and come to pages folder, and in this pages we have employees.jsx file. Now in this one, first we need the employees data, and we will get the data from assets. Right, in the assets we have dummy employees data, and we will store this data in a state. So let's create one state first. So let's add const employees, and setter function name is setEmployees equal to use a state, and initialize it using empty array. We have imported the use state from React. After that, here we will add another state. So let's duplicate it and provide the state name loading, and the setter function name is setLoading, and by default it will be true. So initialize it using true. It means when we don't have the employee data, then we'll display the loading animation using this state, and after fetching the employees data, we will display the employees card. So next we have to add a function that will fetch the employees data. So just add const fetch employees equal to use callback. In this use callback, we will add one asynchronous arrow function, and then we'll add one array that will be empty array. Now in this arrow function, let's use the setter function setLoading, and in this one we will set true, and after that we will use the setEmployees, and here let's provide the dummy data. So just add dummy employee data and import it from the assets. Now after that, we have to hide the loading animation. For that we will use some timeout. So let's add set timeout, and in this set timeout create the arrow function and provide the time. So here let's provide the time of 1000 milliseconds, and in this one let's provide the set loading and make it false. So after 1 second it will hide the loading animation. So this function will fetch the employees data, right? And after that we have to create a use effect that will call this function whenever component gets loaded. So just add use effect, import the use effect, and then in this use effect we will add the arrow function, and then we will add the dependency array, that is empty array. Now in this one, let me just provide fetch employees and call this function here. So whenever component gets loaded, it will execute this function fetch employees that will add the employee data from the assets, right? After that, let's display these data on our web page. So here we have the return statement and we have a div. So in this div, let's add some classes and provide the custom class name, that is animate fade in. After that, here we have to create the header part of our page. If I open our Figma design, you can see this is the header section. Here you can see we have to add this text employees and then a small text, and in the right side we have to add the button add employee. So this is the header part of the employees page. So just come here and first we'll add the comment, that is header, and let's add a div. In this div we'll add the header, and after that we have to create this search bar, right? So here let's add the next comment, that is search bar, and we will display the search bar here. And after this search bar we have to display our employees card, right? So let me add the comment for that one also. We'll add the employee cards, and after that we will create some other component. Using that we can add a new employee or we can edit the existing employee data. So let's start with the header only. So in this header we have created a div. So in this div just add these classes, and after that first we have to add the content in the left side. So we'll create a div, and within this we'll add the title in h1. So the title is employees, and after that we'll add the small text in p tag, that is manage your team members. Then we have to provide some classes here. So in the title we'll add the custom class name, that is page title, and in the p tag we'll add the class name, that is page subtitle, like this. And after that here we'll add a button that will be displayed in the right side. So just add the button tag, and in this button tag we have to add the icon. So we'll add plus and import it from Lucid React. It will be self-closing, and here we have to add the size. So let me set the size 16, and after that we have to add the button text called add employee. Now we'll add the classes in this button. So simply provide the class name, and here we have added these Tailwind classes. Save the changes and let me open the web page, and here I'll click on this employees. Right now we are in the employee login, so we have to go to the admin login, right? So let me just come back to the VS Code, open this dashboard.jsx, and here instead of this dummy employee dashboard data we'll use the dummy admin dashboard data. So we'll log in as admin, save the changes and come here. Now let me refresh this application. So here we have the data for the admin, but in the left side we have the sidebar for employees. Let me update the sidebar also. I'll just come back to the VS Code and open our sidebar.jsx, and in this one you can see we have the role. So in the role let me provide admin, save the changes and come back here. So now you can see in the sidebar we have this item called employees. Let me just click here. So here you can see the employees page, and we have the page title and add employee button. It looks good. After that we have to create a search bar, and to create the search bar first we will create some state where we'll add the input text that we will enter in the search bar. So just come back to the VS Code. Let's open our employees.jsx file, and in this one create the states for search. So I'll write const search, and the setter function name is set search equal to use state, and initialize it using empty string. After that we will search the users based on department, right? So we'll create another state variable here. So I'll write const select department and set select department equal to use state, and initialize it using empty string, right? Now after that let's just come here, and just after this comment that is for the search bar we will add a div. Now we have to display all the content in same horizontal line, so we'll add the class name and provide the flex layout. Then we'll add a div. Within this div we have to add the search icon and input field, and just after this div we'll add a select tag. Using that we can select the department. So we have added this select tag. Let me remove this name and ID. So start with this div. We'll add the class name and provide relative and flex 1. So it will use the entire space available in the row. And first we have to add the search icon. So just add search from Lucid React. It will be self-closing tag. And in this search icon, we have to provide some classes. So just add the class name property and added these classes. Now after that we have to add the input field where we can enter the data to search our employees. So we'll add input, and in this one we'll add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder text called search employee, right? After that we'll add the class name. So let me just provide width full and we'll add the padding left. Now after that here we have to add the onChange. So just add onChange property. In this onChange property, let's add the arrow function and provide the event in this parameter. And after that here we will use the setter function setSearch. In this setSearch, just add e.target.value. And then we'll add the value property also. So just add the value property, and the value property will be our search state. Now after that we have to create this select tag. So in this select tag again we'll add the value. So the value will be selected department, and after that we'll add onChange. In this onChange again add the arrow function with event in the parameter. And here we will use set selected department and provide e.target.value. After that here we have to add the class name. So just add the maximum width in this select tag, right? Now after that in this select tag we have to add the options, right? So here we'll add the option tag. So we have the option open and closing tag. In this one we'll add the text called all departments, and here we'll add the value. So the value will be empty string. Next we have to display different options from our department's name, and we'll get the department's name from the asset. So let me just scroll up. Here we'll add import, or we already have this import statement where we are importing the dummy employee data from assets. So in this one only we'll add comma departments. So here we'll get the departments list, and after getting this list simply come in the search bar in the options, and here let's add curly braces departments dot map, and in this map create the arrow function with this parenthesis, and in this one we'll get the individual department name in the parameter, and then we will create the option tag. So we have added the option tag here, and in this one just add the department name, and then we'll add the key property. It will be department name, and then we have to add the value property. It is also department name. Save the changes. After adding it, if I open the web page, here you can see we have the search bar where we can enter the text like this, and after that in the right side we have this drop down where we can choose different department, correct? After that we have to apply this department filter on our employee data also. For that we have to come back to the VS Code. In this VS Code, here we have added this setter function set employees and provided the dummy employee data. So in this one we have to apply the filter. So just add dot filter and create the arrow function here. And let's get the individual employee in the parameter. After that here let's add parenthesis and provide the selected department. If it is true, in this case let's add the individual employee data dot department equal to selected department. else we'll add colon and simply provide this individual employee EMP. So we have added this filter that will filter the employee data based on the selected department. Now we have to apply the filter of search text. You can see we have the input field, right? In this input field we can enter the text. So if the input text matches with the employee's first name, last name or position, then we have to display that particular employee only. For that, just come here and here we'll create a new variable where we'll store the filtered data. So just add const filtered equal to our employees state dot filter and create the arrow function here, get the individual employee here, and after that let's add the backticks $ curly braces and provide the employee dot first name, then we'll add $ curly braces employee dot last name, and then we'll add $ curly braces employee dot position, then we'll add dot to lowercase, then dot includes, and here simply add the search dot to lowercase. That's it. So here we'll get the filtered data after applying the department and search term. Now using this filtered data we can display the list of employees. It means we have to display the employees card, right? So let's just come here and here we have to display the employee card. So before displaying it we will check the loading state. So just add curly braces, we will use the loading question mark. If the loading is true, in this case we have to display the loading animation, right? So just add a div here, we will display the loading animation, and if it is false then we can display our employee list. So just add another div like this. So in the first one we have to display the loading animation, so just add a div and it will be self-closing. Now in this one just add the class name property and provide these classes, and now we'll add the classes in the parent div. So here just add the flex, justify center and padding. So it will be displayed when the loading is true, and after loading the employee data it will display another div which is here. So in this one we have to display the list of employees, right? So we will display it in a grid layout. So just add the class name and provide these grid layout classes, correct? Now after that here we will use the filtered data, right? So just add curly braces filtered dot length. We'll check the length. If it is equal to 0, in this case we don't have any employee data that matches with our department and search keyword. So here we'll add the text in p tag. So the text is no employees found, right? And provide some classes also for this p tag. So just add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Now suppose the filtered dot length is greater than 0. So in this condition just add colon and provide this parenthesis, and here we will use the filtered dot map, right? And after that let's create the arrow function in this map, and then we'll add this parenthesis, and here let me display the employee data. So just add the p tag, and here we will get the individual employee in the parameter, and here we'll add the key property that will be our employee dot id, right? And here let me provide the text employee dot, let's add full name, it will be first name or last name. So just add employee dot first name. Let me save the changes and come back here. You can see here we have the search box, and after that we have the employee's first name only, right? We have total 3 employees. So instead of displaying the employee's data like this, we will create a separate component that will be employee card, where we will display complete details like their department, then one icon, then we'll display the full name and designation or position, right? So let me just come back to the VS Code. And here we have to create a new component. So let's open the Sidebar components folder and create a new file called employee_card.jsx. Right now in this one, we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. And here we have a div. So I'll just clear this div. In this one, we will add some classes. So just add the class name property, provide these classes. Right now we have to add another div. In this one, we have to display this area, which is this light gray of background color, then their department, and then a small circular icon, right? And here we'll add the hover effect also, that will allow you to edit or delete this employee, right? And at the bottom, we have to display the employee's full name and their position. So just come back. So here we have added this div that display the card that contains the user's department, icon, and edit or delete icon. Then we'll add another div where we'll display the user's or employee's name and designation. So just add the p tag. In this p tag, simply add employee, and we'll get the employee data from props. So just add curly braces. We will destructure the props here. Let's add employee. Then we'll add on delete, and after that we'll add on edit. We will get these data from props, right? And after that, let's come here in this S3, we will write curly braces employee dot first name space, and then we will paste the same thing and provide employee dot last name. Now we have to add the classes here. So in this S3, we'll add the class name and provide text slate 900. Then we'll add the small text in p tag that contains the employee's position, right? So here we'll add the class name, provide the classes, and curly braces. Just add employee dot position. Save the changes, and in this div that contains both text, we'll add the class name and provide the padding 5. That's it. Now after adding it, we have to mount this component. So let me just open the employees.jsx file, and instead of adding this p here, we have directly added this p that contains the employee's first name, right? So instead of this p, I'll provide our component. So clear it, just add opening arrow employee card, import it from the components, and in this one just add the key property. It will be this employee.id. Then we have to add the props. So first we'll provide the employee equal to this employee. After that, here we'll provide on delete equal to, and in this one just call the fetch employees function, and after that we'll add on edit. Here we have added on edit props. So in this one we have to provide a function. Using that we can edit the employee data. For that we have to create the states. So let me just scroll up. Here I'm going to add a new state called edit employee, and the setter function name is set edit employee, and equal to use a state and initialize it using null. Now we'll add one more state here. So just duplicate it. Here we'll add so create model, and the setter function name is set so create model. It means we'll create a state variable. Using that we can display the model to create a new employee data. So let's initialize it using false. Now after that, I'll just come here and provide our props. So in this on edit, add the arrow function, use the parameter here, and after that let's provide set edit employee and provide this E. Save the changes. Now after adding it, if I open our web page, here you can see we have total 3 employees. If I refresh it, you can see the loading animation for 1 second, and after loading animation we will see the employees list. So we have the employees full name and position, right? Now let me just come back here in the VS Code and open our employee card.jsx file. So as you can see, we have already added this div where we have to add more details of the employee for the employee card, right? So in this one, we will start with this div. So in this div, we have to create a circle, right? So let's add another div here. We'll add the comment circle icon. So for that, just add the class name, width, height, flex, item center, justify center, and then we'll add another div here. In this one, we'll set the width and height 20, like this. So it will be a circular container, and in this one we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add curly braces and provide the employee, and in this one we will get the first name, right? And here we will get the first character using this index 0. After that, let's add curly braces and just copy and paste it here. Here we will use the last name and index 0. So we'll get the first character of the last name also. Now just provide some classes here. So provide the classes in this span tag like this, and let's remove this comment and add it here, because this div contains this icon, and align it in the center, right? Now here we have another div. So in this one also we have to add the classes where we'll add the relative and we'll set the aspect ratio and other CSS properties. Now after adding it, save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have a light gray background, and after that we have this circular icon with the first character of the first and last name. You can see David Michael, and the icon contains D and M, right? Now after that we have to add the hover effect, so that when we hover it, we will display the edit or delete icon, right? So let me just come back. Here we have added this span, then these div for this one, right? So just after that, here we'll add another div. In this one, provide the absolute and top, left, flex and gap 2. Now in this one, I'll provide a span tag, and in this span tag we have to add employees department that will be displayed here. As you can see in this UI design, at the top left side we have to display the department, right? So just come back here. Here we'll add curly braces, employee dot department, and if it is not available, we will add or remote, right? Now we have to add some classes here. So in this span tag we have added these classes, right? Now just after this span we'll add curly braces and use this employee dot is deleted, right? So in this case we'll add and provide the span tag. So if is deleted is true, then we'll display this span tag, and here we'll add the text called deleted. And for this one also we'll add some classes, so just add these classes. Save the changes and come back here in the web page. So here you can see we are displaying the departments also, like IT support, engineering and engineering. Now we have to display the icon when we hover it. So just come back, and after closing of this div, here we'll add curly braces, not of employee dot is deleted, and this parenthesis, and here we'll add the div. Now this div will contain both icons. So here we'll add the class name and provide these classes, and let's add the first icon in the button tag. So we have added the button tag here. In this button tag we'll add the pencil icon. Import the icon from Lucid React, and after that we'll add the width and height using the class name. Right now here we'll add some classes also. So in this button we'll add the class name property, provide these classes. Now in this button we have to add the onClick property also. So just add onClick and provide add a function. And here let's use onEdit and provide employee. That's it. Now let me add the second button here. So we'll add one more button tag. In this one we have to add the trash icon. So just add trash to icon, and again we'll add the same width and height for this icon, and then we have to add the classes also. So in this button tag we'll add these classes, and then we have to add the onClick property. So let's provide the onClick and simply add a function here. So we have to create a function, using that we can delete the employee from the list. So in this one let's add a function here. Before this return statement we'll add const handle delete equal to async add a function. And in this one first we'll add the if statement, if not of confirm, and provide are you sure you want to delete this employee, then simply add return. After that let's provide this handle delete function here in this onClick. Now we will save the changes and open our web page. So you can see when we hover it, here we have two icons, that is edit and delete. If I click on delete, it will ask are you sure you want to delete this employee. Now we have to display the models or pop-up. Using that we can add a new employee data, or we can edit the employee data. For that just come back to the VS Code. Scroll down. So you can see here we have added this employee card, and then we have the employees.jsx file. Let's come here in the employees.jsx card. Here we have the employees card. So just after that, here I will add the comment create employee model, right? And after that we'll add one more comment, that is edit employee model. So we have to create two different models for adding a new employee data or edit the employee data. So in this create employee model we will add curly braces and use the state, that is so create model. So if this state is true, then only we have to display the model here. So just add this parenthesis and add a div. Now in this div we'll add the semi-transparent background color, and when we click here it should hide this model. So here we'll add the onClick property, and in this onClick property just provide the setter function set so create model and make it false, right? Now after that, in this one, just add another div, and let me use this self-closing div, and simply provide the classes. So here we'll add the fixed and inset 0. Then we'll add another div here, and in this one I'll provide the class name and provide relative and other classes with white background, right? And when we click on this div, it should stop propagation, so just add on click and provide the arrow function, use the event, and here we'll use stop propagation, like this. Now within this div, we have to display the text like add new employee, and we'll add the small text also. So let's group it inside a div. Just add some classes here. For flex layout, we'll add class name, flex item center, justify between, and some padding. Now here we have to add a div that contains the text, and then we'll add the button also. So just add the button, right? In this button, we'll add the cross icon so that we can close this model. So let's add the title here in h2 tag. So the title is add new employee. Then we have to add the text in p tag, that is create a user account and employee profile, like this. Now we have to provide the classes for the text. So in this h2 we have added these classes, and after that we have to add the classes in the p also. So we have added these classes. Now after that, in the second element, that is the button, here we have to add the class name and just provide these classes. Then we have to add the cross icon. So just add X and import it from Lucid React. Close this tag, and here we'll add the class name to provide the width and height, that is 5. Now in this one we have to add the onClick property also. So I'll provide the onClick property, and let's add the arrow function, and let's use this set so create model and make it false. So when we click on this cross icon, it should hide this model, right? Now just after this button, we have a closing div, and after this closing div, we'll add a div, and for this div, just add the padding 6. Now within this div, we'll display our form. So let's add the text called form. If I save the changes and come back here on the web page, if I add the click functionality on this add employee, then only we can see that model. So let me just come back and scroll up. You can see we have added this button add employee, correct? So in this button we have to add the onClick property also. So let's provide onClick, then create the arrow function here and provide set so create model and provide the value true. So it will display that model. Let's save the changes and come back here and click on this add employee button. Now you can see here we have a model with this text add new employee, create a user account and employee profile. And here we have the cross icon, and we can also click on any other part where you can see the transparent or semi-transparent color. Let's click here. You can see it will hide that model. If I click again, it will display it. If I click on cross, it will hide it. Works. Here we have to display a form where we can enter the details for the new employee. But before displaying all the input fields for this form, let me add the second model also Using that, we can edit the employee data. Right. For that, let me just come back, and here you can see we already have the comment here, edit employee model, right? So here just add curly braces and use this edit employee, and when it is true, then only we have to display that model. So just add a div here, and in this div again we have to add the same classes that we have added in the previous model, and then we'll add the onClick property, and when we click here it should hide this model. So simply add onClick set edit employee, and in this one simply provide null. Right. Now after that, again we have to create a div. In this one we have added these classes, and at the end we'll add the onClick property. In this onClick property, just add the add a function with the event, and here just add e dot stop propagation. Right. Now here we'll add one more div. So in this one just add flex layout. So we'll add the class name and provide these classes. Now within this we have to add the title and text in div. So create a div and provide the title here in h2, and then we have to add the text in p tag, right? And just after that we have to add a cross icon. So let me just copy it from here. Here we have the div and button. Copy this one and paste it here. So you can see here we have the div, and in this one let's add the text called edit employee, and after that we have to update the small description, that is update employee details, and then we have the button where we have the onClick property, and here just update the function. It will be set edit employee and provide null. That's it, and remaining classes will be same, and here we have the same cross icon. Now after that, here we'll add a div. Within this div we have to add the class name with padding 6, right? And here we have to display the form. Save the changes and come back here. Now if I click on this edit icon, you can see it is also displaying this model where you can see the updated title description like edit employee, update employee details and form. When I click on this cross icon, it will hide it. If I click again on this pencil icon, it will display it. If I click on the empty space, it will hide it. It works. Now we have to create that form. Using that we can create a new employee, or we can edit the existing employee data. For that we have to create a separate component, right? So I'll just come back to the VS Code and open the components folder, create a new file and write the file name employeeform.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, right? In this component we will get the data from props. So just destructure the props here. So here we'll get initial data. After that we will get on success, then we'll get on cancel, right? Now here we'll add const, and here we'll create the navigate function. Using that we can navigate to other pages after success. So here we'll add use navigate and import the use navigate from React Router DOM. Now after that we'll create the state called loading. So just add loading and set loading equal to use state, and by default it will be false. After that here we'll add const is edit mode equal to not initial data. So we have added this initial data. So this operator will convert this string data into Boolean data. it will return either true or false. Now after that, let's add const and provide the function that is handle submit equal to async arrow function, and we will get the parameter here. After that, we'll add this parameter that is event dot prevent default. That's it. Now after that, let's come here in this return, and in this return remove this div, simply create a form tag. So we have added the form tag here, and in this form we'll add the onSubmit property and just add the handle submit function. That's it. And in this form we'll add the classes also, so provide the class name property, and here we have added these classes. Now after that, here we have to display the input fields for different section, like we'll get the personal information, after that we'll get the employee details, and then we have to display the input fields for the account setup like email ID and password, right? So let's start with the first section, that is personal information, right? Now let's add a div. So in this one we'll add the class name property, and let's provide one custom class name called card, then padding for different screen. Now within this we'll add the text in h3. So the text will be personal information, right? And after that, just add the classes here. So here we have these classes, and just after this title we'll add a div. So we'll display the content in grid layout, so just add the class name and provide this grid classes. Let's add a div here, and here we'll add the label tag. In this label tag we have to add the text called first name, right? Then we'll add the classes and provide block and margin bottom. Now after that we'll add the input. So just add the input here, and in this input we'll add the name property. So the name property will be first name, then we'll add the required. After that, here we'll add the default value. So just add the default value equal to curly braces initial data. So if the initial data is available, then dot we will add first name. That's it. So here we have the first input field, and in this one we'll add the initial data value also. Now let's duplicate this div, and in this one we have to add the same classes for the label, and here we'll add the text called last name, right? And here we'll add the name property. In this name property provide last name, required default value will be initial data dot last name. Now just duplicate it. In this one we have to add the phone number. So the label text is phone number. Then we have to add the name. So the name will be phone. After that we have to add the required and default value. So the default value will be initial data question mark dot phone, right? Now again duplicate it, and in this one we'll add the label text that will be join date. Then we have to add the input field. So in this input we'll add the type date. Type will be date. Then we have to add the name. So the name will be join date, then required default value, and the default value should be initial data dot join date, right? So we have to convert it into date format, right? So that it will be a readable date format. So in this default value, let's provide the initial data question mark dot join date. If it is available, then we'll add question mark new date and provide the initial data dot join date dot to ISO string. Then we'll add dot split. Here we'll add t. Then we'll add the index 0, and if it is not available, then we'll simply add colon empty string. Save the changes. Now after that we have to add one more div. So I'll just copy this one, paste it here. Now in this one we'll add the classes also. So just add the class name property, provide sm call span2. Then we'll add the label tag. In this label tag we'll add the bio and it will be optional. After that we'll add the text area. So instead of this input we will use the text area, and in this text area just add the name. So the name will be bio, and after that let's remove this required from here. After that here we have to add the default value. So the default value will be initial data question mark dot bio. After that here we'll add rows. So let's set the rows 3, and then in this text area we'll add the class name also, provide the resize none. Then we have to add the placeholder. So provide the text in this placeholder, that is brief description. That's it. Save the changes and we'll come back here. Let me just click on this edit icon. Still it is displaying this text called form because here we have to mount our component. So I'll just come back here in the employees.jsx file, and here you can see we have provided this text called form. So instead of this text we have to mount our component. So remove it and provide employee form from components, right? And here we have to add the props, that will be initial data, it will be edit employee. After that here we have to add the next props, that is on success. In this on success create the arrow function, and in this arrow function use the set edit employee and provide null. Then we'll add colon and provide, it will be semicolon, and then we'll add the fetch employees and call this function. After that here we have to add the next props, that is on cancel. In this on cancel again add the arrow function and simply call set edit employee and provide null. That's it. Now let me just copy this one and paste it here. Here you can see we have added this form, right? So just replace it. Here we'll add employee form and provide the success and cancel. From here we will remove this initial data because in this one we are adding a new employee data. So there will be no initial data. We'll simply provide the on success and on cancel. On success will add the set so create model and provide false, right? And then fetch employees, and here we have the on cancel. In this on cancel provide set so create model and provide false. Save the changes. Let's just come back here. Now I'll click on this edit icon. Here you can see we have the form where we have the pre-filled data, right? We have the personal information data. If I close it and click on this add employee button, here we have the same forms but we don't have the initial data. We will enter the data here to create a new employee data, right? Let's close it. Next we'll add the another section where we will enter the employee details or employment details. So just come back to the VS Code, open the employee form.jsx file. After this div that contains the personal information section, we'll create another div. So here, before this closing form tag, let's add the comment for employment details. And after this employment details, we'll create another section for the account setup, right? So let's create the comment for that one also. And after that, we'll add the buttons. So here we'll add the comment for buttons. So now let's come here for the employment details. In this one, create a div. And in this one, again add the same classes as we have added in the previous one. Then we'll add the title here with some classes. So we have added this S3 employment details. And after that, create a div and provide the grid layout. We have added it in the previous section also. So just add the class name and provided these grid layout. And after that, let's add the first item in this div. So here we have to add the label, and in this label tag, I'll write the text called department, right? And for this label, we have to add the class name, block, and margin bottom. Now after that, here we have to add the select tag. So just add the select tag. In this one, we'll add the name. So the name will be department. And after that, in this select tag, we'll add the default value. So let's add the default value, and it will be initial data dot department, or provide the empty string, right? Now in this select tag, we have to add different options. So let's add the first option tag, and here just add the select department and value empty string. And after that, we'll add curly braces and use the departments from the assets. So just add the departments imported from the assets dot map method, and create the arrow function here and get individual department name in the parameter. And then we will add this parenthesis, and here just add the option tag. In this option tag, we have added the key department name, value department name, and the display text is department name. That's it. Save the changes. And after this, here we'll add the next item, right? So I'll create a div, or we can copy from here. Let's just copy this one, paste it here. In this one, just add the text called position. This will be the label text. And after that, here we will add the default value. It will be initial data dot position, right? Here we'll add the name. It will be position, required, and default value, right? Now after that, let's duplicate it. In this one, just add the basic salary in the label text. Then we'll add the type here. So just add the type number, and then we'll add the name. So the name will be basic salary required. Then we'll add the default value, initial data dot basic salary, or 0. Then we have to add the minimum value here. So the minimum will be 0, right? And after that, we'll add the step. Step will be 0.01. Save the changes. Now after that, let me just copy this one and paste it here. Here we'll add the allowance, and then we'll add the type number. So provide the type number. Then we have to add the name allowance. Here also we'll add the minimum and a step. So just copy this min and a step, paste it here. Then required and default value will be initial data dot allowance or 0. So just add or 0. Now let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the text called deductions. Here we'll add the name deductions, and then we'll add the default value initial data dot deductions. everything will be same. And after that, here we'll add the curly braces, is edit mode and operator. If it is true, then we have to add this div. Copy this div, paste it here. So in this one, first we have the label. So let's add the status. After that, we'll add the name here. So the name will be employment status and remove the type. Then we'll add the default value. So it will be initial data dot employee status and remove this or. And instead of this input, we will use the select tag. Just add the select. And here we have to add the select closing tag also. So let's add select closing tag. So here you can see we have the select name employment status and remove this minimum minus step from here. So just we have the default value, right? Now in this one we have to add two options. So let's add the first option, active, value is active. Then we'll add the second option, inactive, and the value is inactive, right? Save the changes. Now after adding it, if I open the web page and click on this add employee, here you can see we have the personal information section. Then we have the employment details with this drop down to select the department, then position, basic salary, allowance and deductions, right? Now close it. If I go to edit, here you can see we have this one more option called a status. It could be active or inactive, right? And here we have the pre-filled data because we are editing the existing employee data. Let's close it. Now we'll add the next section, that is account setup. So just come back to the VS Code, and here we have added the comment for account setup. So here only we will add a div. So I'll just come here, copy this one. Let's just copy the entire div, paste it here. So here you can see first we have the div with class name, card, padding, then we have the title in S3. So in this one, just add the text called account setup, and here we have the font medium, but before that we'll add the text base, font medium, then we'll add the different text color. So let me update these classes here. We have added these classes for the S3, right? And after this S3 we have the div with grid layout. It will be same. Then we have a div that contains the label and input. So in this one also we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, provide sm call span 2, right? Here we'll add the label text called work email. Then we'll add the input. Here we'll add the type email. Then we'll add the name. Name will be email. Then required default value. Default value will be initial data dot email, right? Now just remove these div from here. Now here we'll add curly braces, not of is edit mode. When it is true, in this case we have to copy this div, paste it here, and in this one let me remove this class name, simply use the div, and then we have the label tag. In this label tag we'll add temporary password, right? And here we'll add the type password, the name will be password, and required. Remove this default from here, right? Now let's duplicate it. Here we will use is edit mode true. So in this case we'll add label, and here we'll add the change password. and then we'll add the text called optional. Let me update it. Here we'll add is edit mode. Here we have the not of is edit mode, and this is the is edit mode. If we are in the edit mode, then we can change the password, right? So here we have the input type password, name will be password, and then we'll add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder here. Remove the required because it is optional. After that, here we'll add another div. So just copy this one, paste it here. Here let's add the label. It will be system role. After that, we'll add the select tag. So simply add the select tag here, remove this input. In this one, we'll add the name will be role. Then we have to add the default value. So in this default value, provide initial data user.role or employee. Then we have to provide the options here. So we'll add only two options. So the first one is employee and the second option is admin, right? Now after that, let me just save the changes and come back here. If I click on this edit icon, here you can see the third section, that is account setup, and here we have the work email, change password, and we can change the system role, right? Now if I close it, go to add employee, here you can see we have the work email, temporary password, and system role, right? Let's close it. So in this one, we can set the temporary password, and if I go to edit, here we can change the current password. And here we have the pre-filled data also, right? Now after that, let me just come back. Here we have the buttons, right? So let's add the buttons here. So create a div here. In this div, again we'll add the flex layout. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we'll add the first button. So just add the button tag and add the type. Type will be button. Then we have to add the class name. So the class name is btn secondary and the button text is cancel, correct? Now just duplicate it. Here we have the next button. So the button type will be submit. Then we have to add the class name here. So let's add btn primary flex item center justify center. Then we have to add disabled property. So it will be disabled when the loading is true. So just add disabled when loading, correct? Now after that, here we have to add the button text. So for that, we'll add the curly braces. First we'll add the loading, and if the loading is true, we'll add the loader icon. So just add loader to icon from Lucid React. And let's set the classes here. So this icon will be displayed when the loading is true. And just after that, we'll add curly braces. We will use is edit mode. When it is true, in this case, we'll add the button text called update employee. Else, we will add the button text called create employee, right? Now in the cancel button, which is the first button, we'll add the onClick property. So here we'll add onClick property, and let's add the arrow function, and here we'll add on cancel. Let's add it in the parenthesis. We will add on cancel. If it is true, then we'll add on cancel. Else we'll add navigate and provide -1. That's it. So it will open the previous page. Now we will save the changes and come back here. And let's click on this edit icon. So at the bottom, here we have the cancel button and update employee button because we are updating the employee details. Let's click on cancel. If I click on add employee, Here we have the cancel button and create employee button because we are creating a new employee data. Let's click on cancel. So we have completed this employee page where admin can create a new employee or edit the existing employee data. After completing the UI of our employees page, now we will review our code using CodeRabbit again. To review the code, we will use different method. If I come back to the CodeRabbit, here you can see we have one more option called CLI. Right? If I click here, you can see we can analyze our code locally in any operating system like macOS, Linux or Windows. For that, we have to open this resources docs. Let's open this docs, and in the left side you will find this IDE and CLI reviews. Let's click here. Here you can see the title, code reviews in IDE and CLI. So we will review our code locally. Now in this one, here you can see we have this CLI tool, right? So let me just click here, and after that scroll down. So here you can see the first step. So we have to install the CLI. For that we have this command. Just copy this command, and after that we'll come back to the VS Code. You can use any terminal. So in this one we'll open the terminal, and here let's click on this plus icon to open a new terminal, and here we will paste this command. Let's press enter. So here we are getting this error that SH is not recognized. For that, here we'll type WSL. Press enter, and after that, if I scroll this, here you can see this command WSL install D Ubuntu. So let's just copy this one and execute this command here. Press enter. So after adding that command, it is installing the Ubuntu and it will activate it. So just wait for a few seconds. Now you can see the steps here, Windows subsystem for Linux. It is installing it, and after that it is installing Ubuntu and it is done, right? Next it is asking to reboot the system. So now we will reboot this system, and after that we will be able to use the WSL and CodeRabbit CLI tool. Now I have restarted my computer, and after that we have opened this application in VS Code. It means we have opened this project in VS Code. Now we will open the terminal. So let's open the terminal, and here we will type WSL. That's it. So after adding WSL command, you can see the message, it is still not installed, right? So let me try to install it again. I'll use this command WSL install, and let me remove this -d. Simply use Ubuntu. Press enter. So it is downloading Ubuntu. So I'll pause this video and start again after installation. So now you can see it is asking to provide the user account name. So I'll provide the name Avinash. Press enter. And now it is asking to create a new password. So here we'll provide the password and press enter. It is asking to retype the password. So now it is done. After that, let me just come back here on the documentation and copy this command. That will be our CodeRabbit CLI command. Just copy it and come back here, paste it here. Press enter. So after adding this command, still we are getting one warning here, that is missing required tools, that is unzip. So let's install this tool. For that, let me provide sudo apt-get space I for install space unzip. Press enter. Now it is asking to provide the password. So I'll type the password here. So it says invalid operation I. So let me again type this command, and here we'll add install. Press enter. Now it is working. After adding this unzip tool, we will paste this command again. So again copy it and paste it here. Press enter. Now you can see the message downloading CodeRabbit CLI. So it has been downloaded. Now you can see the note, run commands from your Git repository root directory. So now let's see the documentation again. So in the next step, we have to authenticate our CodeRabbit account. For that, we will use this cr auth login. Let's just copy it and paste it here. So we have added cr auth login, press enter. It says command not found. Let me copy again. I'll just copy this one. Let me paste it here. CR auth login. Now you can see the message command not found when we entered CR auth login. So to solve it, we will close this terminal. Let's close it and we'll start the terminal again. So let's open a new terminal, and after that we'll add WSL. And now let's paste this command again. Press enter. Now it says CodeRabbit CLI authentication. Please complete zero auth authentication in your browser. So we have to visit this URL. You can see the steps here. Complete the auth flow in your browser. Copy the token from your browser and paste it here. So let's click on this link. We will log in with GitHub account. Now I'll click on this authorize CodeRabbit button. We have to confirm the password. And after that we have this token. Let's just copy this token and add it here. Now you can see the message authentication successful, right? After authentication, let's see the documentation again. So you can see the next step is to review your code. And to review the code, we will simply use this CR, that is for the CodeRabbit, right? But when we use this command CR, it will analyze the main branch, correct? But we have created this separate branch for the development, and to analyze the development branch, we will use like this cr -- base and the branch name like development. If I scroll down, you can see here we have review modes also. So if we simply provide cr, it will provide the interactive response, right? You can see the message here, interactive mode, that is default mode, full interface with browsable findings. If I provide cr -- plain, then it will provide the detailed feedback with fixed suggestions. And if we provide cr -- prompt only, then it will provide the prompt only mode, where it will provide minimal output optimized for AI agents. So we can provide this output to AI agents to fix our code. So we are going to use the default mode, that is interactive mode, using cr, and we will provide the branch name also. So just come back here and make sure you are in the project root directory. So this is the root directory of our project, that is full stack EMS. So here we'll add cr -- base and provide the branch name, that is development. Let me press enter. Here it says the message git repository not found. So to solve it, we have to restart the WSL. For that, we'll add exit, and after that we'll add WSL -- shutdown. Now we'll again add WSL. Now we are in the WSL mode, and here we are in the root directory of our project, and here we will paste this command, or let me type it, that is cr -- base, and provide the branch name development. Now it is a starting CodeRabbit review. So after review, we have received total 21 findings. Let me read it from beginning. So you can see it is analyzing the first file, and in this one it is suggesting to add this clear timeout, right? Now let's go to the next one. Here we have the potential issue in this file, employee form.jsx in line 7 to 13. And it is providing this prompt also, using that we can fix our code using AI agent, right? After that, let's see the next one. Here we have the potential issue in login form.jsx. Here it says implement authentication logic in handle submit. So we are just creating the UI, that's why we have not implemented the logic, right? So right now it is displaying the feedback or review in plain format, and it is also providing the prompt for AI, but we will use the interactive response. For that, here we'll add this command cr -- interactive -- base and the branch, that is development. It didn't work because we have to correct the spelling here. Let me correct the spelling here. INTERACTIVE. Press enter. Now it is again analyzing the code, and it will display the response that will be interactive response. Now it says hit a space to view last session. Press space bar here. So after adding the command for interactive mode, here we have the list of issues, and we can interact with these issues. Like we can navigate to the next one like this. Let me open the first one. So here we have one issue, add prop validation, right? Let's go to the second one. Here we have two issues, right? You can see guard against missing or empty first name last name. Then we have the second one on delete, right? So let's skip it. We'll go to the next one. Here we have the potential display of undefined if net salary is missing, right? Let's go to the next one. Here we have the employee form.jsx. Here we have to update the handle submit. Then we have to update the department selection should be required. Then potential data structure. Let's go to the next one. So we can interact with these issues, right? And if you want to apply any one, then you can open this like this, and you can press A to apply any changes. It will directly apply in your code, right? But we will skip these changes or suggestions because we are just creating the UI. We will add the functionality after creating the backend, right? So you can use this CLI to analyze your code and get the issues or suggestions, right? Now let me close this, and we will commit our changes in GitHub. So here we'll add the message employees page UI completed, and click on commit button. Sync changes. After that, let me open my GitHub profile. Now if I open this directory, here we have this compare and pull request. Just click on this button and create pull request. And after creating a pull request, here also it will analyze the code using CodeRabbit, and after that you can merge this code in the main branch. Now the review has been completed. Here we have the review summary by CodeRabbit, and after that we can merge these changes. So just click on this merge pull request. Confirm merge. After merge, we will come back to the VS Code. and click on this three dot and click on pull. So it will pull the latest changes. Now after completing our employees page, let's see the UI design. So we have completed this employees page. After that we have to create the attendance page. So it will be displayed only for the employees. To create the attendance page, we will come back to the VS Code, and here we have to create a new file, or we have already created the pages folder and attendance.jsx file, right? It is here. Now in this one we need some data, right? We will store the data here in the states. So just add const and write the state name, history, and setter function set history. It will be const equal to use state and initialize it using empty array. Right now let's add one more state, that will be loading, and setter function set loading, and initialize it using boolean value true. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the next state, that is deleted, and setter function set is deleted, and by default it will be false. So we have initialized it using false. After that we have to fetch the data from the assets. So let's add const. We will add fetch data equal to use callback, import it from React, and in this one we will add the asynchronous arrow function, and then we will add the array. It will be empty array. We have also used the use callback in the previous page, that is employee.jsx, and in this one we have missed to add the dependency here. So you can see here we have added use callback, and here we have added the async arrow function, and here we have the empty array. So in this one we will add the department, right? So just add this selected department in this array, update this and save the changes. Now we'll come back here in the attendance.jsx file, and in this one here we have the asynchronous arrow function. So here in this function we will use the set history and provide the dummy data from the asset, that is dummy attendance data. It has been imported. After that we'll add set timeout. So in this set timeout, let's add the time, that is 1000 milliseconds, and in this function we will use set loading, and we will make it false. Correct. Now after that we'll add the use effect that will execute this function. So just add use effect and import it. Add the arrow function in this use effect, and then provide the dependency array, and here we will call this function, that is fetch data, right? And provide this fetch data in this dependency array also. After that let me just come back to the previous file, that is employee.jsx. In this one also we have added this fetch employees, so just add this fetch employees here, save the changes. Now after that come here in the attendance file, and in this one we will fetch the data after loading the web page, and here we will add one if statement, if loading. So if the loading is true, it will simply add return, and we will return the loading component. So let's add the loading component here from the components folder. So it will display the loading component until the loading is true, right? Now after that we have to get the today's date. So just add const today equal to new date. After that let's add today dot set hours and provide 0000. Now after that we'll add const today record equal to our history.find. And in this one we have to add the arrow function with this parameter, that is individual record, and it will return new date and provide r.date dot to date string equal to today dot to date string, right? Now after that, let's come here in this return. So in this return we have a div, so let's add the classes in this div. So we'll add the class name property and provide the custom class name, that is animate fade in. Then we have to add the header for this page, so create a div, and in this one we have to add the class name, that will be custom class name called page header. And after that, here we have to add the title, so the page title will be attendance. And after adding the title, here we have to add the class name also, so the class name is page title. Next we have to add the page description or subtitle, so we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag we have added this small description, and then we have to add the classes here, that will be page subtitle. Save the changes. Now after adding it, if I open the web page, let me refresh it. Our project is not running, so we'll open the terminal. Let's close this and open a new terminal. Let's go to client directory and start the project using npm run dev. Now the project is running. Let's refresh it. And after that we have to open the attendance page. For that we have to update our sidebar. So let's open the sidebar.jsx from this components. And here let's remove this admin, so it will display the sidebar for employee. After that, come here and you can see here we have the attendance in the sidebar. If I click on this attendance, it will display the loading animation, and after that we have the page title and subtitle, right, as you can see in this UI design. Next we have to display the card like this, right? So I'll just come back to the VS Code again, open the attendance.jsx file, and just after this header we will add curly braces is deleted when it is true. So in this case we'll add this parenthesis and provide a div, right? And if it is false, we'll add colon and provide parenthesis and provide another div, right? Now when it is true, we will add some classes for this first div, and after that here we have to add the message. So we have added this message, and for this message also we have to update the color. So we'll add the class name here, text rows 600. Now suppose it is false, so in this case we'll come to the second div, and in this one we'll add the margin bottom. That's it. And after that here we have to add the button, right? So this button will be displayed only when is deleted is false. So using this button, user can check in today's attendance, right? So just add check in button. So instead of this text, we'll add the component here. For now we have just added this check in button. If I open the web page, here you can see the text check in button, right? So instead of this text, we'll add a separate component. And after that, we have to display the attendance history, and we'll also display the attendance status like this. In this UI design, you can see we have the stats, attendance stats is there, and this is the attendance history. So we'll create the separate component for this attendance stats, history, and button. For that, let me just come back in the VS Code, open the components folder, and in this components folder, we will create a new folder called attendance. So we have added a new folder here, and the folder name is attendance. And in this folder, let me update this, I'll delete it. and create a new folder. Write the folder name attendance, and in this attendance folder we will create the first file. So the file name is attendancestats.jsx, right? RAFCE. Now we'll create the next component, that will be attendancehistory.jsx, right? RAFCE. And after that we'll add one more component. So create a new file in this attendance folder, that is checkinbutton.jsx, right? RAFCE, like this. Now let's complete these components one by one. So we will start with this check-in button. To create this check-in button, we will open checkinbutton.jsx file, and in this one first we'll get some data from props. So here we'll get today record, comma, and on action, right? After that, here we have to create a state, that will be loading and set loading setter function equal to use state, and in this use state just add false, so initialize it using false. Now after that, here we have to add a function, using that will handle the attendance. So just add const handle attendance equal to async arrow function. We'll clear the parameter here, and in this one we will use this setter function set loading, and let's make it true. After that we will use the set timeout. So let me provide this set timeout here, and in this one we have to add the arrow function and provide the time also, that is 1000 milliseconds. Now in this one we will use set loading and we will make it false, and after that we will add on action, call this function, right? Now after that, here we'll add the if statement, if today record question mark dot check out. So if it is true, in this case we'll add this return and just add the parenthesis and provide a div. So if the checkout is already done, it means we'll display the message workday completed, great job, see you tomorrow. So let's add the title here in S3, that is workday completed. Then we'll add the text in p tag, that is great job, see you tomorrow, like this. Next we have to add the classes for this items. So start with this div, then we'll add the classes in the title, that is in the h3, and then we'll add the classes for the small text, that is in the p tag. Save the changes, and after that, here just before this return we'll add const and create a variable is checked in equal to not of today record question mark dot checked in, right? So here we'll get the boolean value in this is checked in. So after getting it, we'll come here in this return, and let me remove this text. Here we'll create a div. So we have a div and provide the classes in this div. Now we have to add a button here. So let's add the button, and in this button we will add curly braces loading. So when the loading is true, in this case we'll add the loader to icon, like this, and for this icon we have to set the size. So just add the class name size 7 and provide the animate a spin, so it will be animated, right? Now we'll add the colon here, and here we'll add is checked in if it is true. So in this case we'll add logout icon. So let's add logout icon from Lucid React, close this tag, and for this logout icon we'll add the size 7 using this class name, right? After that, here we'll add the colon and provide login icon. Import the login icon from Lucid React, and for this login icon again add the same size, that is 7. That's it. Now after that we have to add the text also. So here let me add a div. Now in this div we will add h2, correct, and in this h2 we'll add curly braces, loading. So if the loading is true, we will add the text called processing, and if it is false, in this case we will use this is checked in variable. If it is true, in this case we'll add the button text called clock out, or we will add clock in, right? Now we'll add the small text in p tag. So in this p tag also we'll add curly braces, and here we'll add is checked in. If it is true, in this case we will add this message, click to end your shift. Then we'll add colon for the else condition, and here we'll add the message start your work day. Like this. Save the changes. Now after that, if I open the web page, let me refresh it. Here we have the same message, check in button, because we have to update our component here. We will mount the component. So just come back, and here we have this check in button. So instead of this check in button, we'll mount our component. So let's remove it and provide check in button from the components. We'll provide the props also. So just add today record. It will be today record. Then we'll add on action. It will be fetch data. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see at the bottom right corner we have this icon, clock in and start your work day, right? Now let's design it. We will come back to the VS Code, open this component, that is the check-in button, and here we'll add the CSS properties or CSS classes. So let's start with this div. So in this div we already have this class name. We'll come to this button, and in this button we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add some dynamic classes also. So just add the curly braces backticks, right? And here we will add these fixed classes like this, and after that we'll add some dynamic classes using this $ curly braces, and here we will use is checked in. So if it is true, in this case we have to add this from slate 700 to slate 900, else we'll add from indigo 600 to indigo 700. We will change the background color, right? Now let's come here in the div. So we'll add the class name here. In this one we have added these classes, right? After that we'll add the classes in the text, which is in h2. So in this text we have added the classes. After that we'll add the classes in the p tag. So in this p tag we'll add the class name and provide these classes, right? Now in this button we have to add the onClick property also. So I'll write onClick, and in this onClick simply add handle attendance, right? And after that we'll add the disabled property. So it will be disabled when the loading is true. So just add loading. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now in the bottom right side you can see this icon and the text clock in start your work day, right? Now after that we have to display the stats. To display the stats we will come back to the VS Code and open our component, that is attendance stats.jsx, right? Now in this one, here we have this function. So in this one we will destructure the props, that will be history, right? Using this history we will create the stats. So after that here we'll add const total present equal to this history dot filter, and in this filter we have to add the arrow function. Here we'll get individual history or record, and here we'll add h.status is equal to present, or h.status equal to late dot length. So we'll get the total present, and after that we'll add const total late equal to the same thing. I'll just copy it, paste it here. We will add history.filter h, and here just add h.status equal to late dot length. Right? Now after that, here we'll add const stats. It will be one array because we have to display 3 stats. So create one array here. In this one we'll add the first object. So in this one we'll add label property, and in the label property we'll add days present. Then we'll add comma and provide value. So in the value we have to provide the total present, then comma, we'll add icon. So here we have to add one icon, so simply add calendar icon and import it from Lucid React. Now let's add the comma here and duplicate it. In the second one we'll add late arrivals. In the third one we'll add average work hours. So in the second one we'll add the value, that will be total late, and we'll add the value here in the third one. So let me add one fixed value, that is hard coded value, 8.5 hours. After that we'll add the icon. So in the second one let's add alert circle icon and import this icon from Lucid React. In the third one we'll add the clock icon and import this icon also from Lucid React. So now we have the stats data, and using that we can display the stats, right? So just come here, in this return we have a div. So we'll display the stats side by side. So just add the grid layout. So we'll add the class name and create the grid classes. After that we'll use this stats here. So just add a stats.map method, and we will use the individual stats here in the parameter. Now let's add the div. It will return a div here, correct? And in this div first we have to add the key property. So the key will be our stats.label because the label is unique. After that we'll add the classes here. So in this one we have added one custom class name and some other classes, that is Tailwind classes, right? Now here we have to add a div that will be displayed as a vertical line. So here we have added one div, it will be self-closing div. And in this one we have added these classes, right? After that we have to add another div that contains our icon. So here we'll add s.icon, and for this icon we have to set the size and other CSS properties, and let's add the classes for the div that contains our icon. So in this div we'll add these classes, right? Now we have to display the label text and value, right? So just after this div, let me write a div, and here we'll add the text in p tags. So the text will be s.label. Then we have to add another text in p tag. So the second text will be s.value, right? Now we have to add the classes in the first one, then we'll add the classes in the second one, like this. Now we will save the changes and open our web page. But before that we have to mount this component in the attendance.jsx file. So let's open attendance.jsx file, and here before closing of this div, let's mount the attendance stats from the components. Here we have to provide the props, that is history, and provide the history here. Save the changes and you can see here we have the stats like days present, late arrivals and average working hours. After that we have to display the attendance history, right? So we have already created this file attendance history.jsx file. So let's mount it here. Attendance history, mount it here from the components, and here we will add the props that will be history. Right now just come here attendance history.jsx file and we'll complete this component. Now in this one we have a return and a div. So in this div we'll add the class name and provide the custom class, that is card, and one other Tailwind classes. And after that we'll add the title here. So let's add a div and provide the title in S3. So the title is recent activity. Now we have to add the classes for this div, and after that we'll add the class name for this title also, which is in S3. Now after that here we'll add a div, and in this one we will add the class name and provide overflow x auto. Then we have to create a table here. So we will use the table tag like this, and in this table tag we'll add the class name and provide table modern, right? Then we have to add the table head, right? So just add t head. We have the t head tag, then we'll add tr, and in this tr we will add the table headings, that is th, and in the first one we will add date. Now we'll add the classes here in the th. So just add class name, some padding from x and y, right? Now let's duplicate it. In the second one we'll add check-in. In the third one we'll add checkout. After that we'll add the working hours. Then we'll add date type. Then we'll add the status. So we have created the table headings. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see recent activity and then table headings like date, check-in, checkout, working hours, date type and a status. Next we have to display the values in this table. So just come back, and after closing of this t head we will add t body. So we have the t body tag, and in this t body tag just add curly braces history dot length. So if the history length is equal to 0, right? So in this case we will add this parenthesis, and here we'll add tr, and in this tr we'll add the td, and in this td simply add the message no records found, right? And after that here we'll add call a span 6. Then we'll add some classes also. So I'll provide the class name, property, and provide text center padding y12, text slate 400, right? Now we'll add the else condition. So here we'll add colon and provide another parenthesis, and here we'll add the history dot map and create the arrow function here. Here we'll get the individual record, correct? And after that let's add const date type equal to, and here we have to use a utility function that is available in the assets. So just add get day type display from the assets, right? And in this one just add this record. After that simply add return and parenthesis, and here we will add the tr tag, that is table row, and here we have to add the key property. In this key property let's add this record dot underscore id, or we will provide the record dot id. Then we have to add the table data, that is td tag, And in this td tag, let's add curly braces, and we will provide the record date like this. And here we'll add some classes also. So let me provide the class name property and provide these classes, right? After that, here we have to add the check-in time, right? So before that, we'll save the changes and come here. Let me refresh it. So here we are getting the white screen. Let me inspect it. You can see the console. It says history.map is not a function. So let me fix it. I'll just come back here and we will destructure the history here in this component. So just add curly braces and provide history. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see here we have two records and here we have the date, right? But we have to add the date in proper format. For that, we are going to use a package. So let me just come back to the VS Code and open the terminal. Stop this project using Ctrl+C, and here we'll add npm install, and the package name is date function fns. Press enter. It will install this package, and after installation of this package, we will start the project again using npm run dev. Now it's done. We will start the project using npm run dev. Now the project is running, right? Let's hide this terminal, and here we will import this date function. So just add import curly braces from date function, and from this date function we'll get the format, right? And we will use this format to display the proper date. So let's come here, and here you can see we have the record date, right? So simply adding this record date is not good. We will remove it, and here we will add curly braces format, and let's add new date, and here let's add the record dot date, right? After that, we'll add comma here, and let's provide month, day and year like this. Now we will save the changes and come back here. So you can see it is displaying the proper date. Now it is readable, right? After that, we have to display the check-in time, checkout time, working hours, date type and status. So just come back to the VS Code again, and after this TD, that is the table data, will create another TD, correct? So in this second one, again we have to add the classes. So here we will use these classes, and after that here we'll add curly braces record dot checked in. So if the checked in is true, so in this case we will use this format. Let me just cut it from here. We will use this format and provide new date record dot check in, and then provide the hours and minute space a, right? And if the dot checked in is false, in this case let's add colon and simply provide dash, right? Save the changes. Now just come back here. You can see here we have the checked in time. After that, we have to display the checkout time. So just come back and duplicate this one, right? And here we will use record dot checkout. If it is true, then we will provide the format new date record dot checkout, and here also we will use the same format hours minute a, and if it is not available dash. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the checkout time. After that, we have to display the working hours. So just come back and let's duplicate this div or td tag. So in this TD tag, we will update the classes. So we have added these classes, right? And after that, here, let's just clear this TD. In this one, we are going to use another utility function. Using that, we will calculate the working hours, right? So we already have this utility function in the asset. We have to import it. So just add curly braces, get working hours display, import it from the assets, and here just provide the record. That's it. Save the changes and let's come back here. So you can see here we have the working hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. Now let's just come back, and after that we have to display the next table data. So we will duplicate it. Let's duplicate this one. And you can see here we have to display the date type, correct? So I'll just come back here. Here we have the classes padding 6, padding y, then text slate 600, and after that we'll add the data here. Let me remove this class name from here. We will simply use the padding, right? And in this one, let me just clear this curly braces, and here we will use the date type dot label not equal to dash then question mark. Here we will add the span tag like this, and after that we'll add colon and provide this dash, correct? Now in this span tag we have to add curly braces and simply provide the date type dot label. Now in this span we'll add some classes also, so just add the class name property and provide curly braces and backticks. Here we will use badge, then a space, $, curly braces, and provide the date type dot class name. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the date type full day and full day. After that we have to display the status in the last column. So just come back and create one more TD tag. So just duplicate it. Here we will use the same classes in the TD and clear it. Now in this one we will simply add the span tag. So just add the span tag here, and within this span we will add curly braces record dot status. So now you can see the status in the last one, but here also we have to add the colors, right? So just come back, and in this span we'll add the class name and provide curly braces backticks and provide the badge space $, curly braces, provide record dot status equal to present. So if the status is equal to present, in this case we'll add the badge success, else we will add the class name. So we will again use the ternary operator. Let's add record dot status is equal to late. If it is true, we will add badge dot warning, and else we'll add the colon here and provide badge dot danger. Save the changes and let's come back here. So you can see here we have the green color for present and present. So now we have displayed the recent activity, that is the attendance history, and here we have the attendance stats, and here we have the check-in button, correct? So it will be displayed only for the employee. So now we have completed the UI of our employee page. So after that, let's commit these changes also. So just come back here in the VS Code, click on this source control icon, and we'll add the commit message, attendance page UI completed. And then click on this commit and sync changes. Here also you can use the CodeRabbit CLI tool to analyze your code, and it will also provide the bug fix if any. And you can also go to GitHub and create a new pull request to review your code. Now after completing this page, we'll create the next page. So just come back to the web browser and open our UI design. So in this Figma design, you can see we have to create this leave management page. To create this leave management page, we have to create two different layouts. You can see this is the leave management for admin, right? And we have to create the leave management for employee also. So this is the leave management page for employee, where employee can see the stats like sick leave, casual leave, annual leave, and then we have the history, and then we have this apply for leave button, so user can apply for a new leave. And this is the layout for the admin, so the admin can see the table, right? And here they have the option to reject or approve this leave. So to create this leave management page, we will come back to the VS Code. Let me just close all these files. In the left sidebar, you can see we have the pages, and in this pages we have the leave.jsx file. Right? Now in this leave.jsx, we have to create the state where we will store the leaves. So just add const leaves and set function name is setLeaves equal to use a state and initialize it using empty array. And after that we'll create the state for displaying the loading screen. So the state name is loading, and here also we will use the use state to initialize the data using this true. And after that we have to create a model. Using that we can display a form, right? So for that also we'll create a state. Using that we can hide or display the model. That will be show model, and setter function name is set show model, and by default it will be hidden. So just add use state and false, initialize it using false, so the model will be hidden. After that let's add one more state. Using that we'll check the employee is deleted or not. So just add const is deleted, set function is set is deleted, and here we have the user state false. So by default it will be false. Now after that we'll add one more variable. Using that we'll check the logged in user is admin or employee. So let's add const is admin and let's make it false. So first we'll display the data for employee. That's why we have added is admin false. Now after that we have to fetch the leaves, right? So we'll fetch the data from our assets. In the assets we have added the dummy data. So let's add const and create a function called fetch leaves equal to use callback, and import the use callback from React. And here we have to add the arrow function and provide one array. Now in this function let's use set leaves and simply provide the dummy leave data from the assets. And after that we have to add the set timeout. Using that we can display the loading animation for 1 second. So here we have added set timeout and provided this arrow function where we have added the set loading false, right? And then we have the time 1000 seconds. It means when we load the web page, this set loading will be true. It will display the loading animation, and after 1 second it will set the loading false. It means the loading animation will be removed. Next we have to execute this function when the component gets loaded. For that we have to add the use effect. Now in this use effect we have to add the arrow function and dependency array like this, and in this arrow function simply call our fetch leaves, and we'll provide this fetch leaves in the dependency also like this. Now after that we'll check the if statement. We'll check the loading state. So if the loading is true, then we will return the loading components. So let's add loading and import it from the components. We are not getting the suggestion here. Let me open the sidebar, components and loading.jsx, and after that if I start typing in the leaf page. If I type loading, we are getting the suggestion to import the loading component. So we have mounted the loading component when the loading state is true, right? Now after that we have the leaves data. So from this leaves data we will find the approved leaves, sick count, casual count and annual count, so that we can display in the dashboard, right? So let's add const approved leaves equal to leaves dot filter and provide the arrow function. Here we'll add L for the individual leaf, then we'll add L dot status is equal to approved. So we'll get the total approved leaves. After that, here we'll add const sick count equal to this approved leaves dot filter. In this filter, add the arrow function and provide the individual leaf, that is L, and here we'll add L dot type equal to sick, and we have to get the total number, so here we'll add dot length, right? Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add casual count. In the next one we'll add the annual count, correct? Now after that, here we'll add the type casual, and in the last one we'll add the type equal to annual. Save the changes. Now after that, here we'll create one array that will be leave stats. So we will add const leave stats equal to one array. In this array, just add the first object. In this first object, we'll add the first property that will be label. That will be label of the card. Then we'll add the label text, that is sick leave. After that, we'll add the next property that will be value, right? And in this value we will add the sick count. Then we have to add the icon, and here let me provide the thermometer icon from Lucid React. Here we will add the comma and duplicate it. Now we will update the data here. So the second one will be casual leave, and here we have to add the casual count and update the icon. Similarly, we will update the third object. So in the third one, we'll add annual leave. Then we have to add this annual count here in the value and update the icon. So we have added this icon from Lucid React. Now we have entire data to display our stats, right? So just remove this text, and within this div, we will add the class name and provide the custom class name, that is animate fade in. Then we have to add a div here, and in this div just add the flex layout. So we'll add the flex classes here, and after that, here we have to add the title, right? So to add the title, we'll add a div and provide the title in h1 tag. So the title will be leave management. After that, we have to add a small text in p tag. So in this p tag, we will update the message based on the role. So I'll add curly braces is admin. So if the is admin is true, it means the admin is logged in, role is admin. So we'll add this message, manage leave applications. Else we'll add the different message, that is your leave history and requests, like this. Save the changes. And after that, we have to display the apply button when the role is employee, not admin. So just after this div, we'll add curly braces and provide not of is admin and not of is deleted, and let's provide the button tag. Now in this button tag, we have to add the icon that will be plus icon from Lucid React, and in this plus icon we have to add the width and height. So we will add 4. Then we have to add the text also, that is apply for leave. It will be displayed when the role is employee. Now we'll add some classes here. So let's provide the class name property and provide these classes for the button. And when we click on this button, it should display our model, that is pop-up. So just add on click property and provide the function here and call the setter function set show model and make it true like this. Now after adding it, we will save the changes and come back to the web page. So right now we are in the dashboard. Now let me just click on this leave. So here you can see leave management, and here we have your leave history and requests, and here we have the button also apply for leave. Correct? After that we have to display the leave stats here. So just come back and here we'll add the curly braces after closing of this div. Let's add curly braces and provide not of is admin, and let's add a div here, and in this one let's provide the class name and provide grid and grid column, grid calls 3, gap and gap for different screen, and margin bottom. So it will align all the stats side by side in grid layout. Next we'll add the leave stats data, right? And here we have to add the map method because it's an array. So here we'll add the arrow function with individual stats in the parameter, and after that here we are going to return a div. Now in this div, first we have to add the key property. So in the key property we'll add s.label, that is the stats.label, and then we have to add the classes here. So provide the custom class name, card and other CSS classes, that will be Tailwind CSS classes. Correct? Now here we have to add two other div. In the first one we have to add the icon, and in the second one we will add the text and value, right? And before that we have to add one vertical line, right? So we have already added it in the previous card, so I'll just add the same thing here, that is for the vertical line. And after that we have to add the icon here in a div. So here we have added this div, and in this div we have added the classes, and with that we have this icon, that is s.icon. Correct? So we have created the same card in the dashboard also, right? Now after this div that contains our icon, here we'll add another div, and in this one we have to display the label text and value. So just add the p tag, use s.label for the text, and then we'll add the another p tag and provide curly braces s.value, right? And after this value we will add one span tag. In this span tag let's add text called taken. Correct? Now for this span we have to add the classes. So we have added the classes here in the span tag, and after that we'll add the classes in the p tag also, which is the second one. So here we have added the classes. Now we'll add the classes in the first p tag, that is the label. Now we will save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have 3 cards, and here we have the vertical line before each card, and you can see the hover effect also, it is moving up and the color is changing. So we have the stats like sick leave 1 taken, casual leave 0 taken, and annual leave 1 taken. Correct? Now after that we have to display the table that will be the leave history, right? And after that we have to create a model using that user can apply for leave, right? So to display the leave history we will create a separate component. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code, open the sidebar, and here you can see we have the components folder. So in this components folder, create a new folder and write the folder name leave. And in this folder, create a new file and write the file name leavehistory.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now here we have to display the leave history, so we will copy the same content from here, that is the attendance history. Let me just copy the data from here. Here we have the return statement. Let's just copy it and we'll open the leave history and paste it here. Right now, after that, in this one we will update the content. So in this leave history, we will get some data from props. So let's add curly braces, provide leaves. After that, we will get is admin in the props, and then we will get on update in the props. Right now, after that, here we'll add the state variable. So let's add the state variable processing. Then we'll add set processing equal to use state and initialize it using null. And after that, here we have to add a function also that will handle the status. So just add const handle status update equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in the function parameter we will get the ID and we will get the status. And here let's add the setter function set processing and let's provide the ID. That's it. Now just come here in the return. In this return we have the card and overflow hidden. Then we have a div that contains the title. So we will remove this title from here. We will simply add the another div here that contains overflow x auto. Then we have the table. In this table we have table head, then table row and table headings. Right. So before displaying the first table heading, we'll add curly braces. Use this is admin. So if this is admin is true, then we'll add the th tag, and in this th tag just add the employee. Right. So we will display this employee data when the role is admin. And after that, let me just clear it. We will add the type. Let's duplicate it. In the next one, we'll add the dates. Then we'll add reason. Next, we'll add the status. And after this status, we'll add the action, right? So here also we'll copy this one, and in this one we will use is admin. So when the is admin is true, then we will add the text called action, and here we have to add the class name also. So in this one we'll just add text center, so the text will be aligned in the center. Now after that we'll come here in the t body, and here instead of this history we will use the leaves that we are getting from props equal to 0. If it is 0, in this case we will add call a span, and in this call a span just add is admin. If it is true, then 6, and if it is false, then 4. Right. And then we have the same classes here. We will not change it, and here we have text. So we will replace this text. Just write no leave applications found. Now just come here, and here let's update it. We'll add the leaves.map, and let's provide the individual leave in the parameter. Now after that, let me just remove this and come to the return. So here we have the individual leave. So just add tr, that is table row. Then we will add the key. It will be this leave._id or leave.id. Then we have the first table data. So in this first table data, we'll update the classes. So just clear this. We'll simply add text slate 900, and after that we'll add the first name and last name of the employee. Right. So let's just add curly braces leave dot employee question mark dot first name. After that we'll add the space and provide leave dot employee dot last name. So it will add the first and last name, and this TD will be displayed when the is admin is true. It means the role is admin. So for that, here just add curly braces, provide is admin and this parenthesis, and within this parenthesis we will move this TD like this. Now after that, here we have another TD, that is table data, and in this one I'll remove the classes, simply add the TD tag, and after that let me clear the data also. So here we will add the span tag, and in this span just add the leave dot type. Right, you can see here we are displaying the type. After that we'll display the dates, reason, status and actions. So we have added the type here, and then we have to add the classes for this span tag. So in this span tag we have added these classes. Save the changes. Now after that we have to display the date, right? So to display the date, here we will use the TD, then we'll add the classes here, that is text extra small, and we'll add the color slate 500. After that let's just remove it, simply add the format new date, and here we'll add the leave dot start date. So we have leave dot start date here, and then we'll add the format here, that is month and day, like this. Now after that we'll add the dash, and then just copy it here, and here we'll add the leave end date. So let's add the leave dot end date, and here we'll add month, day and year also in the format. Save the changes. Now after that we have to display the reason. So for that, here we have another TD tag. In this TD tag we'll update the classes. So let me just provide these classes in this TD. Now after that we'll add curly braces leave dot reason. Now we'll add the title also in this TD tag. So just add the title property, and in the title property provide this leave dot reason. Now after this leave reason we will display the status, right? So let's come here. Here we have another TD, just clear it, and we will clear the classes also, and in this one simply add the span tag. Now in this span tag let's provide leave dot status, and based on this status we have to display the color, right? For that we have to add the dynamic classes. So in this span we'll add the class name property, and then we'll add curly braces backticks and provide the class name badge, and then we'll add the custom classes using $sign curly braces. Let's add the leave dot status is equal to approved. So if the status is approved, in this case we will add badge success, then we'll add colon, and here we'll add leave dot status is equal to rejected. If it is true, then we will add badge dot danger, else we'll add colon and provide badge dot warning. So these are the dynamic classes, and after that we have to add one more TD, but it will be displayed when the role is admin. So let's just add curly braces, use is admin and curly braces, right? And let's add the TD tag here. So I'll just clear this, and let's remove the classes also and move this TD tag here. Now in this one we have to add the actions, right? So it will be displayed when the role is admin. In this TD tag let's add curly braces, and we will check the leave dot status is equal to pending. So if the status is pending, then only we have to display the action buttons, right? So just add the AND operator here and then parenthesis. Now here we have to display two icons for approve or reject. So we'll align it side by side. Using that we can approve or reject the application. So just add a div to align it side by side. In this div we'll add the classes that will be flex classes, correct? Now after that, here let me provide one button that will be the first button, correct? Now in this button we have to add the approve icon that will be the check icon, but before that we'll check the processing state, right? So just add curly braces. We will add processing is equal to leave dot underscore id or leave dot id. If it is true, it means it is processing. Then we will display the loader icon, right? So just add question mark, provide loader 2 from Lucid React, and in this loader will add the width and height and will add the animate a spin, correct? Now after that, here we'll add colon and provide the check icon, import it from Lucid React, and in this icon just add the class name that will be width and height, right? So we have added the buttons. Now after that we'll add the second button also. So we will just duplicate it. So we have the second button also. In this second button again we'll check the processing. If it is processing, then we will add the loader with the same width, height and animate, and then we'll add the cross icon. So instead of this check, we'll add the X and import it from Lucid React. Here we'll add the same width and height. Save the changes. Next we have to add the colors and on click on this button, right? So first we'll add the classes. So in the first button, let's add the class name property and provide these classes, right? After that we will add the classes in the second button. So in this second button just add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Now after that we have to add the on click property. So come to the first button, we will add on click. In this on click, let's add the function and it will call our handle a status update function, and here we have to provide the parameter. So let's add leave dot underscore id or leave dot id. Then we'll add the status also. So simply add comma and the status will be approved, right? Now just copy this on click from here, and after that let's add it here in the second button, and in this one we will use the same handler function, but in this case we'll add the status rejected, correct? And after that we have to add the disabled property also. So just add the disabled property equal to not of processing. Let's just copy it and add it in the first button also. That's it. Now we will save the changes and mount our leave history component in the leave.jsx file. So just open the leave.jsx file, and in this one let's come here at the bottom. Just before this last closing div, we will mount our leave history component, and in this one we have to provide the props. So first we'll provide the leaves, then we have to provide the is admin, then we have to provide the on update. It will be fetch leaves function, right? Save the changes and come back to the web page. Let me refresh it. We are getting some error here. Let me inspect it and go to console. It says format is not defined. So we have to import this. Let me just come back. In the leave history.jsx, we have used the format to format our date, right? So we have to import it. Let me just add import curly braces from date function, and from this date function we will get the format, save the changes and come back here. Now you can see it works. So here we have the leave stats in the cards, and here we have the leave history. And right now the role is employee, that's why here we are getting only 4 options, that is type, date, reason, and here we have the status, correct? So you can see the status approved, rejected, pending and approved. Now if I change the role, let me just come back, and here you can see the is admin is false. So if I make it true, so the role will be admin. So after making the role admin, you can see here we have multiple options, like we have the employee name, then type, date, reason, a status, and here we have the action buttons also, like we have this check or cross icon, that is the approve or reject icon, correct? So it will be displayed only for the admin. You can see this title is not looking good, so we have to add the classes for this title also. So let me just come back to the VS Code and let me make this is admin false again, so that it will display this apply button, apply for leave and cards. Just come back and let me update the classes here in this div. So in this one, let's add the class name property for h1 and provide page title, and then we will add the classes for the text also. So in this P we will add the class name and provide page subtitle. Save the changes, come back here. You can see this title and subtitle is looking good. Right. Now let's create a form using that user can apply for leave. For that we have to create a separate component, that is apply leave model. So just come back to the VS Code, open the sidebar, go to components and go to leave. In this leave, create a new file and write the file name apply leave model.jsx. Let's add RAFCE. So here we have created this component, and after that we have to mount this component in our main file, that is leave.jsx. So here at the end we will mount this new component. So let's add apply leave model component. Here we'll provide the props. So just add the props called open and equal to, it will be show model, right? Then we'll add on close. In this on close, let's provide the arrow function and provide the set show model and make it false. And after that we'll add on success, and in this on success just add curly braces and provide fetch leaves. So we have added this model here, we have mounted this model here, and let's design this model, that is apply leave model. In this apply leave model we will get the data from props. So just destructure the props here. So just get the open, after that we'll get the on close, then we will get on success in the props. After that here we have to add the states. So just add loading a state and initialize it using false, and we will import the user state from React. After this loading state we have to get the tomorrow's date. For that let's add const today equal to new date. We'll get the today's date first, and after that let's add const tomorrow equal to, we will use the new date and provide this today, right? After that let's add tomorrow dot set date, and in this set date just use today dot get date plus 1. So now we have the tomorrow's date. After that we'll add const min date, that is the minimum date from where we can apply the leave. So it will be this tomorrow dot to ISO string dot split we will split using T and use index 0, right? Now after that we'll add the handler function also. So just add const handle submit, because we'll submit this form, right? So just add the asynchronous arrow function, and in the function parameter we'll get the event, and here just add e.prevent default, right? Now after that we'll add if statement. If not of open, then simply add return and null, correct? Now just come here in the return statement, and here we will add a div, and in this div we'll add the semi-transparent background color, right? So it will be applied on entire screen. So just add the class name here, and let's add these classes, and after that we'll add the onClick property also. So just add the onClick, and here we'll add onClose. So when we click on this layer, it will close the model, right? After that we have to add another div, and in this div we'll add our details, like we'll add the form header and buttons, right? So in this one we have to set the background that will be white, and we'll add some other classes. So we have added these classes here, and in this one also we'll have to add the onClick property. So just copy this one, paste it here. In this onClick we'll add the arrow function with event in the parameter, and after that we'll add e.stop propagation. That's it. Now here we will add the header content. So let's add the comment here. So the comment is header. So just add the div, and in this div we will add the classes to align our title and subtitle. So let's add a div that contains the title in h2, and then we'll add the subtitle in p tag. And after that we'll add a button also that will be cross icon. Using that we can close this model. So after closing of this div, let's add the button tag, right? And in this button we will add the X icon from Lucid React. Now in this X icon we have to set the width height, that will be 5, and after that in this button we'll add some classes. So we have added the class name property and provided the classes for button. Now in this button we will use the same thing that is here, on click, on close. Let's copy and paste it here. So it will close the model. Now just come here, in the h2 we'll add the text called apply for leave. Then we'll add the text called submit your leave request for approval. Next we'll add the classes. So in this h2 we have added the classes. Then we'll add the classes in the small text also. So we have added these classes. So we have added these classes for the title and description. Now after that, let me see the web page. Let's come back here and click on apply for leave. So here you can see a semi-transparent layer on entire screen, and if I click on anywhere, it will hide it. Let's click on the button again. So here we have this title, apply for leave, and submit your leave request for approval, and here we have the cross icon. If I click on this cross icon, it will hide it. It works. Now we'll add other contents, like we'll add a form. So just come back, and after closing of this div that is for the header, here we'll add a form tag, right? And before this form tag, let me add the comment also, that is form. Remove this action from this form, and in this form tag we'll add the on submit property. In this on submit, just add handle submit function, and then we'll add some classes where we'll add the padding and a space y5, right? Now we'll add different elements here, like we'll add different input fields with the label. So first we have to add the leave type. So just add the comment leave type. After this leave type, we have to get the leave duration. So here we'll add the duration. Then we have to add the reason. So let's add the reason here. Then we have to add the buttons. So we'll add the buttons here. Correct. So now let's add the content one by one. So start with this leave type. So here just add a div, then add a label tag, and in this label tag we'll add some classes. So add the class name property, provide these classes. Now in this label tag we have to add the icon. So we'll add the file text icon from Lucid React and provide the size and color using the class name. Now after that, here we have to add the text also. So the text is leave type. Correct. Now after that, we will add the select button or select tag. So just add the select tag here. In this select tag, we'll add the name. So the name will be type. Remove this ID and simply add required. So it will be required to submit the form. Now we'll add the different options. So we'll add the option tag. In this option tag, we have to add the value. So it will be sick. And here we'll add the display text sick leave. Let's duplicate it. We'll add the next one, that is casual, and then we'll add the annual. After that, we'll add the casual leave, and here we'll add the display text annual leave. So we have added the select box here. Right now we'll save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the leave type, and here we have the drop down where we can choose the type. Right now just come back, and here we'll add the next input fields, that will be for the duration, where we'll add the leave start date and end date. In this duration section, we'll add a div, and here we'll add the label again. Let me just copy this label, paste it here. So here we have the same classes, and after that we'll add the icon here. So let's add the calendar days icon from Lucid React, and after that we'll update the text here. So the text will be duration. Then we'll use the same width, height and color. Now after that we'll add a div here. Now in this div we have to add grid layout. So let's add the class name and provide grid classes here. Now in this one we have to add two different input field for the start date and end date. So we'll add two different div like this. In the first one, just add a span tag, and then we'll add one input field. Input type will be date. Right, then we'll add the name. Name will be a start date, and after that we'll add the required. Then we'll add the minimum, and in this one we'll add min date that we have already calculated. Now after that we'll add the classes in the span tag also. So in this span tag we have added these classes, and here we'll add the text called from. Right, now after that let me just remove this div from here and copy this one only. Just duplicate it, and here we'll add 2. Remaining classes will be same, and after that here we'll add input type date, and here we'll add the name. So the name will be end date, then required, and minimum will be min date. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we have the duration, where you can see from and to. We have the start date and end date. So we can apply from tomorrow only, not from today. Right? Today's and other date are disabled. We can select the tomorrow or onward date. Now after that we have to add another input field for adding the reason. So just come back, and here we have added the comment for the reason. Right, so let's add a div. Now in this one we'll add the label. Just copy this label text, paste it here, and after this label we'll add the input field. So instead of input field we'll use the text area. So I'll just add the text area tag. Now in this label we'll add the text called reason. So remove this icon. We will simply add the text here, that is reason, and after that let's update the classes also. So here we'll add these classes in the label tag, and after that here we have the text area. So the name will be reason, then we have to add required, then we'll add rows 3, Then we have to add some classes here. So let's add these classes. And after that we'll use the self closing tag and remove this closing text area. Save the changes, and after that we have to add the buttons. So just come here and create a div. Within this div we'll add two buttons. So to align the buttons we'll use the flex layout. So we have added the class name here and provided flex classes. Now let's add the first button. So in the first button we'll add the text called cancel. Then we have to add the type. So the type will be button, and just after that we'll add the classes. So here we have added these classes, and in this cancel button we have to add the onClick property. So let's add onClick and simply add onClose. Right now just duplicate this button for the second button. Right now in this second button we'll add the type submit. Type will be submit. Then we'll update the classes in the button. So we have updated the classes, and after that here we have to add the disabled property also. So let's add disabled equal to loading. So when the loading is true it will be disabled. Correct. Now after that here we have to add the text. So we will display the text based on the state, and we'll also display the loading icon if the loading is true. So here remove this, just add the curly braces and use the loading. If the loading is true we'll add the loader icon. So just add loader to from Lucid React. Then we'll add the class name here and provide width, height and animate a spin. So it will be animated, and if it is false then simply add colon and let's provide send icon. So we'll add this send from Lucid React, and for this send icon again we have to add the width and height. Correct. Now just after that again add curly braces and use the loading state question mark. If it is true then we will add the text called submitting, and if it is false then we'll add the text called submit. So we have created both buttons. Now after that we will come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the cancel button and submit button, and here we have the text area to add the reason. Right. Now after that if I click on this cross icon it will hide it. If I click on this button it will display it. If I click on anywhere else it will hide this application form. Now if I change the role, let's add this leave.jsx file. We will change it to is admin true. So if the is admin is true, in this case it will only display the history and these actions buttons, and if we make it false, so it will be displayed for the employee, and employee can see the stats and apply for the leave using this form. So we have completed the UI for the leave management page. Let me commit these changes. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, click on this source control. Here we'll add the message leave management page UI completed. Then click on commit and sync changes. And after committing the changes you can also go to GitHub and create a pull request and review your code by CodeRabbit, and after review merge your code in main branch. So we have completed our leave management page. Now let's see the UI design. So next we have to create our other pages. So we will create this Payslip page. So this is the UI design for the Payslip page as admin, right? And if I come here we have the Payslip page for the employee. So employee can see the period, basic salary, net salary and download button. And for admin we have to display more data. We will display the employee name, period, basic salary, net salary and download button. And here we have the button called generate payslip for the admin. So we will create this payslip page. To create the payslip page, let me just come back to the VS Code. And after that, let's come to the sidebar. In this sidebar, we have this src and we have pages, and in the pages we have payslips.jsx file. So just open this file. Now in this one we have to create some states. so that we can store the data. So let's add const payslips and set a function set payslips equal to use a state and initialize it using empty array. Then we'll add the another state for employees. So just add this state and use the use state, initialize it using empty array. After that we'll add the loading state, and by default the loading will be true. And after this loading we'll add one variable called isAdmin, and let's set the isAdmin true. Right, using that it will display the layout for the admin. Now after that we have to create a function so that we can get the payslips data from the asset. We'll add this function const fetch payslips equal to use callback. Import the use callback and add the add function here, and after that add the empty array after comma. Now in this function we have to add the code, but before that here we'll add the async. Now in this function just add set payslips and provide the dummy data. Let me provide dummy payslip data. It has been imported from asset, and after that we have to add the timeout of 1 second, and after 1 second it will set the loading false. So we have added set loading false. Now we have to execute this function when the component gets loaded. So just add use effect, and in this use effect just add the dependency array like this, and in this one simply call this fetch payslips function, and we will provide it in the dependency array also. Right, now after that here we'll add another use effect. So let's just duplicate it. In this second use effect we will add this isAdmin, right, and here we'll add if isAdmin is true. So in this case just use the set employees and provide dummy employee data from the assets. Right, now after that we'll add the if statement if loading. So if the loading is true, then we'll return the loader component or loading component. So just add loading component here, import it from the components folder. So if the loading is true, it will display this loading component. Right, now just come here in the return. Here we have a div. So in this div we have to add the classes. So we have provided animate fade in. Right, this is the custom class name, and after that we have to add another div. In this one we have to add the div that will contain the title and subtitle for this page. So let's add the title in h1, and the title is payslips. Then we'll add the subtitle in p tag. So the subtitle is admin ? If the admin is true or role is admin, in this case we'll add different subtitle, that will be generate and manage employee payslips. Else we'll add another subtitle message, your payslips history for the employee. Right, now we'll add the classes here. So in the first one we'll add page title, then we'll add the page subtitle in the p tag. After that here we have to add the curly braces, and we will add isAdmin if isAdmin is true. So in this case we have to display the form. Right, so let me add the text here in p tag, and here we'll add generate form. Using that we will generate a payslip. Right, now after that here we will add another text in p tag, and in this one we'll add the payslip list. Here we have to display the list. Right, now let's add the classes here. In this div we'll add the flex layout, save the changes, and now we will come back to the web page. If I go to payslips, Here you can see the loading animation, and then we are getting this blank screen. So let me just inspect it. Console. Here it says P is not defined in 36. Let me just come back here. Here we have added capital P. Let me correct it. Save the changes. Now you can see here we have the page title, Payslips, subtitle, and here we have the payslip list, and in the right side we have the generate form, right? So this will be displayed only for the admin. If I come back and make it false, if I make it false, then you can see the right side content is hidden. We only have the payslips title, subtitle, and payslips list, right? It will be displayed for employee. Now just come back and again make it true. Here you can see we have added payslip list. It means we have to display the list here. To display the list, we will create a separate component. So just open the sidebar and in the components folder, create a new folder and write the folder name payslip. And in this folder, let me update the folder name payslip. And in this folder, create a new file with the name paysliplist.jsx file, right? Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and here we have to create a table to display our list, right? So just copy the table from previous one. So here we have the leave history. From here we will copy the content from this return. Let's just copy it and paste it here in the payslip.list.jsx in this return. Now after that, scroll up and we will update the data here. So in this one, first we have this card overflow hidden, it's correct. And here we will get the data from props. So we will get the payslips here, and we will also get is admin in the props. Now after that, here we have this overflow x auto. Let me move everything left side. Then we have this table, right? So in this table tag we have table head and tr, and then we have is admin. If is admin is true, then we'll display the column called employee. After that we'll add the payslip period, then we'll add the payslip basic salary, then we'll add the net salary, and after that we have to display the actions. So just remove it, and here we'll add action and remove this is admin, correct? So the action is added here in the th with text center, correct? So in this action we'll add the download button. Now we have the table body tag. In this table body tag we will check the payslips that we are getting from props dot length. So if the length is equal to 0, in this case we'll add tr and td, and here we'll add colspan is admin, then we'll add 5, else we'll add 4. Then we have added these classes, and here we'll update the message, that is no payslips found, correct? Now after that, just come here, and here we will use the payslips dot map, and here we'll get individual payslip in the parameter of this arrow function, and here we'll return the tr tag with the key. In this key, just add the payslip dot underscore id or payslip dot id. Here we will use is admin. If it is true, then we'll display the first column, that is td, and here we will add the color. Then we'll add payslip dot employee dot first name and payslip dot employee dot last name. After that, just come here in the second column, that is for the second table data. Here we'll add the color, so just add the class name property here in this td and provide text slate 500, and after that here we have to display the date, right? So just clear it. Here we will use the format, so let's add curly braces format and import this format from date function. After that, we'll add this new date, and in this new date just add the payslip dot year. Then we'll add comma and provide payslip dot month -1. Then we'll add the comma here and provide the format. It will be month and year. Here we have one extra parenthesis. We'll remove it, save the changes, and after that we have to display the basic salary in the next table data. So let me just clear it, and here let's update the classes. So simply add text slate 500, that's it. And after that we'll add the currency symbol, and then we will add payslip dot basic salary question mark dot to local string. So it will display the basic salary, and after that we'll display the net salary. So just duplicate it. Here we have added the same class name, that is text slate, and we'll update the color here. Let me add 800. Then we have to add the font medium like this, and after that here again add currency symbol, then payslip dot net salary dot to local string, right? And after that we have to add the action button, that will be download, right? So here we have td tag, let's remove it, and here we have another td, we will remove this one also, and here we have the td for the reason, right? So we will update this one only. So in this one just add text center, remove this title. So we have the td tag with text center, and in this one we will add the button. Now in this button we will add the download icon. So let's add download from Lucid React, and then we'll add the width, height and margin for this icon, and after that we'll add the text called download. So we have added the download icon in this button. Now we'll add the classes for the button. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes in the button tag. Now in this button tag we'll add the onClick also. So just add the onClick property, and in this onClick property add the arrow function, and here we will add window dot open, and in this open we have to provide the path. So just add backticks slash print slash payslips slash, then we'll insert the variable using dollar and curly braces, and here we will use the payslip.id or payslip._id. Save the changes. So we have added the download button also. Next we have to mount this component in our main file, that is payslip.jsx file. So in this one here we have the payslips list, so just remove it. Let's add payslip list component. It has been mounted here, and here we will provide the props. So just add the payslips here. Then we'll add is admin. So we have provided the props also in this component. After that, if I open the web page, here you can see we have the list of payslips, where you can see the employee name, then period, then basic salary, net salary, and here we have the download button, right? And here we can see the employee name also, because we are seeing this layout for admin. The role is admin, and if I change it, if I just come here and make it false, in this case you can see the data has been reduced. Here we have the period, basic salary, net salary and download button. The employee name has been removed, and that button has been removed or text has been removed, that is for generating a new payslip, right? So the layout for the employee is ready. As you can see in this UI design, for the employee we have to display this much only, title, subtitle and this table. So we have completed it. Now we'll add the functionality for admin so that admin can generate a new payslip using this button. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code and let's make it true. We will make it true, that is admin true, and after that you can see the text here, generate form. Let's come back and here we'll create a new component. So open the sidebar. In this components folder we have the payslip folder. In this payslip folder create a new file. So let me write the file name, generate payslip form.jsx. Here just add RAFC to create the component structure, and after that here we will create the states. So first we'll add the state with isOpen and setter function name is setIsOpen, and initialize it using useState and the value is false. After that let's duplicate it and here we'll add the loading state. It is loading and the setter function name is setLoading, and by default it will be false. So loading is false, and after that we'll add the if statement, if not of, and before adding this if statement we need the data from props. So in this one let's destructure the props. We'll add employee and we'll also get on success, and then come here in the if. Here we'll add is open, if not of if open. So in this case simply add return, and here we will add a button, right? So this button will be displayed if it is not open. So let's add plus icon from Lucid React, and in this icon we will add the width and height 4, and just after this icon we have to display the text also, that is generate payslip, right? Now after that we'll add the classes in this button. So we'll add the classes here. Next we have to add the on click in this button. So just add the on click property, and in this on click simply add arrow function and provide the setter function setIsOpen and make it true. That's it. Save the changes. Now we have to add the handler function. Using that we will handle the form submission. So just add const handle submit equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in the function parameter we will get the event, and then we'll add the e.prevent default. That's it. Now if I open the web page, and here still we have this text, so we have to replace it with our component. So just come back here in the payslip, and instead of this text in p tag we will mount our component. So let me remove this p and provide generate payslip form. So we have mounted this component here and provide the props also, that will be employees and employees. Then we'll add on success, and in this on success we'll add the fetch payslip function. That's it. Just come back here, and now you can see here we have the generate payslip button with this plus icon, right? Now after that we'll come back here in the form component, and let's come here in this return. In this return remove the text, and after that we have to add the class name for this div that will add the semi-transparent layer on entire screen, right? Now after that let's add another div here, and in this div we will add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide card and other Tailwind classes. Now within this we'll add a div that contains our title and button. Using this button we'll close this form, right? So we will add a div here. In this div we will add the flex layout, so it will display the title in the left side and the cross icon in the right side. So to display the title, we will use h3 tag, and the title is generate monthly payslip. And after that, here we have to add the button. In this button, we'll add the X icon from Lucid React. And for this X icon, we'll set the size 20. Right? Now in this button, we'll add the classes. So here we will add these Tailwind classes, and just after that, we will add the onClick property also on this button. So in this button, let's add onClick and provide the arrow function. Just use set is open and make it false. So it will hide the form. Right? Now we'll add the classes for the title that is in the h3 tag. So in this title, we have added these classes. Now we will save the changes and come back here. If I click on this generate payslip, you can see here we have the semi-transparent layer on entire screen, and here we have the title generate monthly payslip and this cross icon. Let's click on this cross icon. It will hide it. If I click on this button, it will display it. So it will be available only for the admin role. Correct? Now we'll add the form here. So we will come back here, and just after this div, here we will add a form tag. So we have added the form tag here, and after that in this form tag we'll add the onSubmit, and in this onSubmit property provide the handler function that is handle submit. Next we'll add the class name, and let's provide the space y4. That's it. Now in this form tag we'll add different input fields. So first we'll add the input field for the employee selection. So let's add the comment here, that is select employee. After selecting the employee, we will select the month and year for the payslip. So we'll add the comment here, select month and year. After that we'll enter the basic salary here, and after that we'll add the input field for the allowances and deductions, and after that we'll add the buttons. So just add the comment buttons. So we have to add these input fields, right? So let's start with the first one, that is select employee. So first we have to add a div here. In this div we'll add the label tag, and in this label tag we'll add the classes. So we have added these classes, and in this label text we'll add the label called employee. Now after that we have to add a drop down using select tag. So just add the select tag. Here we'll add the name. So the name will be employee ID, and here we'll add the required. Right? Now within this select tag we'll add the options. So we'll get the options from the employees array, right? So just add the employees here. Then we'll add dot map, and in this one we'll get the individual employee. So just add the E. After that here we'll add the option tag. So we have added the option tag here. In this option tag we have to add the value. So let's add the value. It will be e.id, right? And after that we'll add the key property also. So the key will be e.id, and after that here we have to add the text within this option. So just add curly braces, e.firstname space e.lastname. Then we will add position also. So let's add parenthesis and e.position. Correct. Now after that let's come here in the select month and year. So just add a div, because we'll add two input field and align it side by side. So just add a div and provide the classes here and provide grid layout class. Now we'll add the div for the first one. In this one just add the label. So copy and paste it here. In this label we have added the classes block, then text small, font medium, text slate 700, and then margin bottom. After that we'll add the label text month. Then again we have to add the select box. So just add select tag. In the name we will add month. Remove this ID, and here just add curly braces array dot from, and let's add length 12. Then we'll add comma, parenthesis, and provide underscore, comma, I for the index, and we are creating this arrow function. After that we'll add I plus 1, so it will return I plus 1. Then we'll add dot map, and in this one again add the arrow function. Here we'll get individual month, and after that let's add parenthesis and simply return this M. So we have to add this M in the options, right? So let me just add option tag here. In this option tag we will provide this M, that is the individual month, and after that here we have to add the key and value. So the key and value will be this M for the month. Save the changes. Now after adding it, we will come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the drop down to choose the employee. We have the employee first name, last name, and position. After that here we have the drop down to choose the month from 1 to 12, right? After that we have to add the input field to choose the year. So I'll just copy this div, paste it here, remove this select tag. Here we'll add the label text called year, correct? Now after that we'll add the input field here, and input type will be number, right? Now we'll add the name will be year, and after that let's add the default value. So just add default value, and in the default value we'll add new date dot get full year. That's it. Now after adding it, save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the current year. This is month and year. We can choose the month and type the year here. Now after that, let me just come back, and we have to add the input field for the basic salary, right? So again we have to add a div. So instead of adding it here, let me just copy this one. I'll just copy this, paste it here in the basic salary. So in this basic salary we have a div, then we have the label tag. In this label tag we have these classes, and let's add the text called basic salary. After that we have to add the input, and the type will be number. Then we have to add the name will be basic salary. Then we have to add the required, and after this required we'll add the placeholder. So remove this default value, provide the placeholder, and in this placeholder let me add 5k. After that here we'll add the other input fields. So we'll add two input field for allowance and deduction. So just add a div here so that we can group the items side by side. So just add the grid layout, and after that we'll add the first div. Let me just correct here. Input is number required, and remove this curly braces from here. Now it is correct. Now just copy this div, paste it here for the first one. So here we have to add the text called allowance, and after that we'll add the name, then type will be number, and here we'll add the default value 0. Remove this required and provide the default value 0. Right, now just duplicate it. In the second one we'll add deductions. Then we'll add the name, deductions, type number, and default value is 0. Right, now we have to add the buttons. Before that let me see the form here. So here we have allowance and deductions. Let's come back and we will add the buttons here. So again we'll add a div here. We will add two buttons. So just add the flex layout to align the buttons side by side, and after that we'll add the first button tag. In this first button we'll add the text called cancel, and then we'll add the classes here in the first button. So the class name is btn secondary, that is the custom class name. Now we'll add the type also. So let's add the type, and the type will be button. Correct. After that we have to add the onClick. So let's add the onClick property, and in this onClick simply add the arrow function and call set is open and make it false, so it will hide the form. Right. Now let's duplicate it to create the second button. Now in this second button we will add the text called generate. Right. And after that here we'll add the button type. So the button type will be submit. Now after that we have to add the classes. So just update the classes here. It will be btn primary and other classes like flex and item center. Then we have to add the disabled. So this button will be disabled when the loading is true. So just add disabled loading. Correct. Now after that here we have the onClick. So we will remove this onClick, and then we will add the loader icon before this text. So just add curly braces. We will add the loading, and if the loading is true, in this case we'll add the loader to icon from Lucid React, and for this icon we will set the size and animation using these classes. Save the changes. Now we will come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the cancel button and generate button. If I click on cancel, it will hide it. If I click on generate payslip, it will display it. So we have completed our payslips page also. Now we will commit the changes. So just come back to the VS Code, click on this source control icon and add the commit message. Payslips page UI completed. Sync changes. And after commit, you can create a new pull request and review your code using CodeRabbit and merge the code after review. So after completing this page, let's see our UI design. So you can see next we have to create our settings page. So this is the settings page for the admin, right? And after that we have the settings page for the employee. So employee will have more options like public profile. Employee can enter the full name, email ID, position, bio, and they can also change the password, right? So we have to create this settings page. For that, we will come back to the VS Code. Here we have to open this sidebar, and then we will go to pages, and in the pages we have settings.jsx file. Now in this settings we'll create some states to store the data. So here we will store the profile data. So just add const profile, and setter function is set profile equal to use a state, and initialize it using null. Now after that we will add the loading state also, so that initially the loading will be true. It will display the loading animation, and after loading the profile data we will display that on web page after removing the loading animation. Next we'll add another state. Using that we can display the password reset model or pop-up. So let's add const and write the state name so password model, and the setter function name is set so password model. By default it will be hidden, so we have to initialize it using false. Now after that we have to get the profile data from the assets. For that we have to create a function. So just add a function here called fetch profile, and it will be asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function simply use this setter function called set profile and provide the dummy data. So just add dummy profile. We are not getting the suggestion here, so we have to import it first. So let me write import curly braces from and after that we'll add the path here. So it will be /assets/assets, and from here we will get dummy profile data, and let's provide this dummy profile data in the setter function. After that we have to add the set timeout for 1 second, and after 1 second it will set the loading false using this setter function. Next we have to execute this function when the component gets loaded. For that we have to add the use effect. It will be executed when the component gets loaded, and here we'll add the dependency array that will be empty array. Now in this function just call fetch profile. Now we have the profile data here. After that we'll add the if statement and we will check the loading state. So when the loading will be true, we will return the loading component. So just add loading component. We are not getting the suggestion here. Let's open the sidebar, components, and loading.jsx file, and after opening it, let's come here in the settings. And now if I type loading, we are getting the suggestion to import it from the components folder. So here we have the loading component. It will be displayed when the data is not available, and after loading the data, it will hide this loading animation after this 1 second. Correct. Now let's come here in this return. So in this return, we have a div. So in this div, I'm going to add a class name. That is the custom class name. And after that, we have to add the header here. In the header, we'll add the page title and subtitle. So we'll add the header in div, and then we'll add the header text h1 settings. Then we'll add the subtitle in p tag. So the subtitle is manage your account and preferences. Next, we have to provide the classes for this div, then provide the classes for the h1, and then we'll add the classes in the p tag. So we have provided the classes in the subtitle also. Save the changes and we'll come back here on the web page. Let's open the settings page. Here you can see we have the page title and subtitle. Let me refresh it so that you can see the loading animation, and after 1 second we have the page title and subtitle. Correct. Now after that, let me just come back, and here we have to display the profile form where we'll display the profile data, right? So for that we have to check the profile state here. Let's just copy it and paste it here. So let me add it in curly braces. So if the profile is available, so just add AND operator, and here let's add the p tag. In this p tag, I'll write profile form. Like this, if I go to UI design, here you can see we have to display the form like this. In this form, we have to display all the details like their full name, email ID, position, bio, and this save changes button. Correct. And after that, we have to display a button here, that is password, and the text update your account password, and here we have the button called change, right? To display this, let me just come back, and just after this curly braces, here let's add the comment. We will add the comment here, that is change password trigger. We'll add a div, and here we have to add the classes, and then we'll add the first div for the title and subtitle, and just after that we'll add the button like this. Now in this button we'll add the text called change, and in this button we have to add some classes so that it will look beautiful. So here we have added btn secondary and text small. Next we'll add the onClick property also, so just add onClick, and let's use the setter function, and then we will use set show password model and make it true. So it will display the password reset model, right? Now here we have this div. So in this one, we have to add one icon and we'll also add the text. So we'll add two other div. It will be displayed side by side. So in this parent div, we'll add the flex classes and then just add first div for the icon and then we'll add the second div for the text. Now in this first one, let's add the lock icon. So we'll add lock icon from Lucid React, and for this lock icon we'll add the height, width and color. Then we'll add the classes for this container, and just after that we'll come here in the second div. So in the second div we'll add the text called password. Then we'll add the second text in p tag, that is update your account password. Next we'll add the classes for the first p, then we'll add the classes for the second p tag. Save the changes and let's come back here. So here you can see we have this password and change button, correct? And here we have this text called profile form. So instead of this text, we'll display a complete component, and here we'll add another component that will be displayed when we click on this change button. For that, let me just come back and we'll create a new component. So let's open the sidebar and go to components folder. In this components folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name profileform.jsx. Here just add RAFCE for the component structure, and after that in this one we'll get some data from props. So destructure the props here. We will destructure the initial data and then we'll add on success. We are getting it from props. Now after that, here also we'll create some state. So first we'll add the loading state, and the setter function name is setLoading, and initialize it using boolean data false. So by default loading is false, but when we submit it, it will start or make the loading true. After that we'll add const error, and the setter function name is setError, and initialize it using empty array. Then we'll add the message, and setter function is setMessage, and here also we'll add empty array, correct? After that we'll add one function that will be executed when we submit this form. So just add handle submit equal to create the asynchronous arrow function, and we will get the event in the parameter. And after that let's add e.prevent default within this function. Next just come here in return. In this return we will return a form tag. So we have added the form tag here, and in this form tag let's add on submit and simply provide this handle submit function, right? Now in this form tag we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property. So in this form tag we'll add these classes. Now after that here we have to add one icon. So let me write div. In this form tag we have to add the heading text. So let's add the s2 tag. Now in this s2 tag we'll add the text called public profile, and here we'll add some classes also. So let's add these classes. Now with this text we'll add one icon also. So here let's add opening arrow user and import this user from Lucid React, and in this user icon we'll add the width, height and color. Save the changes. So we have added this form tag, and in this one we have added the title with icon. Next we have to mount this component. So we will open the settings, and in this settings, instead of this profile form, we will mount our component that we have just created. So just remove this p tag and simply provide profile form from the components. In this one we will add the props, that is initial data So the initial data will be our profile, and after that we'll add on success. So in this on success, just add fetch profile. So it will call this function again. Right, now just come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this container with this title public profile. Right, now after that again come back to this component, and in this component here we'll add curly braces error. So when we have the error, in this case just add a div, and within this div we'll add another div, and let's add the self closing div, and after that we'll add the error message. So just add the error here. Now let me add the classes. So we'll add the classes here in the div, and then we'll add the classes in the parent div. So we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Correct. Now we'll add the message here. So just duplicate it. Here we'll add the message. So if the message is available, then we have to display it, right? And in this time we'll add different classes here. So just update the classes like this. We have updated the colors, and we will update the classes in this one also, and then we'll update the message. So just add curly braces message, save the changes. Now after that here we have to add a div, and in this one we'll add the space y5. Now within this div we have to add a div that contains two elements, so that the elements will be aligned side by side, or let me add three elements here. Right, for that we'll use the grid layout. So just add class name and provide these classes, and let's add the first one, that is div. Here we'll add the label tag, and in this label tag we'll add the classes also, and the label text is name. And after this label we have to add the input. So just add the input, and after that we'll add the disabled. So the input will be disabled. Then we have to add the value here. So we'll provide the value property, and in this one just add backticks curly braces using this $, and use the initial data dot first name. Then we'll add the space and provide initial data dot last name. Then we'll add some classes here. So just add the class name, and we have added these Tailwind classes. Let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this name and this input field. Here we have the name also, but this field is disabled. We cannot type here. Now just come back and duplicate this div. So in the second one we'll add the label text called email. Then we'll add the initial data dot email in the value. Right, and then we have the same classes here. So here we have added input, disabled, and value, and class name. After that let's duplicate it. In this third one we will add the class name and provide sm call span 2, and then we'll add the label text called position, and then we'll add the initial data. So the initial data will be initial data dot position in the value. Right, it is also disabled, and here we have the same classes. Let's save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the name, email, and position. Right, now after that we have to add the text area. So we will just come back here, and after closing off this div that contains all three elements, here let's add another div. In this one we'll add the label. So just copy it and paste it here. In this label we already have the classes, right? So we have these classes, and after that here we have to add the label text. So the label text is bio. Now after that we have to add the text area. So just add the text area, and it will be a self-closing tag. Now in this one, just add disabled, and disabled equal to initial data dot is deleted. Then we have to add the name. So in the name we will add bio. After that we have to add the default value. So let's add default value, and let's provide initial data dot bio or empty string. Correct. Next we have to add the placeholder. So just add the placeholder, write a brief bio, and then we'll add the classes here for this text area. So just add the class name property, and we'll add the dynamic classes also. So just add curly braces backticks. So first we'll add the fixed class name, that is resize none, and then we'll insert the dynamic classes using this $ curly braces. And here we will check the initial data dot is deleted. If it is true, then we will provide the background color, that is slate 50, and text color slate 400, cursor not allowed. Else we will provide different classes here. So just add colon, and here we will add empty string, right? Else we will not provide any classes here. Let's save the changes, and just after this text area we have to add a p tag. In this p tag, just add the text. This will be displayed on your profile, and for this text we have to set the font size, that will be extra small, color, and margin top. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the name, email, position, bio, and this message called this will be displayed on your profile. Now after this text area, here we will add curly braces, and we will use initial data dot is deleted. If it is true, in this case we cannot update our account. So here we'll add a div, and we'll add the message like we cannot update the profile. And if it is false, in this case we'll add this colon parenthesis, and here we'll add another div where we'll add the update button, right? So let's start with the first div. In this one, just add the padding, and after that here we'll add a div that contains the text called account deactivated. Then we will add another text and write the message here, you can no longer update your profile. Next we have to provide the classes for the div that contains both message. Then in the first message we have to add the class name properties, and then we will add the classes in the second message. After that we will come here in the else statement, and here we are going to add a button. In this one, just add the message called save changes, right? And after that we'll add the classes in this div, that is flex, justify end, and padding top. Now in this button we'll add the button type. So the type will be submit. Then we have to add disabled property. So this button will be disabled when the loading is true. After that we'll add the classes for this button. So we'll add the btn primary and other Tailwind classes. Next we'll add the icon also. So just add curly braces and use loading. So when the loading is true, in this case just add loader2 icon from Lucid React, and if it is false, then we'll add save icon from Lucid React. Now for these icons we'll add the width, height and animation. So in this one we have added the width, height and animation, and in the save button we'll add the width and height only. Now we will save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have this save changes button, right? So now we have completed the settings page where user can update their profile. User cannot update their name, email, position. They can only update the bio and save the changes, right? But still we have to add one more thing here. You can see we have added this password. If I click on this change button, it is not working because here we have to add one component. Using that, user can update their profile password. For that, just come back and we'll create a new component called change password model. So create a new component here in the components folder, create a file, change password model.jsx, and let's add RAFCE to create the component structure. And in this one we'll get the data from props. So let's get the open and on close, right? Now after that we'll create the states here. So we'll add the loading state and let's initialize it using boolean data false. So by default the loading will be false, and after that we'll add another state that will be message. So let's add the message here and provide the user state, and in this one we'll add the object, initialize it using object with two property. So the first property is type, and then we'll add the second property that is text, correct? After that we have to add one handler function that will get executed when we submit our password reset form. So we have added handle submit and create the asynchronous arrow function. In the function parameter we will add the event, and in this function we will simply provide e.preventDefault, right? Now let's add the if statement, if not of open. So if it is false, simply add return null, right? Now after that let's come here in the return statement. So in this return statement we'll add the div with the class name and provide these classes, right? Now after that here we have to add the onClick property also. So in this div let's add onClick, and in this onClick just add onClose. Now after that here we have to add a self-closing div, and in this self-closing div just add the class name property and provide classes like absolute, inset 0, background black, /40 and backdrop blur sm, right? Now after that we have to add a div that contains all the details like title called change password. Then we'll add the cross button also. Using that we can cross or close this model, right? So let me add a div here, and in this one just add the classes like this, and after that in this one we have to add the onClick. In this onClick just add arrow function with the event in the parameter and provide e.stop propagation. Then we'll add the header. So for the header we'll add a div and provide the heading text in h2. So the heading text is change password, and with this change password we'll add the icon also. So I'll provide lock icon from Lucid React, correct? And then we'll add the classes for this icon. So we have added the width, height and color. Next we have to provide the classes in the h2 tag. So in this h2 tag we have added these classes, right? And after that we'll add the classes in the div that contains our h2. Next, we have to add a button after this h2 that will be displayed in the right side to close this model. So just add the button tag, and in this button tag simply add the cross icon. So just add X and import it from Lucid React. Now in this X icon, just add the width and height, that will be 5, and we'll add the classes in the div or button. Here we have added the button, right? So we'll add these classes, and in this button we'll add onClick property and simply add onClose. Save the changes. Now let me mount this component in our settings page. In this settings.jsx file, we have to mount our component. So just before the last closing div, we will mount the component, that is change password model. Now in this component, we have to provide the props also. So let's provide open, and here just add so password model. Then we will provide onClose, and in this onClose, add the arrow function, and let's provide the setter function set so password model and provide the value false. So it will hide the model, right? Now after that, we will come back to the web page, and let's click on this change button. So you can see it is displaying this icon and title change password, and here we have the cross icon. If I click on this cross icon, it will be hidden. If I click on change button again, it is displayed. If I click on anywhere else, you can see it is hiding it, right? So now let's complete this form to change the password. So I'll just come back here in the component, that is change password model.jsx file. Now in this one, we have added this button inside this div. So just after closing of this div, we will add the form tag. So let's add the form tag here, and in this form tag, we have to add the classes, provide the padding and some space. Then we have to add the onSubmit property. In this onSubmit, just add this handler function, that is handle submit. It will get executed when we submit this form. Now after that, let's add curly braces and provide the message dot text. If it is true, then we have to display a message in div. So just add this parenthesis and provide a div here, and inside this div, let me provide the message dot text. Correct. Now just before this message, we have to add a self-closing div, and in this one we will add the dynamic classes. So provide the class name property, curly braces, and backticks. Here we have added the classes based on the message type. So we have added this dynamic classes here. You can see we have added width, height, rounded full, margin top, shrink 0. Then we have added $sign curly braces, right? Now let me add one more curly braces here. Now it is correct. So here we are checking if the message type is success. In this case, we will add the background color, this one, and if it is false, in this case we'll add the another background color. Save the changes. Now we'll add the dynamic classes in this div also, that is the parent div. So again, add the class name property, then curly braces, backticks, and here also we'll add the dynamic classes. So we have added some fixed classes, as you can see here. Then we have added message.type. If it is success, then these classes will be added, and if it is false, then we'll add these classes. Let's save the changes. Now after this message, here we have to add a div that contains our label and input field. So let's add the label tag. In this label tag, we'll add some classes also. So here we have added these classes, and in this one just add the label text called current password. And after this label, we have to add the input. So the input type will be password, and after that we'll add the name. So the name property will be current password, and then we'll add the required, right? Now after that, let's duplicate it. So this is the second label tag. In this one, we have to add the new password. So we have added the new password here, and after that here we have to add the name. In the name we will add new password, and it is also required. So we have added two input field, that is for the current password and new password, right? And after that we have to add a button. So we'll add two buttons. So just add a div to group both buttons. In this div we'll add the flex classes so that the buttons will be aligned side by side. Now in this one, let's add our first button. So we'll add the button tag and provide the button type. So button type will be button. Then we have to add the onClick property. So in the onClick property, just add onClose. Now after this onClick, we will add the classes also. So in this button, we'll add the class name property and provide btn secondary and flex1. And then we'll add the button text. So the button text is cancel, right? Now let me duplicate this button, and here we'll add the button type submit. Next we have to add the disabled property. So just remove this onClick and provide disabled equal to loading. So when the loading is true, it will be disabled. Then we have to update the classes in this button. So it will be a primary button. After that we have to add the button text, that is update password. And before this update password, we will display the loading icon if the loader is true or loading state is true. So just add the loading, and if it is true, then we'll add loader to icon from Lucid React. And for this icon we have to set the width height and provide the animation, that is a spin. Save the changes, and after that let me just come back here. So here you can see in this model we have the input field for current password and new password. Then we have the cancel and update password button. Let's click on cancel, it will hide it. If I click on this button again, it will display the model again, and here we have the option to enter the current password, update password, right? So we have completed the settings page for the user, where user can update their profile details and update the password. Next we have to add one more page. If I go to Payslips, here you can see we have this download button. If I click on this download, it will display a page that will be the preview page for the payslip, right? Let me just click on this button. So you can see it is opening a new path or URL. Here you can see the text print payslip, right? So we have to create this page also. So we will come back to the VS Code. Let's open the sidebar. Here we have the pages, and in the pages we have print payslip.jsx file. Now in this one we need the payslip ID. So we'll get the ID from URL. You can see in this URL we have this ID, correct? So just come back and let's add const curly braces and provide the ID. Let's add ID equal to use params, and we have to import this use params, right? So let's add the import statement here, import curly braces from React router DOM, and from this React router DOM we will import the use params, and using this use params we'll fetch the ID. Now after getting the ID, we have to store the payslip in the state. So just add const payslip, and setter function is set payslip equal to use a state, and let's initialize it using null. After that let's add one more state here. So just duplicate it, and the state name is loading, and setter function name is set loading, and then initialize it using boolean value true. By default the loading will be true, and after that here we will use the use effect that will get executed when the component gets loaded, and in this use effect we'll add the dependency array and provide the ID in this array. So when the ID changes, it will again execute this function. So here we will use the setter function set payslip and provide the dummy data here. So just add dummy payslip data. Here we have dummy payslip data from assets, And in this one, just add dot find. In this find method, add the arrow function, so it will find the individual payslip. So just add the parameter here, and after that just add this slip dot id, or let's add dot underscore id is equal to id that we are getting from use params. After that we'll use the setter function to set the loading, but we will set the loading false after 1 second. For that we have to use the set timeout. So let's add set timeout, add the arrow function here, and then we'll add the timing, that is 1000 milliseconds. And in this one just add set loading and make it false. That's it. So now we have the dummy payslip data and we have the individual payslip data using this ID. Now let's add the if statement if the loading is true. So when the loading is true, just add the return and provide the loading component. So import the loading component. That's it. Now let's add if statement if not of payslip. So if the payslip is not available, then simply add return and provide the message here in the p tag. So the message is payslip not found, right? And then we'll add some classes. So let's add the class name property and text center, padding and text color. Now suppose the payslip is available. So in this case we'll come here in this return. In this return we have a div. So in this div we'll add some classes, and after that we'll add a header here in the div. So in this header we have to add the text in h1. So the text is payslip, and after that we'll add the subtitle or description text. So in the description text we'll display the payslip year and month, right? For that just use curly braces, and here we'll add the format. Let's import this format from our date function package. So let's add format. We are not getting this suggestion here, so just add the import statement. We'll add import curly braces from date function, and from this date function we can get format, and let's use this format here. And after that in this one let's add new date. In this new date we'll add the payslip dot year, then we'll add comma payslip dot month -1, and after that here we have to add comma and provide the format with month and year. That's it. Save the changes. Next we have to add the classes here. So start with the parent div that contains both text, then we'll add the classes in the title, then we'll add the classes in the text that contains the date and month. Let's save the changes and come back here. So here you can see the text called payslip, and then we have the month and year, and then we have the horizontal line. Now after that we'll add other content, so just come back here, and after closing of this div we'll add another div. In this one we'll add the classes to create the grid layout. So let's add the grid layout here, and after that we'll add first div. In this one just add the p tag. In this p tag we'll add employee name, then we'll add another p tag, and here we'll add curly braces to provide the employee's first name. So just add payslip dot employee dot first name, then add the space here and provide the last name also. So here we have added the payslip dot employee dot last name, correct? Next let's add the classes in the text. So in the first one we have added these classes, and in the second one that contains first and last name we have added other classes. Let's save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the employee name, correct? Now after that we'll come back, and here we will add another div. So let me just duplicate it. In this one, we'll add the position. Instead of this employee name, we will add position. After that, we have to add the value here in this curly braces. So just add payslip.employee.position and remove this one. Now after that, let's duplicate it. In this next one, we'll add the text called email, and after that we have to add the value, so it will be payslip employee.email. Correct. Now let's duplicate it. In this one, we'll add the period, and here we have to add the date. So we have to add the month and year. So again, we will copy this one. Let's just copy it from here. Copy this entire curly braces and add it here. We have added this format, new date, payslip.year and payslip.month-1 and this month and year. It is same. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we have the employee name, position, email and period. Now after that, we have to add the description and we have to add the amount in a table. So let's just come back, and after this div, we have this another div that contains this grid, right? So here, let's add a div. In this one, let me provide some classes, and then we have to create a table. For that, we'll add the table tag. Now in this table tag, we'll add the width and text size. Then we'll add the table head. So in this table head, we'll add tr, that is table row. In this table row, we will add the background color. Correct. Now we'll add the table headings here. So just add th. In this th, we'll add the text called description. Just duplicate it, and here we'll add the text called amount. Right. So this is the table head. Now we have to add the classes here. So in the first one, we have added these classes, and now in the second one also, we'll add the classes. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the table heading that contains the description and amount. Right. Now after that, just come back, and here after closing of this t head, we'll add t body, that is the table body. Now again add the tr. So this is the table row, and in this table row, we'll add some classes like this. Then we have to add the table data. So just add td. In this table data, we'll add the basic salary, and then we'll add the classes here. So I'll provide class name property and provide these classes. After that, we'll add another table data using td tag, and here we'll add the currency symbol. Then we have to add curly braces and provide the payslip dot basic salary question mark dot to local string. That's it. Now we have to provide some classes for this second td tag. So we have added these classes, save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we have the basic salary and amount. Correct. Now we will come back here in the VS Code. Let's duplicate it. We will duplicate this entire tr. Now in this second tr, we will add the text called allowance, and then we have to add the value here. So in the value, let's add plus, then currency symbol, and here we will use the payslip dot allowances question mark dot to local string. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add deductions. Now here we'll add the minus symbol or sign, then we'll add the payslip dot deductions. After that, let's duplicate it. And here we have to add net salary. In this one, we will update the class name. So let's add border top 2, then border color, then background color. After that, let's update the class name in the first TD. This is net salary, and we will update the classes in the second table data or TD tag. And here we will update the value also. So remove this minus sign, simply add the currency symbol, payslip dot net salary question mark dot to local string. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the net salary. After that, we have to display a button. Using that, we can print this payslip. So I'll just come back here, and after closing this table tag, here we have closing div, and after that we have to add a div. Now in this one we will add a button, right? And in this div we will add the text center so that the button will be aligned in the center, and in this button we'll add the text called print payslip. That's it. Next we have to add the classes here, so it will be a primary button. So we have added the class name here called primary button and print hidden. Then we have to add onClick property. So let's add the onClick property, and in this onClick simply add the function that call this window dot print. That's it. Let's save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have this print payslip button. If I click on this button, you can see it will open the print page, and the button is hidden from this print. We can print it in any format. Let's just cancel and come back here and click on another one. Let's click on this one. So you can see here we have the updated data for different employee. We have the employee name, position, email ID, period. Then we have the basic salary, allowances, deductions, and net salary, and we can print this payslip, right? So now we have completed the front end of our employee management system. After that, let me just commit the changes. I'll just come back to VS Code, click on this source control icon, and here we'll add the message. Front end completed. Commit changes and click on sync changes. After that, we will come back here in the web browser, and here you can see in this GitHub profile we are getting this button compare and pull request. So let's just open it. I'll click on this button create pull request. So after creating the pull request, the CodeRabbit will analyze our code, and it will suggest the code improvement, and it will also suggest if there is any issue in the code. It will provide that issue here, and after that it will also provide the review summary after reviewing our code. So you can see here we have the review summary by CodeRabbit, and after review you can implement the changes if there are any, and then you can merge the changes in main branch. So just click on this button, merge pull request, and after merge we will come back here in the VS Code. Just click on this three dot and click on pull. So it will pull the latest changes in the VS Code. That's it. Now we have completed the front end of our employee management system. After that, we have to create the backend server where we'll create the APIs, and after creating the backend APIs, we will link the backend server APIs with our front end to create a fully functional application. To create the backend server for our application, in this project folder, that is full stack EMS, we'll create a new folder and write the folder name. Let's click here and create a new folder. So the folder name is server. In this server folder, we'll create a file. So just add the file name server.js. So this will be the main file. Now after that we will open the terminal. So let's click on terminal and select new terminal. So now you can see we have two terminals. In the first one, the front end is running in this client directory, and here we have another terminal. So here let's navigate to the server folder using cd server, and in this server folder let's add npm init-y. That's it. After that you can see here in this server folder we have package.json file, and here we have some details like name, version, main file, that is server.js, and here we have the scripts. Correct. Now in this one we have to add one new property, that is type. So let's add the type module so that we can use the import statements in our code. After that we have to add some dependencies or package, right? For that, let me just open the terminal, and here we'll add the command to install the packages. So let's add npm install, and let's add the package name. So first we'll add express package. Using this express we will create the backend server. Then we'll add cors that will allow our backend to connect with other front-end URL. Then we'll add .env. Using that we can use the environment variables in our project. After that we'll add the multer. Using this multer we can parse the form data. Then we will add the JSON web token. Using this we can generate the authentication token for user authentication. So just add JSON web token, and after that let's add bcrypt. Using this bcrypt package we will encrypt the user's password, and then we'll store it in the database. Let me correct the spelling, it will be bcrypt. And after this bcrypt we will use the mongoose package. Using this mongoose package we will connect our project with MongoDB database. Now let's press enter. So it is installing these packages: express, cors.env, multer, JSON web token, bcrypt, and mongoose. It's done. After that we'll add one more package that will be added in the dev dependencies. For that just add npm install --save -dev and node-mon. Using this node-mon we will start our project so that it will automatically restart the project whenever we will make any changes in the code. That's it. Now after that let's update our scripts. So we will hide this terminal and open our package.json file. In this one you can see here we have the scripts, that is test and start. So just remove this test script, and here we'll add the new one. So let's add the script name called server and provide the value here. So it will be node-mon space and the file name, that is server.js. So it will start the server.js file with node-mon package, and whenever we will make any changes in the project it will automatically restart the backend server. Now you can see in this source control icon we have 2000 plus files, right? So to fix it, in this project folder, that is full stack EMS, will create a new file. Let me create it here. Add a new file and write the file name .gitignore. So we have added .gitignore file, and in this one we'll add the folder name node_modules. We have added this node_modules folder, and after that we'll add one more file, that is .env. That's it. Now after that you can see here we have only 4 files in this source control icon. It is correct. Now let's create the basic Express app or basic backend server using Express. For that, let me just come here in the server.js file. In this server.js, we have to import the express. Let's add import express from the express package, and after that, here we will import the course. Then we will import the .env. So let's add import .env/config. After that, here we'll add the const app is equal to express. So we have created the instance of the express, and after that we have to add a port number. So let's add const port equal to, and we will store the port number 4000. But before adding this, let's add the process .env .port. So if the port is available in the environment variable, that will be used here, else we will use port number 4000 for the backend server. After that, here let's add the comment called middleware. So we have to parse all the requests using CORS. So simply add app.use, and in this one just add CORS. So all the requests will be parsed using this CORS, and after that just add app.use, and here we'll add the express.json. So all requests will be parsed using the JSON method. After that, we'll add app.use, and here let's add the multer. So you can see the multer has been imported, and in this multer we will add .none. That's it. Now after that, we have to create our route. So let's create our first route, that will be the home route. For that, just add app.get method, and then we have to provide the path. It will be slash, then comma, and create one function here. So we have created a function. In this function parameter, we will add request and response, and after that, let's send the response here using response.send method, and here we'll add the message called server is running. That's it. Now after creating this route, we will start our backend server using app.listen, and in this app listen we'll add the port number. So just add the port, and then we have to add a function also. So in this function, simply add console log. So just add console.log and provide a message. So let me add the message in backticks. So the message is server running on port, and then we'll insert the port number using $ curly braces and use this port variable. So we have created a basic express app. Next we have to start this. So let's open the terminal. You can see we are in the server terminal. So here simply add npm run server, then press enter. So it will start our backend server, and after starting you can see the message in the terminal, server running on port 4000, and we can verify this server in the browser also. So let me open the web browser, and here we'll search for localhost. We will not search, we will simply open localhost :4000, and here also you can see this message, server is running, right? So this message is coming from this home route. You can see the message server is running. So we have created the basic express server. After creating this basic express server, we have to connect our project with MongoDB database. We will come back to the web browser and search for MongoDB Atlas. Open this website, that is Atlas database, and here you need to create an account, that is for free. So let's sign in. You can also sign in using Google or GitHub account. So I'll sign in with my Google account. I already have an account here. After sign up, it will ask you some onboarding question and then you have to create a project. So here you need to add the project name. So let me provide full stack EMS, that is employee management system, and let me add the text called recording. Click on next and create project. After creating this project, we have to create a cluster. So click on this button to create a new cluster, and then we have to choose the plan. So we will choose this free plan. In this free plan, we have the option to choose the service provider. So we will choose Google Cloud, and from this drop down you can choose the nearest region. After that, simply click on this create deployment button. After that, you can see the message here, create a database user. So for our database, we have to create a user account. So let's add the username, that will be GreatStack, and then we have to add one password. So you can use the auto-generated password also, or you can use your own custom password. So let me add my own password, but make sure to keep the password simple. Do not use the @ or hashtag in the password, else it will create an issue while connecting with the database. So we have added the username and a simple password, and click on this button, create database user. Then we have to choose the connection method. So we'll click on this button, choose a connection method, and then we'll choose this drivers. And after that, here you can see we have the option to install the MongoDB. So let me just change the driver from this list. I'll click on this drop down and choose Mongoose. So now you can see the step install Mongoose. So we have already installed the Mongoose package, and after that we have to add this connection string. So this connection string contains our username and password also. It should be same. Then we have to copy it till here. You can see it is starting with MongoDB, and at the end we have MongoDB.net. So let's just copy and paste it in our environment variable file. So I'll copy this one and come back here, and in this server file or server folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name .env, where we'll store the environment variables. So here let's just paste this link, and we'll add the environment variable name also, that is MongoDB URI, and in this URI let's just paste this connection string that we have just copied. After this, we'll click on this button done, and let's come here and open database and network access from the left side. In this one, you can see here we have the IP access list. Just click here, and here click on this edit button, and in this one just add 0.0.0.0/0 and click on confirm. Now it will allow us to connect with the database from any IP address. So just wait for this status to become active. Now you can see the status is active. So let me just come back to the VS Code. So you can see the connection string is starting with MongoDB plus srv, and it should end with MongoDB.net, and it contains the username and password of the database. Now at the end, here we'll add / and add a project name. So let's add full stack EMS, employee management system. That's it. You can add anything in this project name. So after this / we have to add a project name like this. Save the changes. Now after that, let's create a configuration file. So open this sidebar. In this server folder, create a new folder called config. In this config folder, we'll create a new file. So create a file with the name db.js, that is database.js. Now in this one we will use the Mongoose package. So just add import Mongoose from Mongoose and create a function here that is connectDB equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this function we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we have to create one event. So let's add mongoose dot connection dot on, and here we'll add the event name that is connected. So when the project will be connected with the database, then it will execute this function, and this function will display a message. So just add console.log and write the message called database connected. So this message will be displayed in the terminal. Now just after that we'll add await, and here we will use the mongoose dot connect method. In this connect method we have to provide our connection a string. So let's add process.env, then dot, and provide this environment variable name that is MongoDB URI. Let's just copy and paste it here. So we have added the connection string. Now here we have the catch block. In this catch block just add console.error, and after that we'll add the message here that is database connection failed. Then we have to display the actual error message. So here just add comma and provide this error dot message. So we have created this function to connect with the database. Next we have to export this function from here. So let's add export default and connectDB. So now we can call this function in any other file or page. So let me just open our main file that is server.js, and in this server.js, before starting the server using app.listen, here let's add await and provide the connectDB function. You can see we are getting the suggestion to import it from the configs. Let's call this connectDB, and if I scroll up you can see the connectDB function has been imported from the config folder /db. Let's update the file name extension also. It should be db.js. Make sure to add the file name extension. If I save the changes and open the terminal, so in this one you can see we are getting the message database connected and then server running on port 4000. It means our project is successfully connected with MongoDB database. After updating this file, let's click on this source control icon, and here we'll add the commit message. So let me add the message basic express app created. Click on commit. Sync changes. So it will commit the code on GitHub, and after that you can go to GitHub and create a pull request. Then the CodeRabbit will review your code, and after review you can merge the code in main branch. Now let's add the functionality. It means we'll create the backend APIs for different feature. So first we have to create the functionality for employee, where we'll store the employee data. And to store any data in database, first we have to create the models, right? So let's create the models here. Here we have the server folder. In this server folder, let's create another folder and write the folder name models. And here we'll create our first model that will be user. So I'll write a file name here, user.js. So we have added the user.js file name, and here we have to create the model. To create the model, we have to create the schema, and for creating the schema we will use the Mongoose package. So just add import Mongoose from Mongoose, and then just add const schema name that is user schema equal to new mongoose dot schema, and here we have to add object that contains all the properties that we will store in this user data. So we have to store the email, and in this email we'll add the type. So the type will be a string. After that we will add required, so the required will be true. Then we have to add the unique, so the unique property will be true. It means email ID should be unique to create a new user. After that we'll add comma and duplicate it. So next we'll add the password. In this password we'll add the type a string, required true, and remove this unique. Now let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the role. In this role we'll add the type a string, and then we'll add the enums here. Let's add enum, and here we can define the values that we can add in the role. So the role could be either admin or employee. That's it. And whenever a new user will get created, we'll set the default value of role. So just add the default property, and in this default just add employee. So when the new user gets created, by default the role will be employee. Now after that here we'll add comma and provide one more object, and in this one just add the timestamps property. In this timestamps property provide true, so it will automatically store the data creation time in the database, right? It will store the timestamp. Now after creating this schema, we can create the model using this schema. So just add const user equal to mongoose dot models dot user. So it will check the models and the model name user. If it is available, it will be used here. Else we will add mongoose dot model and provide the model name, that is user, and provide the schema. So just add the user schema. So using this user schema, it will create the user model. Now let's export it from this file. So just add export default and user. So now we can use this model in any other file. Now let me just copy it and create one more model here. That will be employee model. So copy it and create a new file in this models folder and write the file name employee.js. In this one, just copy everything that we have just copied, right? We have pasted it here. So here also we are importing the Mongoose from Mongoose, and after that here we have the user schema. So instead of user schema, we will add employee schema, right? After that, at the bottom you can see we are exporting the user, so we will export the employee here. So let's export the employee, and here we'll create employee. Const employee equal to mongoose dot models dot employee. If it is available, it will be used, else we'll create the model using mongoose dot model, and model name is employee, and provide the schema here, that is employee schema. Now it is correct. After that you can see here we have the employee schema, and in this one we will update the data. It means we'll update the properties. So let's update the properties one by one. So the first property will be user ID. Here we'll add the user ID, and the type will be our mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. So the type is mongoose schema types object ID, and here we have to add the reference. So let's add the ref, and in this ref just add the user model. So from the user model we will store the ID here, that will be the user ID. Now after that here we'll add the comma, then provide required. Required will be true and unique true. So it will be required to create any employee data, and the user ID will be unique. Next we have to add the first name. So let's add property called first name, And in this first name property, let's add the type. So the type will be a string and required true. Add the comma here. After this first name, we will store the last name. So let's add the last name. It is also type a string, required true. Then we will store email. So duplicate it. Here we'll add the email. Then type will be a string, required true. Then we will add the phone. So duplicate it. Here we'll add the phone number. Then we have to add the position, duplicate it and provide position. Then we have to add the basic salary. So duplicate it and provide basic salary property. In this one, we'll add the type number. Then we have to add the default value here. So just add the default value 0. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the allowances. It is also type number, default 0. Then we'll add the deductions. So just duplicate it and provide deductions, type number, default 0. Right? After that, just duplicate it. Here we'll add the employee status. In the status, we'll add the type a string. Right? Then we'll add the default value. So the default value will be active. And here we have to add the enum. In this enum, let's add the array. And in this array, we'll add two elements, that is active and inactive. So the status could be either active or inactive, and by default the status will be active. Right? Now after that, let me just copy it, paste it here. Here we'll add the joining date or join date. So the type will be date. And then we'll add the required true. Correct? Now after this join date, we have to add the next property that will be is deleted. So just add is deleted, type will be boolean and default will be false. After that, we have to add the next property that will be bio. Here also we'll add the type a string and default value will be empty string. Right? Now we have to add one more property where we will store the department. Right? So we already have the department list in the assets. If I open the client src assets, so in this assets.js file, let me find the departments list. So in this dummy data, we have this export const departments, right? So let me just copy this, and after that I'll just come back here in the server. In this server folder, create a new folder called constants, and after that create a new file and write the file name departments.js, and just paste this one that we have copied, that is export const departments and all the departments list in an array. Now after that, we will come back here in the model, that is employee model, and here let's add a new property. So I'll write department here and provide the type a string, and after that we'll add the enum, and in this enum we will add departments. We are getting the suggestion to import it, so just click here and you can see departments has been imported from the constants folder departments file. Let's add the file name extension also, that is .js. Make sure to add the file name extension, and here we have added the department in the model, and using this schema we have created this model and exported this employee model from this file so that we can use it in any other file. After creating the model, we can create our controller files. So let's open this sidebar. In this server folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name controllers. In this controllers folder, create a new file and write the file name employee controller.js. Now here we'll add the comment, that is get employee. So first we'll create the controller function. Using that we can get the employee data. Let me add one more comment here, that will be get. So we will use the get method for this controller, and here let me add the path also, that will be the API path. In the comment we will add API/employee. So this will be the API endpoint for this controller that will return the employee data. So let's create a function here. Alright, export const get employees equal to asynchronous arrow function. So we have created this async arrow function. In this function parameter we'll get the request and response. So we have created this first function, correct? Now let me just add the comment here for the second controller. So here we have to create a controller. Using that we can create a new employee. So let's add comment called create employee, and for this one we will use the method called post method, and then we'll add the path also. So the path will be /API/employee. So the path is same, the method is different. If I use get, it will return the employee data, and if I use the post method, it will allow us to create a new employee data. Let me just copy this function here and update the function name. So the function name is create employee, correct? So we have to create these two functions for getting the employee data and create a new employee. After that we have to create the controller for updating the employee. So just duplicate it. Here we'll add the comment called update employee, and then we will use the type put. Then we have to add the path. It will be /API/employees/:ID. So in the API endpoint only we have to provide the ID, and using this ID it will find the individual employee and update their data. So let's update the function also. So the function name is update employee, and it is also async arrow function with request and response in the parameter. After that let me just duplicate it, and here we'll add the comment called delete employee. So we have to create the controller function. Using that we can delete any employee. Here we will use the type delete, then path will be /API/employees/:ID. So we will provide the ID in the API endpoint, and using this ID we can delete the employee data from database. So we'll update the function name, that is delete employee. So here we have to create total 4 controller function for managing the employee, right? So let's start with the first one. So in this first one I'll add try catch statement. In this try block, first we will find the department, right? So we will get the employee list of the particular department. So in the request we will pass the department in the request query. So let's add department equal to request dot query. After that here we'll add const where equal to one empty object. Now after that let's add the if statement. If department is available in the query parameter, then we'll add where dot department equal to department. Now after that simply add const employees equal to await and provide the employee model. So I'll write employee and import it from the models folder. You can see it has been imported from models folder. I'll add it here in the first line, and here we'll add the file name extension also, that is .js. Now in this model we'll add find method, and after that let's add where dot sort. In this sort let's add object with created at -1. Then we have to add dot populate. In this populate we will add the user ID, then comma, and then we'll add email space role. Then we have to add .len. So here we'll get the employees list, and after that just add const result equal to this employees dot map method, and in this one just add the arrow function. In this one we'll get the individual employee in the parameter, and just after that let's add a spread operator, this individual employee comma ID, and in this ID we will add the individual employee dot underscore ID comma, or we'll add dot to string, so it will convert it into string. Then add comma here. Here we'll add the user, and in this user property let's use the employee dot user ID question mark if it is available. Then we'll add curly braces email. So the email property will be the employee dot user ID dot email. Then add comma and provide the role also. So the role will be employee dot user ID dot role, and else we'll add the colon here and provide null. Here we have added the curly braces. So let's wrap this curly braces in parentheses like this. Now it is correct. So here you can see it is returning this object. In this object we have this a spread operator employee, then we have added the ID, then we have added the user. Correct. Now after that simply add return, and in this return we will add the response dot JSON, and then we'll add the result here. So it will be sent in the response. After that come here in the catch block. In this catch block we will add the return response dot JSON, and in this JSON we'll add the message. But before this message we'll add response dot a status also. So let's add a status, and a status will be 500. Then we'll add the object in this JSON and provide the error, and the error message will be failed to fetch employees. That's it. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can return the employee data, right? Next we will come here in the create employee. Here we have to create a new employee data, and we will store it in the database. So let's add the try catch block, and in this catch block we'll add the same code from here. But before that let me add the try block. So in this try block let's add const curly braces, and here we will get some data from request body. So just add the request dot body. So in the request body we will send the data to create a new employee. So from the request body we will get the first name, then we will get the last name, then we will get email, phone, position, department, basic salary, allowances, deductions, join date, password, role, and bio. So we will get these data from the request body, and after that let's add the if statement, if, and provide not of email, not of password, not of first name, not of last name. So these data is required, right? So if any of this is missing, in this case let's add the return. We'll add return response dot a status 400, and then we'll add dot JSON and provide the error, and the message is missing required fields. Save the changes. Now suppose all these data is available. After that we have to encrypt the user's password, right? So let's add const hashed equal to await, and then we'll use the bcrypt package. It is already installed. We are not getting the suggestion here, so let me import it manually. So let's add import and provide the bcrypt from bcrypt package. That's it. Now we can use it here. Await bcrypt dot hash, and in this one just provide the password, and with that we'll add the number 10. After that we'll add const user. So let's create a user data, user equal to await, and provide the user model. Import the user model from the models folder. Let's just come here. You can see user model has been imported from user models / user.js file. And after that here let's provide dot create method. In this create method add the object with email, then we will add the comma password. So in this password property we will store the hashed password, so just add hashed, then comma, and provide the role. So in this role let's provide the role that we are getting from the request, else we will provide the employee. That's it. Save the changes. Now after that here we have to create the employee data in the database. Right now we have created the user data, right? And after this user data we will add the employee data. So just add const employee equal to await, and let's add the employee model dot create method, and in this create method just add the user ID, and in this user ID provide the user dot underscore ID. Here we have the user, right? So we have provided this ID. Then we will provide other details like first name, last name, email, phone, right? And position. Then we have to add the department here. So let's add the department property. So in this department property we will store the department data that we are getting from the request, or we will add the default value, that is engineering. So the department will be engineering by default if it is not provided in the request. Now after that we will provide the basic salary. So in this basic salary let's add the basic salary that we are getting from the request, right? So just add the function called number. It will convert it into number like this, and here we'll add or 0. If it is not available in the request it will add 0. Now let's add the allowances and deductions also, and after that we have to add the join date. So the join date will be a date, so just add new date and provide the join date that we are getting from request, and just after that we'll add the bio. So provide the bio from the request or empty string. Save the changes. So here it will create a new employee data, right? After that we will send the response. So let's add the return response dot a status, and in the status we'll add 201 and then dot JSON. So in this JSON we'll add the success property true, and with that we'll provide the employee. So we'll provide this employee data in the response after creating the employee, correct? Now let's come here in the catch block. So in this catch block we'll add the if statement if this error dot code is equal to 11,000,11K. So in this case we'll add the return and provide the response dot a status 400 dot JSON, and in this JSON we'll add the object with error property. It will be email already exists, right? Now after that, here we'll add console.error. In this console.error we'll add the message create employee error and provide this exact error that we are catching here. Now after that we'll add the return. So just add the return, and in this return we'll add response.status 500, then the JSON property, and the error will be failed to create employee. That's it. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can create a new employee in the database. After that we have to add another controller function here, that is update employee. So we have created this function. In this one we'll add the functionality. To create this update employee controller, let me just copy the previous function. From this one, just copy everything and paste it here. Now in this one, let's see the code one by one. Here we are adding try catch block. In the try block we are getting the data from body. So in this one you can see we are getting the first name, last name, email, phone, position, then we have the department, basic salary, then allowances, deductions, and after that here we have join date. So just remove the join date, it will be fixed, right? And after that we have the password, so we will remove this password also, and then we have the role, or we can keep the password here. Here we'll add the allowances, then deductions, and password, role, bio, and here we'll add one more data, that is employment status. So just add comma, employment status, right? So we are getting this from the request body, and before that we need the employee ID also. So let's add const ID equal to request dot params. So in the API endpoint only we will add the ID, and we'll get the ID here, that will be the employee ID, so that we can update the particular employee data. After that, here we have this if statement. It is checking the data is available or not. So let me just remove it, correct? And here we will add const employee equal to await, and we have to find this employee. So we'll add await employee model dot find by ID and provide this ID here. So now we have the particular employee for which we have to update the data. After that we'll add the if statement if not of employee. In this case just add the return and provide response dot status, and the status is 4 not 4. Then we'll add dot JSON and provide the object where we'll add the error property. It will be employee not found, right? So if the employee is not available, then it will return this response. After that you can see here we have the hashed password, so I'll remove it. Then we will remove this user, and then we have this const employee equal to await. So here let me just update it. We will simply add await employee dot, it means employee model dot, and here we'll use find by ID and update method. We have added find by ID and update, and after that here we'll add the ID and comma. So it will find the employee using this ID, and then we will provide the data to be updated. So from here we will remove this user ID. We will simply provide the first name, last name, email, phone, position, department, basic, salary, allowances, deductions, and after that here we will add the employment status. And in this employment status just provide the employment status that we are getting from the request, or let's add active. Then we have the bio. So we will update these data in the employee model or employee database. Next, we have to update the user data also. In the database, we have the employee records and user records. So let's update the user data. So here just add comment update user record. For that, let's add const user update equal to one object, right? So in this object, we will add all the data that needs to be updated for the user. So we will update the email here, right? After that, we will check the request if role. If the role is available, let's add the user update dot role property equal to role. After that, let's add if statement if password is available in the request. So in this case, we'll add the user update dot password property, and in this password property we will store the user's hashed password. So just add await bcrypt dot hash and provide the password comma 10. So it will store the hashed password, and after that, let's add the await use the user model dot find by ID and update. So simply provide the ID here using the employee dot user ID. Then provide the data, that is user update. That's it. So it will update the user data also. After that, we'll send the response. So just add return response dot JSON, and in this JSON just add success true. That's it. Then come here in the catch block. In this catch block, we'll add if the error dot code is 11k, then we'll add return response dot status 400, and JSON will be error. Email already exists, and then we'll add the console. So let me remove this console. Simply add return response dot status 500 and the JSON object where we'll add the error property failed to update employee. Save the changes. Next, we have to create our last controller for this employee, that is delete employee, right? For that, let's add the try catch statement. In this try block, we will get the ID from request params, and after getting the ID, we have to find this employee. So let's add const employee equal to await and use the employee model dot find by ID and provide this ID here. After that, let's add the if statement if not of employee. Suppose we could not find this employee using this ID. In this case, just add the return and provide response dot status 404, and then we'll add the JSON with error property employee not found, right? Now after that, let's add employee dot is disabled is true. So in this is disabled property, we will store true. That's it. And after that, we'll add employee dot employment status is equal to inactive. We will not delete the record. We will update the data like is deleted true and employment status inactive, right? And after that, just add await employee dot save. So it will update the data in database, and then we'll add the return here. So just add return response dot JSON success true, and then come here in the catch block. In this catch block, we'll add return response dot status 500, and then error. It will be failed to delete employee. That's it. Let's save the changes, and now we have created the controller functions for employee. After creating these controller functions, we have to create the API endpoint. It means we have to create the API routes. And for creating the routes, we have to create a route file in a separate folder. For that, let's open this sidebar. And in this server folder, create a new folder and write the folder name routes. In this routes folder, create a new file and write the file name employee routes.js. Now in this one, let's import the router from Express, and using this router we can create the own router. So let's add const employees router equal to router, and in this router we'll add different endpoint. So just add employees router dot get method. In this get method we'll add the path slash and comma, and here we have to add our controller function, that is get employees, imported from the controllers folder. You can see here we have the controllers folder employee controller.js file. Make sure to add the file name extension .js. So we have added the first route. Now duplicate it. In the second one we'll add the type post. Correct? Here we'll add the controller function create employee and import this function also. It has been imported. Now in the third one we'll add the type put, and here we'll add :id because we have to update the user using this put method and provide the id in the route. And let's update the function name. So the function name is update employee and import it from controllers. Then we will add the next one, that is .delete, and here also we have to provide the id. So we have added the :id here and provide the function name, that is delete employee. So let's add this delete employee. Correct? So we have created all 4 routes. Using that we can get the employee details, we can create a new employee, we can update the employee data, and we can delete the employee. Next we have to protect this route. Right now this route is accessible for anyone, right? So we have to add the middleware. Using that we will protect this route. Only admin can access this route. Before creating the middleware, we will create the routes, or we'll create the APIs for authentication. For that, let's open the sidebar, and in this controllers folder we will create a new file. So let's create a new file here and write the file name authcontroller.js. Now in this auth controller, let's add the comment, that is login for employee and admin. Then we will add the type post, and the path will be /API/auth/login. Correct? Now after that, let's create a function here. So we will write const and add the function name. So let's export it also. Just add export const login and create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in the function parameter we will get the request and response, and after that in this function just add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we'll get some data from request body. So just add const, and here we'll get the email, then we'll get the password, and after that we'll get the role type, and let's get it from the request.body. Now after that let's add the if statement, if not of email and not of password. If this data is not available in the request, then we will add the return. So let's add the return and provide response.status 400. Then we'll add .json and provide the error property, that is email and password are required. Now suppose the email and password is available. In this case we have to find the user using this email ID. So just add const user equal to await. Then we will add the user model, import the user model, and then we'll add dot find one. Now in this find one, just add the email. So using this email, it will find the user from database. Now after that, let's add the if statement also, and add not of user. Suppose there is no user available with this email ID. In this case, we will add the return statement with a status for not one, and then we'll add the error called invalid credentials. Now after that, let me add the if statement, and here we will check for the role. So let's add the role type is equal to admin and the user dot role not equal to admin. So in this case we have to add the return. Just add return response dot status for not one, then dot JSON, and here we'll add the message that is not authorized as admin. Correct. Now let's add the if statement again. We will add role dot type is equal to employee and user dot role not equal to employee. So in this case also we have to add the return with a status for not one, and then we will add the message that is not authorized as employee. After that, let's add the variable here with name is valid. So here we'll check the password. So just add is valid equal to await and use the bcrypt package. We are not getting the suggestion for bcrypt, so let's import it manually. Let's move it here, and in this one we will add the file name extension .js, and after that just add import bcrypt from bcrypt. After that let's add await bcrypt dot compare and provide the password. Then we'll add the comma user password. So if it is valid, then we can log in, right? So here just add the if statement. If not of is valid, it means the password is not matching. So here we'll add return response status for not one, and the error message is invalid credentials. Now suppose the password is valid. So in this case we have to create a payload data object. So just add const payload equal to object, and here just add the user ID. So in this user ID we will add the user dot underscore ID, then we'll add dot to a string. Now we'll add the role also. So let's add the role, and the role will be user dot role. Then we have to add the email. So the email will be user dot email. Now after that, here we have to create a token for authentication, right? So for creating the token we are going to use the JWT, and we have to create a secret key of JWT, and we'll create this secret key in the environment variable. So let's open .env file. In this one let's add the new environment variable called JWT secret, and here you can add any secret text. So let's provide super secret JWT key. You can add anything here, it could be anything. Now let me just come back here in our auth controller, and here we have to generate the token. So let's provide const token equal to JWT, and we have to import the JWT here. So let's scroll up, and let me provide import a statement. Import JWT from JSON web token. After adding it, here we can use JWT dot sign method, and here just add the payload. So in this JWT.sign we have added the payload. After that we'll add comma and provide the secret key. So simply add the process .env .jwt secret. After that let's add the comma and add an object where we'll add the expires in 7 days. So this token will expire in 7 days. After that, let's return this token. So just add return and response.json and provide the user property that will be payload, and with that we'll provide the token also in the response. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block, simply add console.error and provide login error and the actual error here. Then we'll add the return statement with a status 500, and then we'll add the message login failed, save the changes. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can log in, right? After that we'll create the another controller function. So just add the comment here, that is get session for employee and admin, and for this one we will add the type get, and the path will be /API/auth/session, right? Next we have to create a function here. So simply add export const session equal to add a function, and in this function we will get the request and response. Now here let's add const session equal to request dot session. After that simply add return response.json, and in this JSON we'll add the object with user property, and in the user property provide this session. Next we'll add another controller function. So let's add the comment, that is change password for employee and admin, and then we have to add another comment. The type will be post, and then we will add the path. So the path will be /API/auth/change password. So this will be the API for changing the password. So let's add a function here, export const, and function name is change password equal to asynchronous arrow function, and provide the request and response in the parameter. Next we'll add the try catch block. Now in this try block, first we will get the session as here. So we are getting the session from request.session. After that we need the current password and new password from the request body. So just add const current password and new password equal to the request dot body. Next we have to verify we are getting the data in the request body or not. So just add not of current password or not of new password. If any of this data is missing, then simply add return response.status 400, and the error message is both passwords are required. Now suppose both password is available, then we have to find the user. So let's add const user equal to await, and add the user model dot find by ID, and to get the ID simply add the session dot user ID. So it will find the user, and we'll add the if statement if not of user. Suppose we could not find any user in the database, so simply add the return with response.status for not for, and the error message is user not found. Now we have to verify the password. So again we'll add the same statement, that is const is valid equal to await bcrypt compare current password, then user dot password, right? After that let's add if statement if not of is valid. If the current password is not valid, so just add the return dot response status 400, and then we'll add the message. So just add dot json error current password is incorrect. Now suppose the current password is valid. In this case, we will encrypt the new password. So simply add const hashed equal to await and use the decrypt dot hash method and simply provide the new password and the digit 10. Next, we have to update the user data. So simply add await user model dot find by ID and update. So first we'll provide the ID using session dot user ID, and after that provide the data. So just update the password field. So simply add the password property here, and in this password property we will store hashed. That's it. After that, simply add the return statement and we'll add response.json success true. That's it. After resetting the password, we'll simply send the response with success true, and let's add the return statement in this catch block also. In this catch block, we'll add return response.status 500, then .json, and here we'll add the object with error property, and in this error we will provide the message called failed to change the password. Save the changes. So we have created the controllers for authentication, and using these controllers we will create the authentication route. Correct? For that, let's just open the sidebar, and in this routes folder create a new file and write the file name authroutes.js. Correct? Now let me just come back to the employee routes, copy everything from here and add it here in the auth routes. In this auth routes, we will import the route from Express. After that, let's remove this import statement. Here we will create a auth router using this router, and then let's add this auth router here. So first we will add auth router dot post method. In this post method, provide the path, that is /login, and then we'll add the function. So the function is login, imported from the controllers folder auth controller.js. Save the changes. Now just duplicate it. In this second one, we'll add the type get, then add the path session, and after that here we'll add the function session from this controller. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the path, that is change password, and the type will be post. Correct? And then we'll add the function name, that is change password. That's it. Next we have to export this router from here, so let's add export default and auth router. Next we have to protect this route also. We will protect this session and change password, right? For that we will create the middleware. So in this server folder, create a new folder called middleware, and in this middleware folder create a file, that is auth.js. So we have added auth.js file, and in this one create a function called protect. So just add export const protect equal to add a function. In this function parameter will get the request, response and next function. Then we'll add the try catch block. In this try block we'll add const auth header equal to the request dot headers dot authorization. It will check for the headers and authorization property. Let's add the if statement. If not of auth header or not of auth header starts with bearer. In this case, let's add the return and provide response.status for not one and .json method with error message unauthorized. And suppose the auth header is available. In this case, we will create a token. So just add const token equal to auth header dot split, and a split using this space, then index 1, right? Now after that, just add const session equal to JWT, and we have to import the JWT. So let's add import JWT from JSON web token, and in this JWT dot verify we will provide the token, comma, our secret key, that is process.env dot JWT secret. Now here just add the if statement. We'll check not of session. So if the session is not found, in this case we will return the response. So just add response.status for not one, and the message is unauthorized. Next we'll add the request here. Suppose the session is available, so simply add request dot session equal to session. Then we will call the next method. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block we will add return response.status for not one, and then JSON. Here we'll add error unauthorized. Let's save the changes. So we have created this function that will protect our route, right? We will execute this function before executing our controllers. Here we'll add one more controller that will protect the admin routes. So let's add another function here, export const and protect admin equal to addo function, and here also we'll get the request, response and next function. Then simply add if request dot session dot role not equal to admin. In this case, just add the return statement. It will terminate the function here, right? And send the response with a status 403, and then we'll add the error message, that is admin access required. And if the role is admin, simply call the next method. So it will protect the route. Only admin can access the route, where we will add this protect admin function. Now after that, let me just come back here in the authroutes.js. In this authroute.js, we will add our middleware. So you can see we have added this session route. So in this one, simply add protect, import it from the middleware /auth.js and provide the comma here. So it will be protected. Only logged in user can access this route. Now we'll add this protect in the second one also, that is change password. So only logged in user can change the password, right? Save the changes. Similarly, we will open the next route, that is employee routes.js. In this employee routes also we'll add our middleware. So in the first one, that is for get employees, here we'll add protect from the middleware folder auth.js file and add the comma here. With that, we'll add the protect admin also. It means only admin can access this route. So just add protect admin, and it is also imported here. Add the comma. Now simply copy these two middlewares and paste it in the other routes. So let's add it here in the second one, third one and fourth one, right? So only logged in user and admin user can create an employee data. Only logged in and admin access user can update the employee data, and only logged in and admin access user can delete the employee. After that we have to export this router. So let's add export default and employee router. That's it. Next we have to add this router in our main file, that is server.js file. So simply open the server.js, and in this one you can see we have already added this home route. So just after that we'll add the new route that we have created. For that, let's add app.use and provide the path. It will be /API/auth and then comma and provide the auth router. We are not getting the suggestion here, so let's open the router file. This is auth router, employee router, right? After opening this file, again come here and start typing. So if I type auth router, we are getting this suggestion. Just click here, it will get imported. Now let's duplicate it. We'll add app.use/API/employees, and here we'll add employee router. You can see auth router and employees router has been imported here. Correct? So we have created the APIs for authentication and employees data. Now we have to create the APIs. Using that we can get the user's profile data and update the profile data. For that we'll create a new controller. So let's come here in the controller folder, create a new file and write the file name profilecontroller.js. In this profile controller, let's add the comment that is for get profile, right? And here we'll add the type get, and the path will be /API/profile, and create the add function here. So just add export const get profile equal to asynchronous add function. Now in the function parameter, we'll get the request and response. Correct? Similarly, we'll add another function. So first we'll add the comment here, that is update profile, and let's add the type put, and the path will be /API/profile. So the path will be same, the type will be different, that is get and put. Correct? And just add the same function here and change the function name. So the function name is update profile. Now let's complete this function. So in the first one, just add the try catch block, and in the try block, first we need the session from request.session, and after that let's add const employee equal to await, and here we'll use the employee model. So you can see the employee model has been imported here. Let's add the file name extension employee.js. Now in this employee model, we'll add .find1, and in this find1 simply add the object with user ID, and in the user ID provide session.userid. Now we'll add the if statement if not of employee. Suppose we could not find any employee, then we will add the comment here, that is authenticated user is not an employee, return admin profile. So let's add return response.json, and here we'll add the first name. So the first name will be admin. Then we'll add the last name. It will be empty string. Then we have to add the email. So let me provide the email. It will be session.email. And then we'll add the return statement. So here let's provide return and simply add response.json, and in this one we will add the employee. Right now come here in the catch block. In this catch block just add return response.status 500 and the error message is failed to fetch profile. So what is happening here? We are getting the session, but using this session we could not find any employee. It means the user is admin. So this statement will get executed. It will return the object with first name admin and this email ID. And suppose this employee data is available using this session. So we will simply return this employee data. Correct? So it will provide the employee profile data. Next we have to complete this function. Using that we can update the profile. So here also we will add the try catch block. In this try block again we need the session from request.session, and this session will be added using middleware. After that again we have to use this statement to find the employee. Just copy and paste it here. That is const employee equal to await employee model.find1 and user ID will be session.userid. Right? And after that let's add this if statement. If not of employee. So in this case simply add return and provide response.status 404, and then we'll add the JSON object with the error property, and the error message is employee not found. Now suppose the employee is available, then we'll add the another if statement if employee dot is deleted. Right? So in this case again add the return with response status 403, then dot JSON method, and here we'll add the error property with the message your account is deactivated, you cannot update your profile. Right? Now suppose is deleted is false, then we'll come here and provide await employee dot find by ID and update, and here let's add the employee dot underscore ID, then add the comma and provide the object. In this object we can add the bio, because the employee can update the bio only. So just add bio, and then we'll add the request dot body dot bio. That's it. And then we'll add the return statement here. Return response.json and then success true. Now come to the catch block, and in this catch block simply add return response.status 500 and the JSON object with the error message failed to update profile. That's it. Save the changes. Now let's create the routes for these controller. Correct? For creating the route, let's open the sidebar, and in this routes folder create a new file and write the file name profileroutes.js. And here also we will get the router from Express, and after that we have to create a profile router using this router. Now in this profile router we'll add the get method and provide the path. It will be slash, and then we'll add the middleware, that is protect, from the middleware folder, and after that we'll add the get profile controller function. You can see get profile controller function has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension, that is profile controller.js, and here also we'll add the file name extension auth.js. Now let's duplicate it. We'll add the type post. In the second one, we'll add the type post, then path will be / protect, and here we'll update the controller function, that is update profile. So update profile is also imported here. Next, we have to export this router from here. So simply add export default and profile router. Next, we'll add this profile router in our main file, that is server.js file. So here, let's duplicate this line, add the path, that is /API/profile, and here we will add profile router. Let's see this import statement. Profile router has been imported. So we have created the API. Using that, we can get the profile data and update the profile data. Now we have to create the controllers for attendance. Using that, we can manage the attendance. And for creating the APIs, we have to create the controller, and in that controller we need the model, right? So first we'll create the model for attendance. So in this models folder, create a new file with the name attendance.js, and here we'll create the model. So let me just copy the previous one. I'll copy this user model and paste it here. Here we'll update the name. So let's add the name const attendance equal to mongoose.models.attendance. If it is available, it will be used, else we'll create the model using mongoose.model and model name attendance, and here we have to add the schema, and here let's export this attendance model, right? Now let's update the schema name also. So the schema name is attendance schema, and provide the schema name here. Now let me just clear this. So here we'll add different properties in this attendance schema. So first we have to add the employee ID. So the type will be mongoose.schema.types.objectID. After that, here we'll add the reference of our employee model. So let's add the reference employee model. Then we'll add the required true, and then let's create the next property. So our next property is date. So let's add the date property here. The type will be date and required is true. Correct. So first we have added the employee ID, date. Then we'll add the check-in. In this check-in also we'll add the type date, and default will be null. Let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the checkout. So the checkout type is also date and default is null. After that, we have to add the status. So let's provide the status, and the type will be a string. Then we'll add the enums, that is present, absent or late, and default value will be present. Then we'll add the working hours. So in this working hours property, let's add the type number, and default will be null. Then we have to add the date type. In this date type property, let's provide the type a string. Then we will add the enum, and enum will be full day, 3/4 day, half day, short day and null, and default value is null. Save the changes. So we have created the attendance schema, and using this attendance schema, we have created the attendance model and exported this model here. But before creating it, here let's add one more thing, that is attendance schema dot index, and in this index we have to add one object where we'll add the employee ID 1, and let's add the date 1. Then we'll add comma and unique true. Now after creating this model, we'll create the controller function. So let me just open this sidebar, and here we have the controllers folder. In this one, create a new file, that is attendancecontroller.js. Now in this attendancecontroller.js file, we have to create different controller for clock in and get attendance function, right? Using that, we'll get the attendance data. So here just add comment, that is clock in out for employee, and then we'll add the route path, that will be /API/attendance, and the type is post. Let's add the function here using export const and clock in out equal to asynchronous arrow function with the request and response in the parameter. Correct. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add different comment, that is get attendance for employee. Correct. And after that we'll add the type get, and the path will be /API/attendance. And let's update the function name, that is get attendance. Right. Now here we will complete this function, that is first one, clock in out. So in this one just add the try catch. In this try block, first we need the session from request.session. After that we need to find the employee from database. So just add const employee equal to await and use the employee model. Let's import this employee model and add it in the first line and write the file name extension .js. Now in this employee model we can use the find1 method, and in this find1 method we have to provide the object with user ID, and in this user ID property simply provide the session.userID. After that let's add the if statement, if not of employee. So if we could not find the employee, simply add the return statement that will stop this function, and it will send the response also. So just add response.status 404 and the JSON object with the error property employee not found. Correct. Now suppose the employee is found but is deleted is true. So here we'll add the if statement employee.isDeleted. So in this case we'll add the return statement. Let me add the return here. Return response.status 403, then JSON object where we'll add the error, your account is deactivated, you cannot clock in out. Right. Now suppose the is deleted is false. So in this case let's get the date and hours. So just add const today equal to new date. So we'll get the today's timestamp, and after that we'll add today dot set hours 0, 0, 0 and 0. After that let's add const existing equal to await, provide the attendance model, import the attendance model here, then dot find1. In this find1 just add the employee ID, it will be employee._ID. Then we have to add date, and in the date we'll just provide today. Right. So after that let's add const now equal to new date. Now after that here we'll add the if statement, if not of existing. So if there is no existing record for today. Correct. So in this case let's add const is late equal to now dot get hours greater than equal to 9, and now dot get minutes greater than 0. Then we will add const attendance equal to await, then add attendance. Here we are using the attendance model dot create method, and simply add employee ID, it will be employee._ID. Then we'll add date, it will be today. Then we will add check in, it will be now, that is the current timestamp. Then we'll add the status, and in the status we will check is late. So if the is late property is true, in this case just add the status late, else we will add the status present. Correct. Now after that here we will add the return statement. Within this if, let's add return and provide response.json where we'll add the success true, and the type will be check-in and data will be attendance. Correct. Now we'll add the else if, just add else if, and here we'll check not of existing dot check out. In this else if statement, it will check the existing data is available for today, but checkout is false, right? It means user has checked in, but checkout is not available. So in this case, user can check out, right? So let's add const check-in time equal to new date, and in this date, just add existing dot check-in. So this is the check-in date or time, right? So this is the check-in time, and in this one, just add dot get time. Now after that, let's add const difference in minutes equal to now dot get time minus check-in time, and after that we'll add difference hours equal to difference minutes slash 1000 multiplied by 60 and multiply by 60. So we'll get the difference hours, and after that let's add existing dot checkout equal to now. So we'll add the checkout data in the existing record for today attendance. After that, let's add the comment here, that is compute working hours and day type. For that, we'll add const working hours equal to parse float difference hours dot to fixed 2. Now we'll add let day type equal to half day. Then we'll add if working hours is greater equal to 8. Then we'll add day type equal to full day, right? Now let's add else if working hour greater than equal to 6. In this case, we'll add day type equal to 3/4 day. Then we'll add else if again, let's duplicate it and provide greater than equal to 4. So if the working hour is greater equal to 4, then the day type will be half day. And let's add the else statement. In this else, just add day type equal to sort day. That's it. After that, here we'll add existing dot working hours equal to this working hours. After that, existing dot day type equal to day type that we have calculated, right? Now after that, simply add await existing dot save. So it will save the data in database. After that, we can add the return here. So just add the return response.json with the success true, and with that we'll add the type checkout and data will be existing. Now we'll add the else statement here. So let's add the else. In this else, again add the same return statement, that is return response.json success true, type will be checkout and data will be existing. Then we'll come here in the catch block. In this catch block, let's add console.error and provide the message attendance error and the actual error here. Then we'll add the return statement. We will add return response.status 500 and the JSON object with error operation failed. So we have created the controller function. Using that, we can check in and check out. And when we check in or check out, it will also update the status like attendance status late, present, correct? Then it will update the day type like full day, 3/4, half day and sort day. Now let's come here in the second controller function, that is get attendance. Using that, we can get the attendance data. So here also we'll add try catch block. We have added try catch, and after that just copy this return statement from the catch block, paste it here. We'll add return response.status 500 and error. In this error we will add failed to fetch attendance. Now come here in the try block, and in the try block let's add this line that will get the session and find the employee using this session, and then we will check the employee is available or not. So just copy this 3 line. Let's copy and paste it here. So first we are finding the session using request.session, then find the employee using await employee model.find1 user ID, and after that we'll check if not of employee, then return response.status 404 JSON error, employee not found, right? Now suppose the employee is available. In this case, just add const limit equal to parse int and provide the request dot query dot limit or 30. So it will return the total 30 entries by default if we have not provided the limit in query. After that, here let's add const history equal to await and provide the attendance model dot find method, and in this find method just add the object with employee ID and just provide employee dot underscore ID, correct? Now here we'll add dot sort. In this sort just add the object with date -1, then we'll add dot limit, and in this limit simply provide the limit that is available here. So we have the attendance history, correct? Now we can send this in the response. So let's add the return response.json and add the object here with the data property, and in the data we will provide the history, that is the attendance history, correct? And then we'll add the employee also. In this employee property, let's provide one object with is deleted, and in this is deleted property we will provide employee dot is deleted. Save the changes. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can get the attendance data. Next we have to create the API routes using these controllers. So let's open the sidebar, and here we have to create the route file. So in the routes folder, create a new file and write the file name attendance routes.js, and in this one let's get the router from the express, and using this router we'll create the attendance router, and in this attendance router we can add different endpoint. So just add type post. So the method type is post, provide the path, it will be slash and comma, then provide the middleware, that is protect, it is imported here, and here we'll add the file name extension auth.js, and after this middleware let's provide our function, that is clock in out. So we have added the controller function from attendance controller.js. Let's duplicate this line, and in this one we'll add the type get. Using that we can get the attendance history. Here we'll add the same path, that is slash, then protect middleware and provide the controller function get attendance. So get attendance controller function is also imported. Now let's export this router. Let's add export default and attendance router. Save the changes. Next we have to add this attendance router in our main file, that is server.js file. So we will open the server.js and here duplicate this line. Let's add the path, that is slash API slash attendance, and provide the router, that is attendance router. You can see attendance router has been imported from routes slash attendance routes.js file. So we have created the APIs. Using that we can check in and check out for the attendance, and we can also get the attendance history. After creating these APIs, let me commit the changes. So I'll just click on this source control icon and I'll add the message here. APIs created for employee authentication, and we have created the APIs for attendance, and click on this commit button. Let's click on sync changes. So it will commit the changes on GitHub, and you can go to GitHub and create a pull request to review your code by CodeRabbit. Now let's just come here and we'll create the next route for the next functionality. Now we have to create the APIs for leave management. For that, first we have to create the models so that we can store the leave data in the database. So in this models folder, create a new file and the file name will be leaveapplication.js. Now after that, we will come in this file and here we will create the schema. To create the schema, we will use Mongoose package. So import the Mongoose package, and after that, let's add the schema name like const leave application schema equal to new mongoose.schema. And in this one, we will define all the properties that we will add in the leave application data, right? And here we have added this object. After this one, we'll add comma and another object where we'll add the timestamps true. So it will automatically add the timestamps in the database. So let's add the first property, that is employee ID. And in this employee ID, we will add the type. So the type will be mongoose.schema.type.object_id. And then we have to add the reference of our employee model, because from the employee model we get the type ID, employee ID. After that, we'll add required true. So this employee ID will be required to save the leave application. Add the comma, and now we'll add the next property. So the next property will be type. So in the type, we'll add a string, and then we'll add the enum. In this enum, we will add all the values. So we'll add sick, casual, and annual. After that, here also we'll add the required true. So it is also required to add a new leave application data in database. Add the comma here and add next property, that is a start date. So here we'll add the type date and then required true. Add the comma at the end. Duplicate this one. Here we'll add the end date. After that, just duplicate it. Here we'll add the reason. In this reason, we'll add the type a string, required true. Let's duplicate it. Then we'll add the status. So in the status, we'll add type a string. Then we have to add the enums like this. So let me provide it here. And in this one, just add the different values like pending, approved, or rejected. And after that, we have to add the default value also. So we'll add the default value pending. So this is the schema to store the leave application data. Now let's create the model using this schema. So add const leave application equal to mongoose dot models dot leave application. So it will search for the leave application model. If it is available, it will be used, else it will create a model. So for that, just add mongoose dot model, and in this one we have to add two property. The first one will be model name, that is leave application, and then we have to provide the schema. So just add this leave application schema here. So we have created the model. Now after creating this model, we have to export it from here. So just add export default leave application. Now after creating this model, we will create the controller function, right? So let's open Sidebar and we'll open the controller folder. In this controller folder, create a new file and write the file name leavecontroller.js. In this leavecontroller.js file, first we'll add the comment, that is create leave, because here we will create the function. Using that, we can create a new leave application. Here let me add the type also. So the type will be post and the path will be /API/leaves. And let's add the function here. So just add export const create leave equal to asynchronous arrow function with the request and response in the parameter. Now let me just duplicate it. Here we'll add the next comment, that is get leaves. So it will return the leaves data, right? And here we'll add the type get and the path will be /API/leaves. and just update the function name. It is getLeaves. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll update the comment, that is update leave status. Then we will add the type. So the type will be patch and the path will be /API/leaves/ID. And just update the function name also. So the function name will be update leave status. So we have to create these 3 controller function for leave management. Now just come here in the first one and add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we need the session from request.session, and this session will be added using middleware. After that, let's get the employee using this session. So just add const employee equal to await and use the employee model. You can see employee model has been imported from the models folder. At the end, we'll add the file name extension .js. Now just add .find1, and in this find1 we'll add the user ID property. So the user ID will be the session.userid. Now let's add the if statement that will check we have the employee or not. So let's add not of employee. So when we don't get any employee data using this session, then we'll add the return and provide the response dot status for not for, and with that we'll add the JSON object with error employee not found. Now suppose employee is available but is deleted is true. For that, just add this if statement employee dot is deleted. So in this case, still user cannot apply for leave. So again we'll add the return and we'll add the response dot status for not 3. Then we'll add the JSON, and in this JSON simply provide the error and write the error message: your account is deactivated, you cannot apply for leave. Now suppose the account is also active. In this case we can create a leave, right? So here we'll get the required data from body. So just add const type a start date, int date, reason equal to the request dot body. So we are getting these data from request body, and after that let's add if statement if not of type a start date, end date, and reason. If any of this data is missing, then we cannot create the leave. So simply add return response dot status 400, and then we'll add the JSON with the error missing fields. Now suppose all these details is available, right? So in this case we can create the leave data, but before that we have to get the today's date, right? So just add const today equal to new date. After that let's add this today dot set hours, and let's add this value 0, 0, 0 and 0. Now after that we'll add the if statement if the new date, and in this new date just add the start date that we are getting from the request body is less than equal to today, or the new date end date is less than equal to today. In this case we cannot create the leave. So let's add return response dot status 400 dot JSON method and provide the error, that is leave date must be in the future, right? Now let's come here and provide if statement again. So let me just duplicate it. So in this if statement we'll add new date and end date is less than new date a start date. So if the end date is less than a start date, and in this case we will add return response status 400 and we'll add the message, that is end date cannot be before a start date, like this. After that simply create a leave data. So just add const leave equal to await and provide the leave application, that is the application model. Let's come here. You can see leave application models has been imported, and after that in this one just add dot create method. Using that we'll create a new entry. So first we have to add the employee ID property. In this employee ID, let's add the employee dot underscore ID. After that we'll add the type that we are getting from the request body. Then we'll add the start date, new date, and start date. After that we'll add end date. It will be new date, end date. After that we'll add the reason. Then we have to add the status. So let's add the default value pending. So whenever a new application will be created, the status will be pending, right? Now after that we can simply send the response. So just add return response.json with the success property true, and with that we'll add the data property where we have added this leave data. That's it. Now we'll come here in the catch block. So in the catch block simply add return response.status 500, and then we'll add dot JSON and provide the error. It will be failed. Save the changes. So we have created the controller function to create a new leave application. After this create leave, we will complete our next controller function, that is get leaves. So in this one again we will add the try catch statement, as we have added here in this try block. We have added this code, and then we have this catch block, right? So similarly we will add the try catch here, and in this catch block we'll copy the same code. Let's just copy and paste it here. That is return response.status 500 and the error message, that is failed. Now come here in the try block, and in this try block again we need the session from request.session. It will be added using middleware. Then we will check the role. So just add const is admin equal to this session dot role is equal to admin. If it is true, then is admin will be true, right? Now let's add the if statement. If is admin is true, in this case we will get the status. So just add const status equal to request dot query dot status. So in the request we'll add the query and provide the status value. Now after that just add const where equal to this status. If it is true, then we will add curly braces status, else we'll add the empty object. Now after that let's add const leaves equal to await, and here we will use the leave application model. So this leave application model is already imported. In this one just add the dot find method and provide this where. Then we'll add dot populate, and here we'll populate the employee ID property, correct? After that we'll add dot sort, and in this sort just add the object with property created at -1. So it will sort the data. Now after that let's add const data equal to this leaves that we are getting from the database. Then dot map. In this map let's add the arrow function, and here we'll get L for the individual leave. Now in this one just add const object equal to L dot to object. Then we'll add return statement here. Let's return one object where we'll add the spread operator and provide this object. Then we have to add the ID. So the ID will be our object dot underscore ID and to a string. Then we have to add the employee property. In this employee property we will store the object dot employee ID. Then we have to add the employee ID. So this employee ID will be our object dot employee ID if it is available. Then we'll add dot underscore ID. Then question mark dot to a string. So we have added the leaves data that contains ID, employee and employee ID. Now after that, let's return this data. So here simply add return, and in this return we'll add response.json, and in this JSON just add this data. Now let's add the else statement also. It means when the logged in user is not an admin. So in this case, let's add const employee equal to await, and then provide the employee model. So this employee model is already imported here. Now after that, here we'll just add .find1. In this find1 method, add the object and provide the user ID. So the user ID will be our session.userid, and here we'll add .len. Now after that, let's add if statement if not of employee. If we could not find this employee using this session, in this case just add the return and provide a status 4 not 4, and the error message is not found. Now suppose the employee is available, then we'll find the leaves from the database. So just add const leaves equal to await and provide the leave application model dot find method. In this find method, add the object and simply provide the employee ID, and then we'll provide the value. It will be employee dot underscore ID. After that, here also we'll add dot sort. Now after that, let's add the return statement. We'll add return, and here we'll return the response.json, and in the JSON just add the object where we'll add the data. So the data will be our leaves, and after that we'll add the employee property, and in this employee property simply provide a spread operator employee, then add comma ID, and then we'll add the value of this ID, that is employee dot underscore ID dot to a string. That's it. So after adding it, we have completed our controller. Using that, we can get the leaves data for the admin and for the employee based on the role. Now after that, let's complete our third function. You can see here we have the third function, that is update leave status. So in this one, we'll again add try catch, and in this catch block we'll add the same statement. Just copy and paste it here. Return response.status 500 JSON, and error message is failed. Come to this try block. In this try block, we need the status that we will update, right? So just get the status from the request body. We'll add request dot body. After getting the status, let's add the if statement if not of, and provide the array, that is approved, rejected, pending, like this. Then we'll add dot includes a status. So if we are providing the status that does not match with anyone, like approved, rejected or pending, so in this case simply add return and provide response.status 400, and then JSON method with the error invalid status. Now suppose the status is valid, so in this case we'll update the status in database. So just add const leave equal to await and provide the leave application model dot find by ID and update. So first we have to provide the ID, that will be request.params.id, and after that just add the status, and after this status just add return document after. It means it will return the document after updating the data. It means we'll get the updated data in this leave variable. Now let's return it. So just add the return and provide response.json, and in this one simply add success property true, and with that we'll add the data property, that is this leave. So we have created this controller function also, that is update leave status. Now let me open the terminal. If I open this front-end terminal, it is running. If I go to backend terminal, you can see we are getting some error here. So let's see. It says cannot find module attendance in the attendance controller.js file. So let me update it. I'll just come back and open the attendance controller, and in this one you can see we have added attendance from models folder attendance file. So just add the file name extension also, that is .js. That's it. Save the changes, and now if I open the terminal, scroll down, you can see database connected and server is running. Correct? So we don't have any error. Let's hide it. Now let me commit the changes. So here we'll click on this source control icon and we'll add the commit message, that is API created for leave application. Sync changes. Now we'll create the next APIs for managing the payslip. For that also we have to create the model first, right? So let's come here in the models folder, but before creating that we have to create the route also. We missed to create the route. So in this routes folder we'll create the route for the leave, right? So in this routes folder create a new file and write the file name leave_routes.js. In this leave_routes.js let's add import router from the express, and using this router we'll create the new router. So just add const leave router equal to router, and in this router we'll add different endpoint. So just add leave router dot post method and provide the path, it is slash, and then comma, and provide the middleware, that is protect. So the protect middleware has been imported, and here we'll add the file name extension auth.js. Then we will add the controller function, that is create leave. It has been imported. Now duplicate it. In the second one we'll add the type get, path will be same and middleware will be same, and here we'll update the controller function, that is get leaves. Now in the third one we'll add the type patch and the path will be /:id, that is application ID. Then we'll add the protect, and after that we'll add one more middleware, that is protect admin. It has been imported. Then we'll add comma, and here we have to update the controller function, that is update leave status. It means only admin can update the leave status. Next we'll export this router. So just add export default leave router, and let's add this router in our main file, that is server.js file. So in this server.js let's duplicate this line, and here we'll add /API/leave and then provide the leave router. So the leave router is imported here, right? Now after that we'll create the API for payslip. So let's come here in the models and we'll create a new model for the payslip. Create a new file in this models folder and write the file name payslip.js. In this one we have to create the model. So let me just copy the code from the previous model. So let's open this one, that is attendance.js. Just copy everything and paste it here. In this one we will update the name. So we'll add the schema name, that is payslip schema equal to new Mongoose schema. Then we have to add the first property, that is employee ID. It will be type Mongoose schema dot types object ID and reference of the employee model. Then we'll add the required true, correct? After that let me just clear this and add the next property. Here we'll add the month. So the type will be number and required true. After that we'll add the year. In this one also we'll add the type number required true. Then we'll add the basic salary, allowances, deductions, and after that let's add net salary. So the type is number, required true, and here we have added the allowances, deductions, default value 0. Now just update the name here. So let's remove this line, and here we'll update the name. It will be Payslip equal to mongoose.models.payslip. If this model is available, it will be used, else it will create a new model using this mongoose.model and provide the model name and a schema. So just add this payslip schema here. After that, let's export this model from this file. So we have created the payslip.js file where we have created the model using Mongoose, and using this model we can save the data in MongoDB database. Next we'll create the controller function. So open the sidebar, and in this controllers folder create a new file and write the file name payslip controller.js, and after that here let's add the comment, that is create payslip, right? Then we'll add the type post and the path will be /API/payslips, right? Next we'll add one function here. So just add export const create payslip equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in the function parameter we will get the request and response. Now just duplicate it. In the second one we'll add the comment get payslips, and the type will be get. Then we'll add the path, it will be same /API/payslips, and update the name called get payslips. Now in the next one we'll add the comment, that is get payslips or payslip by ID. Then we'll add the type get, and then we'll add /API/payslips/:ID, and here we'll add the function name get payslip by ID. So we have to create these three functions: create payslip so that admin can create a new payslip. Then we have this get payslips, so admin can see all the payslips list. Then we have this get payslip by ID so that user can view and print the particular payslip, right? So let's start with the first one. In the first one, that is for create payslip, we will add try catch block. Now in this try block we will get some data from the request body. Using these data we can create the payslip. So just add const employee ID, month, year, basic salary, allowances, deductions, and let's get it from request.body. Now we'll add the if statement to verify the required data is available or not. So we'll add if not of employee ID, month, year, or basic salary. It means any of this data is missing. In this case we will return the response with a status 400 and the JSON object with error missing fields. Now suppose these data is available, then we have to calculate the net salary. So just add const net salary equal to number and provide the basic salary. Then we'll add plus number and provide the allowances or 0. Then we'll add minus number and deductions or 0. So we will get the net salary. After that we will create a payslip data in the database. So just add const payslip equal to await, and then we'll use the payslip model that we have just created. So just import this model from the models folder. You can see it has been imported here. Let's move it here, and in this one we'll add the file name extension .js. Now in this payslip just add .create method so that we can create a new entry, and first we'll add the employee ID. After this employee ID we'll add the month. So in the month we'll add number month. Then we'll add the year, so it will be number year. Then we have to add the basic salary. So provide the number function and basic salary. Then we'll add the allowances. So it will be number function allowances or 0, and then we'll add the deductions and net salary. So we are getting the payslip data here that we have just created in the database. Now let's return it in the response. So just add the return response.json, and in this JSON simply add the success property true, and with that we'll add the data. So our data will be this created payslip. Now come to the catch block, and in the catch block let's add the return response 500 and JSON with the error failed. Now let's create the next function. Using that we can get the payslips list. So in this one just add try catch statement and copy this statement in the catch block. Now come to the try block, and in this try block we need the session from the request.session that will be added using a middleware. Then we'll check the role using this session.role is equal to admin. So we'll get is admin is true or false. Correct. Now we'll add if statement if is admin is true. So when the logged in user is admin, in this case we'll add const payslips equal to await, and here we'll use the payslip model dot find method. In this find method just add dot populate and provide the property name, that is employee ID. Then just add dot sort, and in this one simply add created at -1. Now after that here just add const data equal to the payslips dot map method, and in this one add the arrow function with individual payslip with p, and then let's add const object equal to p dot object, to object. Then we'll return the object here. So just add return statement with one object and use the spread operator and provide this object, and after that we'll add the ID. It will be object dot underscore ID to a string. Then we'll add the employee. It will be object dot employee ID. Then we'll add the employee ID. It will be object dot employee ID dot underscore ID dot to a string. Now let's add the return here. So let's add return and provide response.json and provide this data. Now let's add the else statement also. It means the logged in user is not admin. The logged in user is an employee. So for the employee just add const employee equal to await and use the employee model dot find one, and in this find one just add the user ID. So the user ID will be the session dot user ID. Now let's add the if statement that will check the employee data is available or not. So just add if not of employee, then return response status 404 and the JSON object with the error message not found. Now if the employee is available, then simply add const payslips equal to await, use the payslip model dot find method. In this find method let's add the object and provide the employee ID, and in this employee ID just add employee dot underscore ID. Then we'll add dot sort and simply provide created at -1. Save the changes. Next we have to send this payslips data in the response. So just add the return statement and response.json and provide this object with the data property that contains our payslips. So we have created this controller function also. Using that we can get the payslips list. Next we have to create this one, that is get payslips by ID. We have to get the individual payslips, right? So let's add try catch statement and copy this code in the catch block. Now in this try block simply add const payslip equal to await and provide the payslip model dot find by id, and here let's add request dot params dot id. After that, here we have to populate the properties, so just add populate employee id, then just add dot len. After that, let's add the if statement that will check if we could not find this payslip using this id, so just add if not of payslip, then we'll add the return statement with the status 4 not 4 and JSON object with the error not found. Const result equal to object, and in this one just add a spreader operator payslip, then we'll add the id, it will be payslip dot underscore id dot to a string, then employee, it will be payslip dot employee id. Next we have to send this result in the response, so let's add the return response dot json and provide the result. Just add it here, remove this and simply provide this result. Save the changes. So we have created these controller function to get the payslip data and create a payslip. Now we have to create the routes. It means we'll create the API endpoint. So just come here in the routes folder, create a new file and write the file name payslipsroutes.js. In this one, we will add import router from Express, and using this router, we'll create the payslip router. So just add const payslip router equal to router. Now in this router, we'll add different endpoint. So let's add payslip router dot post method and provide the path slash, and then we have to add the protect middleware, import it from the middleware folder auth.js file, then add comma, provide the protect admin middleware, then comma, create payslip. So create payslip controller function should be imported here. Let's import it again. I'll click on this suggestion. You can see create payslip has been imported from the controllers folder payslip controller file. Just add the file name extension .js. After that, let's duplicate this line. In the second one, we'll add the type get. Path will be same. Then protect and remove this protect admin. Here we'll add the function that is get payslips. So import this get payslips function. Just duplicate it, and here we'll add the path :id. Type will be get and the path is /:id, then protect middleware, and here we'll add the function that is get payslip by id and import this controller function. It has been imported here. Next we have to export this router from the file. So let's add the export default and payslip router, and after that add this router in our main file that is server.js file. So in this server.js, duplicate this line and provide the path /payslips and comma payslip router. If I scroll up, you can see payslip router has been imported. So now we have created the APIs for managing the payslip. Let me open the terminal. So you can see in this backend terminal, it says app crashed. So let's see the issue. Cannot find module in this leave application. Okay, it says this leave application module is not available inside this leave controller.js file. So let me just open leave controller.js file and scroll up. Here we have added path /models/leave application. So at the end we'll add .js file name extension, save the changes, and again open the terminal. So it will restart the backend, and now you can see the message database connected and server running. So it is working fine. Now let me commit the changes. So I'll click on this icon and here we'll add the message. API created for Payslip management, commit changes and sync changes. After that, we have to create the API for the dashboard. To create the API for dashboard, we have to create the controller. So in this controller folder, create a new file and write the file name dashboardcontroller.js. Now in this one, we'll create a function. Before that, let me add the comment. So let's add get dashboard for employee and admin. So we'll create a function that will return the dashboard data for both employee and admin based on the role. So we'll add the type also. So the API type will be get and the path will be /API/dashboard. Next, create a function and export it. So just add export const get dashboard equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this function just add the request and response in parameter. After that, we'll add the try catch block, and in this catch block just add console log, or we'll add console.error and provide this error here. And before that, let's add the string. So we'll add dashboard error. Now we'll add the return statement in this catch. So in this return, we'll add response.status 500, then .json, and provide the object with the error property that is failed. Now let's add the code in the try block. So first we have to get the role, and we'll get the role from the session. So just add const session equal to request.session. This request will be added using middleware. Now after that, we'll add the if statement if the session.role is equal to admin. It means the logged in user is admin. Then we will add the code here, and here we'll add the else statement also. And in this else statement, we will add the code for the employee. So in this if statement, let's add const total employees, today attendance and pending leaves is equal to await, and here we will use promise dot all. And after that, let's add the employee model. You can see the employee model has been imported. Now at the end, we have to add the file name extension .js. After that, let's add employee dot count documents, and here let's add is deleted $any true, that is not included. After that, let's add attendance. So attendance model has been imported from attendance.js file. Add the file name extension here, and here also we'll use count documents. Then add the object here and provide the date, and let's add greater than or greater new date. In this new date, again we will add new date dot set hours and provide the hours 0, 0, 0 and 0. Let's add comma, duplicate it. Here we'll add less than new date, then new date set hours, and in this set hours let's add 24. So it will provide the total attendance count in 24 hours. Here we are getting the warning. Let me fix it. For that, here we have to add one comma. That's it. So we have the employee dot count documents and attendance dot count documents. Now after this attendance, let's add comma and provide leave application model. You can see this model has been imported, and add the file name extension .js. And here also we'll add the same thing, that is dot count documents. Add the object here and provide the status pending. So it will give all the pending document count. right, for the leave application. Now after that, here simply add the return. We have all the data, we can return it. So just add return response.json and provide the object where we'll add the role. So let's add the role admin, then we'll add the total employees, then we'll add total departments. So to get the departments, let's get the data from assets. So just add departments from constants. We have the departments data in the constants/departments.js file. Now after that, here we'll add dot length. So it will provide the count. Then add comma, and here we'll add today attendance, then add comma and provide pending leaves. So we'll return this data in response for admin. Now let's add the data for the employee also, right? So in this else statement, we'll add const employee equal to await. Then we will use the employee model dot find one. In this find one, just add the user ID, and in this user ID property, we'll provide the session dot user ID, and using this we can find the employee. At the end, we'll add dot lean. Now after that, we'll add the if statement that will check the employee is available or not with this session. So just add if not of employee and provide the return. If it is not available, we will provide response.status 400 or 404 and JSON method with error employee not found. Now after that, let's get the today's date using const today equal to new date. Then we'll add const array equal to await promise dot all, and again add the array. Here we'll add the attendance dot count documents. In this counts documents, we will add the employee ID, and the employee ID will be employee dot underscore ID. Then we'll add the date. So in this date, let's just copy this, paste it here. So we'll provide greater new date, and here we'll provide this today dot get full year, then comma, and just add today dot get full month or get month, then comma 1. After that, let's remove it and duplicate this line. Here we'll add $LT, that is less than new date today get full year, comma today dot get month, comma 1, and here we have to add plus. Then we'll add this comma. Save the changes. Now after that, here we have to add the next data after this attendance. So here just add leave application dot count documents. Here also we have to add the employee ID. It will be employee dot underscore ID, and then we have to add the status pending. So it will display total count for pending leave applications. And after that, here we have to add the payslip. So just add payslip model dot find one. In this find one, just add the object with employee ID, and the employee ID will be employee dot underscore ID, and then we'll add dot sort created at -1 and dot lean. And after that, we will receive the data here in this array that will be current month attendance, comma pending leaves, comma latest pay slip. We will get these data from this promise.all. Now after that, we will send it in the response. So let's come here, add the return statement for the employee. Here just add response.json, and here we will add the role. So the role will be employee. After that, we'll add the employee property. In this employee property, let's provide a spread operator and employee, comma, ID. So the ID will be employee dot underscore ID dot to a string. Then we'll add the comma and provide the current month attendance. Then we will provide the pending leaves. After that, provide the latest payslip. It will be the latest payslip. If it is available, then object with a spread operator, latest payslip, and with that we have to add the ID also. So just add the ID. In this ID property, we will add latest payslip dot underscore ID dot to a string. Correct? And after that, here we'll add colon null if it is not available. So now we have created this controller function. Using that, we can get the dashboard data for both employee and admin. After that, using this controller function, we will create the route. So we will create the routes in this routes folder, create a new file and write the file name dashboard routes.js. Now in this one, just add import router from express. After that, we'll add const dashboard router equal to router. And in this dashboard router, we'll add the endpoint. So let's add dashboard router dot get method and provide the path slash. Then we'll add the middleware, that is protect, and import this protect middleware from middleware folder slash auth.js file. Then add comma and provide the controller function, that is get dashboard data. And this get dashboard data is also imported here. After that, let's export this router from this file. So we'll write export default and provide the router, that is dashboard router. Now let's add this dashboard router in our main file, that is server.js file. So let me open the server.js, and here at the end we'll add one more line and provide the path. So the path will be /API/dashboard and provide the router, that is dashboard router. If I scroll up, you can see dashboard router has been imported from routes folder dashboard routes.js file. So we have created the API to get the dashboard data. Now let me commit these changes. So click on this source control icon and add the commit message. API created for dashboard data. And we have committed these changes on GitHub. Now we have to create a script. Using that, we will create one admin and we will execute this script only once, right? For that, we'll create a new file with the name seed.js that will seed a new profile or admin profile. So in this server, create a new file and write the file name seed.js. And after that, in this one, we will import the .env/config so that we can use the environment variables in this file. After that, here we need to connect the project with database. So let's import the connect.db function from config/db.js file. Correct? Now after that, here we'll set the temporary password for admin. So let's add const temporary password and it will be admin123. You can write anything. After that, let's create a function. So we will write async function and the function name is register admin, right? Now after that, in this function we'll add try catch statement, and in this try block let's add const admin email equal to, and we'll store the admin email in the environment variable. So let's open .env file, and in this one just add this environment variable called admin email, and here we'll add the email ID that we are going to use as admin. So let me add admin@example.com. You can use any email ID here. So we have added admin@example.com as admin. Now after that, we have provided the temporary password in this file, that is admin123. Now let's get this email ID from the environment variable. So simply add process.env.admin email. Now we have the admin email. After that, let's add the if statement if and provide not of admin email if it is not available. So in this case, we will add console.error and provide the message that is missing admin email environment variable. And after that, just add process.exit and provide 1. Now after that, here we will add await. When we have the admin email available, then add await and connect the project with database using ConnectDB. After that, we will find the admin data in the database. So just add const existing admin equal to await and provide the user model and import the model here. And you can see user model has been imported from user.js file. And here let's add dot find one. In this find one, just add the email property, and in this email property provide the process.env.email ID. Right. Now after that, let's add if statement, and here just add this one, existing admin. So when this existing admin is available, in this case simply add console.log and provide a message that is user already exists as role, and here we have to provide the role. So it will be existing admin dot role, because in the user data we have added the role property also. After that, let's add process dot exit 0. Now suppose the existing admin is not available. In this case, we have to create the admin data and we'll add the password in the database. So let's encrypt the password. For that, let me write const hashed password equal to await, and then we will use the bcrypt package. So let's import it first. We'll add import bcrypt from bcrypt, and let's add it here, await bcrypt dot hash, and then provide the temporary password, and then we'll add the digit 10. Then we'll add const admin equal to await, then add user. We are using the user model dot create method, and in this create method simply provide the email property. We are getting a new user, and just add the process dot env dot admin email. Then we have to add the password property, and in this password property we will store the hashed password, that is encrypted password. Then we'll add the role, so the role will be admin. Right. After that, let's add message in the console. So just add console.log and provide the message admin user created, like this. After this console log, let me provide console.log, and here we'll add the email. So it will be admin's email ID. Then we'll add the password. So it will be our temporary password. And then we'll add the message, that is change the password after login. And then we'll add process.exit 0. That's it. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block, simply add console.error and provide seed failed and provide this error. After that, we have to execute this function that we have just created. So simply provide this register admin function and call it. That's it. Correct? Now to execute this function, we will create a script in the package.json file. So we will open the package.json. Let's open it, and here you can see we have a script called server start, right? And after that we'll add the comma and add one more script, that is seed. And when we execute this script, it should execute the file, that is node and seed.js file. That's it. Now let's save the changes. Right now, after that we'll open the terminal. In this terminal we are getting the error for Payslip module, right? Cannot find module. And let's see the name, that is controllers slash dashboard controller, I think. Let me open that. We'll open controllers, dashboard controller is there, and in this one, yes, we have this payslip from model slash payslip. So here we'll add .js, save the changes. Now we'll open the terminal again, and you can see it works, right? We don't have any error. So let me stop this project using Ctrl+C, and then we'll add npm run seed. Press enter. So after executing it, you can see database connected, admin user created, and the admin email is this one, and the password is this one. And here we have the message, change the password after login. It means the admin profile has been created. That's it. And after that, we can again start the project using npm run server. That will start the backend server. Now let's verify it. We will open the MongoDB database. Let's go to database and clusters. Then click on browse collections. And here we will open this full stack EMS. And here we have the users. And in this user, we have one data. You can see the email ID that we have added as admin. Then we have the encrypted password, and here we have the role admin, right? It means the admin profile has been created after using the seed script. Now let me commit these changes. So I'll click on this source control icon, and here we'll add the message, a script added for creating admin. So we have committed these changes in the GitHub. Now we have to add some background task to send attendance reminder and leave application reminder email. For that, we are going to use ingest functions. It provides multiple features to manage the background jobs, scheduling, and cron jobs. So just click on the link given in the description and open this ingest platform. Here I'll go to pricing page. So you can see here we have a free plan, which is hobby plan. So just start with this hobby plan for free. I'll click on this get started for free and sign up on this ingest application. I'll continue with my Google account. After sign up, it will ask you to provide the organization name. So let me write full stack EMS and create organization. After that, here we have the steps, create an ingest application. We will create the ingest app later. So I'll just come here in the key icon in the left sidebar. Here you can see we have the text called production, and after that we have the key icon. Let's click on this key icon, and I'll click on this event keys. After that, I'll just click here default ingest key. So here you can see we have the default ingest key. Let me just copy it, and we have to add this key in the environment variable. So we'll come back to the VS Code. Let me close all the files, and then we'll open .env file, and here we have to add this key, and we'll add this key in the environment variable with the name ingest event key equal to, and provide this key here. So we have added ingest event key. After that, we have to add one more environment variable, that is ingest sign-in key. So just come back here and click on this key icon again and click on sign-in key. So here you can see the text sign-in keys. Let me just copy it and come back here. paste the sign-in key. So in the environment variable, we have added the ingest event key and sign-in key. After that, let me just come here and open the ingest documentation. So I'll open the ingest website again. Then go to docs, and in the left side you will find Node.js and Express. In this one you can see the first step. So we have to install the Inngest SDK. For that we will use this npm install ingest. Copy it and come back to the VS Code. Open the terminal. You can see we are in the terminal where our backend server is running, right? So let's stop the server using Ctrl+C and paste this command npm install ingest. Press enter. So it is installing the ingest package, and after that we will see the next step. So the next step is to use the development server. We will skip this step. Just come to the next step. So the next step is to create an ingest client. For that we have to create the ingest folder, and in that folder we'll add the index.ts file, right? So I'll just come back to the VS Code. You can see the terminal. In this terminal it is installing the package, right? So till then we can come to the server folder and create a new folder with the name ingest. And in this ingest folder we will add a new file with the name index.ts or js. So we are using the js to create the project. So here in this one just add the file index.js. So we have created the index.js file inside this ingest folder. Now we'll start the project again using npm run server in this terminal. And let's hide this terminal. Let me just come back here and see the next step. So in this one we have to create the ingest client using this import and this ingest client. So let me just copy this complete code and come back here. Let's paste it here in this index.js file. So you can see the comment here, create a client to send and receive events, right? Here we have the comment, create an empty array where we will export future ingest functions. So in this one we'll export all the ingest functions that we are going to create, right? So we'll create all the ingest function in this file only and export that function using this array. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to add the ingest in the main file. We have to create the HTTP endpoint for this ingest. To create the HTTP endpoint, we have to import the serve from the ingest/express, and we have to get the ingest and functions from the src ingest. So let's just copy these import statement and come back to the VS Code, open the index.js file, server.js file, that is the main file. So here let's add this import statement, that is importing serve from ingest/express, and then we are importing the ingest instance and functions from the src and ingest. Let me update this path. Here we'll simply add /ingest/index.js file. Make sure to update this import path. Correct. Now after that we can create the endpoint like this, as you can see here. So I'll just copy this one and come back to our server.js file, and here simply provide app.use, then path will be /API/ingest, then serve, and provide the client. In this client we have added the ingest client and our functions. That's it. So we have created the endpoint for ingest functions. Correct. Now let me just come back here in the index.js file where we have to create the functions for different functionality, right? And in this one we have the dummy ingest ID, right? It means the app ID. So let me update it. Here we'll add our project name, that is full stack EMS. We will update this ingest app name. After that we'll create the functions one by one. We will come back to the ingest documentation, and here we have the next step to create the ingest function. You can see we have to create the function like this. You can see the dummy function name hello world, where we have to use the ingest instance dot create function. In this create function we have to add the object with one ID, and here we'll add the triggers when we will trigger this function, right? And after that we'll add the actual function that will get executed when this event triggers, right? So in this function we'll get the event also and steps, and based on this event we will perform the action. And after creating this ingest function we have to export it using this array, right? So we have to create the same thing. Let me just copy this and come back to the VS Code. And here let's create our first function. We will add the comment here, that is auto checkout for employee. It means if the employee does not check out after the working hour, it will send the reminder and it will also auto checkout, right? So let's update the name. We will add const auto checkout equal to ingest dot create function. Then we'll add the ID. So let's add the ID for this function, that is auto checkout, right? And here we have to remove this triggers, and let's add another object and add comma. So in this object I can move it in the new line also. In this object simply add event, and let's add the event name. So it will be slash employee, or we'll add employee slash checkout. So this will be the event and this is the event ID, and after that here we have a function that will get executed. So it is asynchronous arrow function where we are getting the event and step. Then let's clear this function, and here I'll get the data from the event. So just add const employee ID and attendance ID equal to the event dot data, right? Now we have to wait for 9 hours, right? So this function will be sleeping for 9 hours, and after that it will get executed. It will come to the next step. So let's add comment, that is wait for 9 hours, and here let's add await a step dot sleep until, and provide the name here, that is wait for the 9 hours. Then add comma here and provide new date. We have to provide the waiting time using this new date and new date function again, and dot get time. So it will be the current time, and then we'll add plus 9 multiply by 60 minutes and 60 seconds. Then we'll add multiplied by 1000, right? So we'll get the 9 hours from the current time. So it will be sleeping till then, right? After that we have to get the attendance data. So let's add get attendance data, and here we'll add let attendance equal to await, and we'll use the attendance model. So let me add the attendance model here. You can see attendance model has been imported from the models folder /attendance. So we'll add .js file name extension. Now in this model we'll add dot find by ID. Now in this find by ID, let's add the attendance ID from here. So now we'll get the attendance data from the database, and after that let's add the if statement, if not of attendance dot checkout. So if the checkout is not marked, right? So we have to get the employee data. So let's add get employee data, and we'll add const employee equal to await, and then we'll add the employee model. So you can see the employee model has been imported here from models folder, and then .js, and after that here simply add dot find by ID and provide the employee ID from here. So now we have the employee data. After that, we have to send the email to this employee. From this employee data, we can find the email ID, right? So here just add the comment, that is send reminder email. So here we will send the email using the node mailer package, right? So we will skip that code for now. We'll add the node mailer package, then we'll write the script to send the email, and let's write the next step. So after sending this email, let's add the comment again. After 10 hours, mark attendance as checked out with a status late. It means we will send the reminder email, but still the user does not check out, right? So after 10 hours, we will automatically mark the checkout with the status late. So here just add await and provide a step dot sleep until, right? And here we will add the name wait for the 1 hour. So after sending the email notification, we will wait for 1 hour and provide new date. Let me just copy this one and paste it here. That is new date, get time plus 1. So it will wait for 1 hour, and after 1 hour, we will add the attendance equal to await, and then we'll add attendance model. Just add attendance model dot find by ID and provide the attendance ID, right? And here we'll add if statement if not of attendance dot checkout. So if the checkout is not marked in next 1 hour, then we have to mark it as checked out automatically. For that, just add attendance dot checkout equal to new date, and in this new date we'll add the attendance dot check in. So this will be the check-in date, then dot get time, and then we'll add plus 4 and multiply with 60, 60 and 1000, right? After that, we'll add attendance dot working hours. It will be 4. Then we'll add attendance dot day type half day. Then we'll add attendance dot status. It will be late. And then we have to save the data in database. So simply add await attendance dot save, right? So we will save the changes in database. So we have created this function that will check for the user's attendance checkout time or date. If the checkout is not marked by the employee, it will send the reminder email and it will wait for 1 hour. If after 1 hour also it will not mark the attendance, it means the employee will not mark the attendance checkout time, then it will automatically set the checkout time, and the working hour will be 4 hours and date type will be half day and a status will be late. That's it. And here we'll add the logic. Using that, we will send the email that we will do later after creating all the ingest functions. Now we have to create our next ingest function here. Before creating our next ingest function, let me export this function. So just copy this function name and add it in this array. That's it. Now we'll create our next controller function, next ingest function. So let me just copy the previous one. I'll just copy it and paste it here. Now let me update the name. So the function name is leave application reminder. So we will send the reminder email to admin when the leave application is pending. So we will update the comment also. So here we have added this comment: send email to admin if admin does not take action on leave application within 24 hours. Right? Here you can see we have the function. We will just clear this function. So here we have to add the ID. In this ID, let me provide leave application reminder. After that, we have the event. So in the event, we will add leave/pending. After that, let's create the asynchronous function. In this function parameter, we will get the event and step like this. After that, within this function, just add const leave application ID, and we will get this ID from the event data. So let's add the event dot data. So when we will call this event, we will pass the data also. Now after that, here we will add another comment. So when this event will be called, we have to wait for 24 hours, and after 24 hours we will check the status of the leave application. So here we have added the comment wait for 24 hours, and let's add the code, that is await a step dot sleep until, and in this one just add the text, that is wait for the 24 hours, and then we have to add the time from now. So let's add the same thing that we have added earlier, that is new date, using new date dot get time plus 24 and multiply by 60, 60 and 1000. So it will sleep for 24 hours, and after 24 hours it will check the status. So let me add const leave application equal to await. Then we'll add the leave application model. So just add leave application model from the models folder. I'll scroll up and you can see leave application has been imported from the models folder, but we have to add the file name extension .js. Now just come here. In this model, we will add dot find by ID, and we already have the ID here. So just copy this leave application ID, paste it here. So now we'll get the leave application. So just check the leave application status. So we'll add if statement, if leave application dot status is equal to pending. So if the status is pending, then we have to get the employee data. So let me add const employee equal to await, and then we will use the employee model dot find by ID, and just find the employee using this application ID, or we can use this application. So just add the application dot employee ID. So here we'll get the employee data from the database, and now we have to send the email to admin, correct? So within this if statement only, here let me add the comment, that is send reminder email to admin to take action on leave application. So here we'll add the code that will send the reminder email to admin, and we have created this ingest function. Now let's export this function. So come here in the array. In this array, just add comma and provide our next function, that is leave application reminder. Next we have to add another ingest function that will be the cron job, right? So it will be executed automatically without any event trigger. So we will set the execution time. So let's add the comment here, that is cron check attendance at 11:30 AM IST and email absent employees. It means it will check the attendance at 11:30 AM every day, and if the employee is not on the leave, then it will send the attendance reminder email. Automatically it will be executed at 11:30 every day. So let's create the function here. So I'm going to call or copy the previous function. Copy this one, paste it here, and just clear this block that is for the async function. And after that, in this one, just add the function name. So the function name is attendance reminder cron. Then we'll add the ID here. So the ID is attendance reminder cron, and after that we will remove the event from here. So instead of event, we'll add the cron, and in this cron we'll add the time when it gets executed. So just add 006 and star star star, right? So let's add the comment also, that is 6 o'clock UTC, that is equal to 11:30 AM IST. That is the my time zone, right? Now after that, here we'll add the comment, and in this parameter we will not get the event, we will simply get the step. And here we'll add the comment step 1, get today's date range in IST. So just add const today equal to await, then a step dot run, and here we'll add the name get today date. So this is the first step, and then we'll add the add a function here, and in this function just add const start UTC equal to new date, and in this new date again add new date dot to local date string, and here we'll add ENCA, then comma, time zone equal to Asia Kolkata, and after that we'll add plus T000000 plus 530. Now after that, here we'll add const ind UTC equal to, and I'll copy this one, paste it here, and here let's update. It will be new date, and then a start UTC, let me just clear it, dot get time, and simply add plus 24 and multiply with 60, 60 and 1000. After that simply add return curly braces, provide the start UTC, and provide a start UTC dot to ISO string, then comma, and provide end UTC, it will be end UTC dot to ISO string. So here we have created the first step that will calculate the today's date for this time zone that we have stored in the leave data. Now after that, let's add the next step. So we'll add the step 2, that is get all active non-deleted employees. So just add const active employees equal to await, and we will use the step dot run. In this one we'll add the step name get active employees and add a function. So simply add asynchronous function, and in this function we'll add const employees equal to await, then we'll use the employee model dot find method. In this find method simply add is deleted false, then we'll add the employment status, it will be active. Now we'll add dot lean. After that simply add return here. So after this lean we'll add return employees dot map method. We are going to add the function with the event in the parameter, and then we'll add this parenthesis, and here simply add the object with underscore id property, it will be e dot underscore id dot to string. Then we have to add the first name, and in this first name let's store e dot first name. Then we'll add last name, it will be e dot last name. Then we have to add the email and department, so it will be same e dot email and e dot department. So here we are getting the individual employee, right? From this employees we are getting the individual employee, and from this employee, we are getting the employee ID, that is e._id, e.first name, last name, email and department. Now come here and create the third step. So just add the comment step 3. Get employee's ID on approved leave today. So just add const on leaves or on leave IDs. So we'll get all the employee ID who is on leave. So just add await a step dot run and just add the step name get on leave IDs and create one function here. So simply add the asynchronous arrow function, and in this function let's add const leaves equal to await. Then use the leave application model dot find method. In this find method just add the status. So a status should be approved, and with that we'll add the start date. So this will be the start date, and then we'll add the end date. So this is the end date. After that here we'll add dot len. Then we'll add the return statement here, that is return leaves dot map, and create the arrow function and get individual leave here in the parameter, and then we'll add leave dot employee ID dot toString. Save the changes. So this is the third step. Now let's create the fourth step. So here we'll add the comment for the fourth step, that is get employee IDs who already checked in today, right? So here we have checked the employee IDs on approved leave. Here we will get the employee IDs who has already checked in for today. So we will not send the reminder to them. So just add const checked in IDs equal to await a step dot run. Here we'll add the name, that is get checked in IDs, then comma, and create the arrow function. Then we'll add the async keyword here to create the asynchronous function, and in this function just add const attendance equal to await, and we will use the attendance model dot find method. In this find method let's add the date. So we have added this date property with greater new date today, a start UTC, and less than new date today end UTC. Now after that we'll add dot len. Then we'll add the return statement here that will return the attendance dot map method, and here we'll add the arrow function and get individual attendance here as a. Then it will return a dot employee ID dot toString. So this was the fourth step, right? Now let's create the next step, that is step 5. So here we will filter the data. We will filter the absent employees, where we will not include the employee who is on leave and employee who is already checked in. So let's add const absent employees equal to active employees dot filter. In this filter method add the arrow function and get individual employee in parameter. Then we will add not of on leave IDs dot includes. Here we will use the employee dot underscore ID. So if this employee ID is not included in the not of employee IDs, and then we'll add AND operator and provide not of checked in IDs includes, and provide the employee dot underscore ID. So here we will get the filtered data who is on leave. Then we have to send the emails to everyone. So just add the comment here, that is step 6, send reminder emails. For that we'll add the if statement, if absent employees dot length. So if the length is greater than 0, It means we have some employees that is absent, right? So here we'll add await a step dot run. Then we have to add the name here, that is send reminder emails. Then add one asynchronous function, and in this function just add const email promises equal to this absent employees dot map, and create the arrow function and get individual employee here. And next we have to send the emails to each employee, right? So here let's add the comment, that is send email. Next we have to add the configuration, using that we can send the email, but before that we'll add the return statement also for this function, right? So here let me provide return and object. In this object we'll add the total active. It will be active employees dot length. Then we will add on leave. It will be on leaves IDs dot length. Then we'll add checked in. It will be checked in IDs dot length. Then we have to add absent. It will be absent employees dot length. So we'll return this data, and after that let's add this function in this array. So just copy the function name and add it here, right? For adding the email functionality, we are going to use the Node Mailer package. So just open the web browser and search for Node Mailer. Open this website nodemailer.com, and here you can see the step, that is npm install node mailer. Just copy and add it here in the terminal. In this terminal we are getting the error message, app crash. So this message occurred in this create function, expected a handler function as second argument. To fix this issue, let me hide this terminal and come back here in the documentation. So in this one you can see we have to create the ingest function using this create function and provide the object. So this first object contains both ID and event. So for adding the event we have to add the triggers array, and in this array we'll add our event, right? So let's fix it. I'll just come back to the VS Code and let's come here in the first function, that is the first ingest function. It is here. So after this ID let's add comma and provide the triggers property and create the array, and in this array we will move this object. Save the changes, and now let me open the terminal again. So you can see this error will come in the second function. Now you can see we have the same error, right? So we have to fix it for the second function. In this second function we will add comma triggers, add the array, and in this array move this object. Now come back to the terminal. Next we have to update our third function. So in this third function, that is the cron job, right? So in this one also we'll add comma triggers and add the array. In this array provide this object, that is cron. Save the changes and open the terminal again. So now you can see the project is running successfully. We don't have any error. After that let's add our new package for sending the email. So just copy this and add it here. Before adding this we'll stop the project using Ctrl+C. Add this command npm install node mailer and it will get installed. And after installation start the project again using npm run server. So it will start the backend server again. Hide this terminal and see the next step. So we have to create a transporter using this node mailer.create transport. So let's create a separate file for this. I'll just come back to the VS Code. Open this config. In this config create a new file with the name NodeMailer.js, and here just copy this one, copy and paste it here. So we have added const NodeMailer require. So we'll update this statement. We will use the import statement. We'll add import create transport from NodeMailer, then create a transporter using SMTP. So here we'll add const transporter equal to NodeMailer dot create transport. So just remove it, simply use this create transport, and here we'll add the host, port, secure, then auth. Let's remove it. We will simply use the host, port, auth. So we'll get the host name from any SMTP provider, right? And then we have to add the username and password also. So we'll store it in the environment variable as shown here. We have to add SMTP user and pass, correct? So let me save the changes and open our .env file, and in this one we'll add SMTP user. Here we'll add the SMTP user name, and then we have to add the SMTP password. To get the SMTP username and password, we are going to use Bravo. Let's open Bravo. Open this website. We will sign up on this website, and after sign up we can create the SMTP username and password. So we'll sign up with the Google account. Go to profile page, settings. In this settings, in the left side you will find SMTP API, and here I'll click on this button, generate a new SMTP key. Here we'll add the name. So let's add full stack EMS and click on this create. Copy this SMTP key, click OK. So you can see here we have the SMTP server. This is the username, and we have generated the key, that is the SMTP password. So just come back to the VS Code, add this password here, and then add this username also. Next we have to add the email ID. So let's add the sender email, and the sender email will be the email that you have used to create this account, right? So I'll add this email ID in the env file. So we have added the SMTP username, password and sender email. After adding it, let me just come here in the NodeMailer. In this NodeMailer, you can see we have added this host. Just update this host also. So copy this one, paste it here. So we have the host, port, and then we have the environment variable username, password from the environment variable, that is authentication user password. Now we'll create a function that will send the email. So let's add const send email equal to async arrow function. In this arrow function we'll get the data as parameter. So just add 2. It means the receiver's email ID. Then we'll add the subject. Then we'll add the body. So in the body we'll add the message that will be sent on email, right? So here we are getting this send email function. Now let's add const and provide the response equal to await. Then use the transporter dot send mail. In this send mail we'll add from. In this from we have to provide the sender email. So the sender email will be the process.env dot sender email that is available in .env file. Then we'll add 2, that is the receiver email. Then we'll add the subject. Then we'll add the HTML, and in this HTML we will provide the body, right? After that here we'll add return and provide the response. After that we have to export this function from here. So just add the export default and send email. Now we can use this function to send any email So we will come back to the index.js file where we have created the ingest functions. So let's come to the first function. In this first function, you can see we have added the comment send reminder email. Using this, we can send the reminder for checkout, right? So here, let's add await and use this function send email and import this function. You can see this function has been imported from config/nodemailer.js file. Now here we'll add some data that will be sent in parameter. So we'll add the to property. In this to property, let's add the employee.email, right? After that, we have to add the subject. In this subject, let's add the text. So the text is attendance checkout reminder, correct? After that, here we'll add the body. And in the body, you can write your own message, right? So instead of writing the plain message, I'm going to add one HTML template. So here we'll add the backticks. And in this backticks, we have added this HTML template. You will find this HTML template in the asset also. So it will send the email like you have a checked in today, then please make sure check out in 1 hour. If you have any questions, please contact your admin, like this. So it will send the email to employee who has missed the checkout. Now let's come to the second function. So in this second function also we have to send the email, right? So you can see we have added the comment here, send reminder email to admin to take action on leave application. So simply add await send email function. In this one we'll add the data. So we'll add the to. So in this to, simply add process dot env dot admin email. So this admin email is available in environment variable, right? After that, we'll add the subject here. So in the subject, just write the message leave application reminder. Then we have to add the body. So in the body, we can simply add the plain message also, but instead of adding the plain message, we'll add the HTML template. So this template will be provided in the asset. So it will send the email to admin for leave application reminder. Now come to the third ingest function. In this third ingest function, we have added the comment here to send the email, right? So here only we will call that function, that is send email, and provide the data here. So first we'll add the to property. It will be employee dot email. Then we have to add the subject. In this subject, just add the text called attendance reminder, please mark your attendance. After that, we'll add the body property. In this body, we'll add the message in HTML structure. So here we have added this HTML template that you can find in the downloaded assets. Save the changes. So now we have completed all the ingest functions that will execute the code in the background. Now let's call this function in the controller. So let me just open our controller function. So first we will open the attendance controller from this controllers. In this attendance controller, you can see we have clock in out. So whenever we will check in, then it will register one event. So in this one, you can see this is the clock in out function. And here we are checking the existing attendance. After that, if there is no existing attendance, then we will check in, right? But before check-in, here we will add the event also, right? So before this return, let's add await ingest, and you can see the ingest has been imported here from the index.js file. And after that, just add dot send, and here we have to add the object. In this object, we'll add the name, that will be the event's name. So the event's name will be employee/checkout, then comma, And here we'll add the data for this event. So just add data property. Here we'll add the employee ID. This will be employee._id. Then we have to add the attendance ID. That will be attendance._id. Right? So it will register one event when the user check in or log in. Now we'll add the event in the leave controller. So just open the sidebar, controllers, and leave controller. So whenever user apply for leave, then we have to register one event, right? So in this one, you can see we are creating one leave application and sending the response. So before sending this response, here we'll add await ingest. You can see the ingest has been imported from index.js file, and here just add dot send. Let's add the name of the event, that is leave/pending, then comma, and provide the data. In this data, let's add the leave application ID. It will be leave._id. That's it. So it will call this event. So we have completed the ingest functionality. After that, let me commit these changes. So I'll click on this icon, and here we'll add the commit message. Before we commit these changes, let me add one more file here. So I'll just come back to the browser and open github.com/GreatStack dev. That is the GreatStack dev GitHub profile. Go to notes, and in this notes you will find Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let's open it, and here you can see we have the file name vercel.json, and we have the configuration for backend, right? So just come back to the VS Code. In this server folder, create a file with the name vercel.json, and here we'll paste this configuration. So we have added this in the server. Let's close it. And after that, here we have the client. In this client also we have to add the vercel.json file. So copy this file name and add it in the client. Now in this one, we'll add this very small configuration. Just copy it. It is for Frontend. Copy this one, paste it here. Save the changes. Now we will commit the changes. So just open this source control. Here we'll add the message backend completed. Click on commit button and sync changes. After this commit, we will come back to the GitHub account, and here you can see the button compare and pull request. So just click on this button, and after that we'll click on this button create pull request. So we have created a pull request, and once you create a pull request, then the CodeRabbit will start reviewing your code. So we will wait for the code review by CodeRabbit. You can see it is reviewing our code. After review, just click on this merge pull request. So these changes will be merged in the main branch. After that, come back to the VS Code, click on this three dot and click on pull. So it will pull the latest changes. After that, we have to deploy our backend on Vercel so that we'll get the live URL for the backend server, and we will add that live URL in the Inngest app. So just come back to the web browser, and we will open vercel.com and create an account here. So after sign up, you will come to the dashboard and click on this add a new button. Then click on project to add a new project, and here you need to choose the repository. So we will choose this full stack EMS. Click on import, and here we'll add the project name. So just add full stack EMS server, because we are deploying the backend server only. And after that, here we will click on this edit option for root directory, and we will choose the server directory. Click on continue. After that, here we have to add the environment variables. So just click here to add the environment variables. Just come back to the VS Code and open server.env file. In this one, we have multiple environment variables. Just copy everything and paste it here. So we have added all the environment variables here, and click on deploy. So you can see the deployment status here once you scroll this page. So it will take few seconds to deploy your project. So now you can see, congratulations, our project has been deployed, and click on continue to dashboard. And after that, here you will get the live link of your backend server. So just click on this link. So you can see server is running. This is the live link of our backend server. Next, we have to open the Inngest dashboard, and after that go to apps. Here I'll click on this sync new app. Then I'll provide the URL here, that is app URL. Provide this URL, then add /API/ingest. That is the HTTP endpoint where we have created the ingest functions. So add this path /API/ingest and click on sync app. Here we are getting this message, one error occurred. It is not a valid cron schedule. So let me update it. They have updated this structure in new version. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code. We will open the index.js file, and in this one you can see we have added the cron job that executes every day at 11:30. So let's update this structure here. In this triggers we'll add cron, and after that we have to add the time zone. So let's add TZ ACR Kolkata space 30, that means 30 minutes, and then we'll add 11 hours. After that we'll add this star. That's it. Save the changes, and after that let me commit these changes. Here we'll add the commit message. Updated cron schedule. After that we have to merge the changes in the main branch so that it will automatically redeploy our backend. So just come back here in the GitHub, then we will open the repository. Let's come here in the development branch, and after that go to pull requests. Let me just come back to the previous page and refresh it. Here we have this contribute button. I'll click on this, open pull request. It is updated cron schedule, and click on create pull request. And after that we have to merge this changes in the main branch. That will automatically redeploy our backend server that is deployed on Vercel. After that come back here in the VS Code, click on 3 dot and click on pull. Now just come here in the Vercel dashboard, go to deployments. You can see it is redeploying the project and it is ready. It has been redeployed. After that we will come back in the Inngest dashboard and click on sync app again. Now you can see sync successfully, and you can see we have the app ID, that is full stack EMS, and after that we have all three functions, that is attendance, reminder cron, auto checkout, leave application reminder. And you can see the triggers also. So this is the cron trigger, that is at this time. Then we have the triggers like employee/checkout and leave/pending. So finally we have completed our backend server and added the ingest to run the background jobs and crons. Now we have to link these backend APIs with our front end that we have created in the client. To connect our client with the backend APIs, let's open the terminal. This is the backend server terminal, right? Let's go to the client terminal. So this is the client terminal where the front end is running. So here we have to add a new package. So just add Ctrl+C to stop this project, and here we'll use npm install, and the package name is Axios. So we will use this Axios package to make the HTTP request. After installing this package in the client, we will start the project again using npm run dev. So now it should start the project on same port number 5173. Let's hide this terminal and come here in the client and open package.json, and here you can see we have the Axios package, right? Now we need the backend URL in this client. So in this client we have to add the .env file. So create a new file and write the file name .env. In this one, let's add the environment variable name, that is wheat_base URL equal to, and here we'll add the backend server URL. So the backend server is running on port 4000. So just add localhost:4000. So we have added the backend URL in the client project in the environment variable, right? After that, we'll create the instance using the Axios so that we can make the HTTP request. So in this src, we will create a new folder. So in this src, create a new folder with the name API, and in this one, just create a file with the name axios.js. In this one, let's import the Axios from Axios package, and after that we'll add const API equal to axios.create. In this one, we'll add the object and provide the base URL. So in this base URL, let's add import.meta. and provide this wheat base URL. So we have added the base URL from environment variable, right? And after that, here we'll add or. If it is not available in the environment variable, then we will simply provide the localhost:4000, right? Then we'll add plus and provide the /API, because our all APIs are starting with this path backend URL /API. So we have added it here so that we don't have to add it every time when we provide the API endpoint. Now after that, here we will set the token for authentication, right? So let's add comment, that is attach auth token to all network requests. So here just add the API dot interceptors dot request dot use. In this one, we'll add the arrow function and provide config. In this config, simply add const token equal to local storage dot get item and provide the key name. So the key name is token. So if it is available in the local storage, it will be added in this variable, and let's add it in every request. So just add the if statement if token is available. In this case, just use the config dot headers dot authorization equal to backticks, provide the bearer space $sign curly braces and provide this token here. So it will be added in all network requests. After that, here let's add return and provide this config. Now let's export our API instance. So let's add the export default API. Now we can use this API to make the HTTP request, and the token will be added in this request by default. After creating this API instance, now we will create a context file where we will store the functions and state variable that will be useful in multiple components. It means we'll store the global states in context file. For that, in this src, we will create a new folder. So create a folder with the name context. In this context folder, create a file and write the file name authcontext.jsx. So we have created auth context.jsx file, and after that here let's add create context function to create the context. So just add const auth context equal to create context, and create context has been imported from React. Here we'll add null. Now let's create a provider function and export it. So just add export function auth provider, and in this one we'll get the parameter children, right? Now after that, in this one just add the return statement. So simply add return, and we will return the auth provider, or let's return the auth context dot provider. Close this tag. Now in this one we have to add one value property, and it will be object. In this object we can pass all the functions and global states. Next, in this one we will return the children like this. Now here let's add a value object and let's pass it here like this. So in this object we'll provide all the functions and state variable that will be useful in multiple components. Now let's add another function here. So just add export function, and the function name is use auth. Using this function we can easily use the data from this context. So we have added use auth, and in this one just add const context is equal to use context and provide the auth context. Now let's add if statement if not of context. In this case just throw the error. So just add throw new error and provide the message use auth must be used within auth provider, right? And after that let's add the return statement and provide context. So it will return this context that we can use in other component easily, because here we have already added this use context. So you can see create context and use context is imported from React, and this is for the auth context. So here we'll add all the function and a state to manage the authentication. So in this function, that is auth provider function, let's create some states. So we'll write const user set user is equal to user state and initialize it using null. Duplicate it. Here we'll add token and set token and initialize it using user state, and here we will use the local storage dot get item and provide the key name token. After that duplicate it. In this one we will add loading and set loading, and let's initialize it using true, right? So initially the loading state will be true when the authentication is not available or not known. Now after that we have to create a function that is refresh session. So just add const refresh session equal to asynchronous arrow function, and we will clear this parameter. Now in this one just add const stored token is equal to local storage dot get item and provide the token. So we'll get the token that is stored in the local storage, and here we'll add the if statement if not of a stored token. So it is not available. In this case we'll set the user null, set token null, and set loading false. That's it. So if the token is not available, then it will set the user null, token null, and loading false, and then we'll add return. After that, here let's add the try catch statement. Now suppose the stored token is available. So in this case, just add the try catch statement, and in this try block we'll add the API call. So just add const data is equal to await and use the API, import the API from API folder /axios. Then method will be .get and provide the path, that will be /auth/session. So we will make this HTTP request at this path. So the actual path will be our base URL /API/auth/session. Now after that we will use the setter function set user and provide the data .user. Now let's come here in the catch block. So in this catch block, just add the comment, that is token is invalid, clear it. So just add local storage dot remove item and provide the item name, that is token. Now just use the set function, that is set user, and provide null. Then we'll add set token, provide null, and after that just add the finally. In this finally block we will use the set loading false, right? Next we have to execute this refresh session function on component load. So here let's add the use effect. In this use effect, add the arrow function and dependency array. In this function, let's simply call this refresh session. So it will get executed once the component gets loaded, right? Now after that, here we have to create our next function. Using that we can log in or log out. So let's create the functionality for login. So just add const login equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this parameter we will get the email, password and role type for login. After that we have to make the API call. So just copy this statement, paste it here. Here we'll add await API and we will use the post method and provide the path. It will be /auth/login. Then we have to provide the data also. So just add comma and object. In this object we will provide the email, then password, then role type. That's it. So it will be added in the request body. After that, here let's use local storage dot set item and simply provide the key name token, and then we will add comma the data that we are getting from the HTTP request, right? So we are getting the response data, and after that in this one we'll get the token also after authentication. After getting the token, we will use this set token and provide data.token and provide set user. It will be data.user. Next we'll add the return and we will return the data.user. That's it. So we have added the login function. After that we have to add the logout function also. So let me just copy this and here add a new function, that is logout. So it will be a asynchronous function, and in this one we have to remove the token. So just copy this, paste it here. Simply add local storage dot remove item and then we'll add the key name token. That's it. So it will remove this token, and after removing the token we will use the set token null and set user null. That's it. So the user will be logged out, right? After that let's pass all these data in this value. So we will pass the user. So this is the user state. Then we'll pass the token. After that we'll pass the loading state, then login function, then logout function, and we will pass the refresh session function. So we can access these data in any component using this context. Next, we have to add this context. It means we have to wrap our application using this context so that we can access the data from here. For that, we will open the main.jsx file. In this one, we will add import curly braces from and provide the path, that is /context/auth context.jsx, and from here we'll get the auth provider. Now let's wrap our application using this auth provider. So after this browser router, provide this auth provider tag and move this application here. So you can see we have wrapped our app using this auth provider, and now we can access any data in any component from our context file. Now let's implement the user login in our application. So we will open the components. In this components, you can see we have the login form.jsx file where we have added the form for user login. Now in this one, we have this email, then we have the password, then show password, error and loading. After that, here we need the login function from the context. So just add const equal to useAuth, and useAuth has been imported from context folder auth context, right? And from this useAuth we will get the login, that is the login function, right? And here we'll get the navigate function also. So just add const navigate is equal to use navigate, and use navigate has been imported from React router DOM so that we can navigate the users on dashboard after login. Here you can see we have the handle submit function where we have added e.prevent default. So after that, let's add set error and provide empty string. Then we will use set loading and make it true. So once we click on the submit button, the loading will be true and error will be removed. And after that, just add the try catch. Now in this try block, simply add await and we will call the login function. So in this login function, we have to provide three data, that will be email, password and role. That's it. Now we'll add the navigate function and provide the path, that is /. So it will open the dashboard, or we'll add the complete path /dashboard. Right. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block, simply add the toast notification. So just add the toast, and toast has been imported from React Hot Toast. Then we'll add dot error, and here simply add this error dot response dot data dot error, or provide error dot message, or we will provide login failed. So we have added the catch block. After that, we'll add finally, and in this one we will set the loading false. Here we have added set loading true, and after completing these steps, we'll set the loading false, right? Now, when we'll enter the data, we will be logged in, right? And after login, we will be redirected to this dashboard. Now let me just come back here on our application. So you can see right now we are on this dashboard. Here we are getting some error. Let me inspect it. Go to console. You can see the message value is not defined in auth context.jsx. So I'll just come back here. In this auth context, we have added this value. So simply add const. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see the error has been removed, and now when we refresh it, you can see it is opening the dashboard. Let's open the /. It is also opening this dashboard, right? But without login, we cannot open the dashboard. For that, we have to add the logic here. In our layout, we will open the pages and layout.jsx file. In this one, we will get the data from context. So just add const curly braces equal to use auth, and the use auth has been imported from context file, and from here we will get the user state, and after that we will get the loading state, right? Now we'll add the if statement. If loading, it means when the loading is true, then we will add return and provide the loading component. So just add the loading component here. So we have mounted the loading component. Now let's add the if statement. If not of user, it means when the user is not available, then we'll add the return, and we will navigate the users on login page. So just add / navigate imported from React Router DOM. In this navigate, we'll use the to property and provide the path. So the path will be /login. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see if I open home page, it is opening this login screen because the user is not logged in. Now let's click on this admin portal. Here we have the input field where we can log in as admin, and we already have the admin profile data. If I open our database, in this one you can see we have the users, and in this one we have the admin details. As you can see, we have the admin email ID and the password is admin123. That is the default password. So just come back here and add this email ID and the password admin123 and click on sign in. So now we are signed in, and after login you can see we can open the dashboard. Correct? Now let me try to open the login. So if the user is logged in and try to visit the login page, it should open the dashboard. So just come back to the VS Code and come to the sidebar, pages, and open this login landing. And in this one also we have to add the same code that we have added in the previous one. So just open the layout, copy this 3-line and paste it here. Here we will import this use auth. Use auth has been imported. Then import this loading component. So the loading component has been imported. Then we'll update this path. It will open home page. So if user is not logged in, so let me update it. It means when the user is logged in, it means user is available, it will open the home page, right? So let me just come here, and if I try to open /login, we are getting the error here. Let me open the console. It says navigate is not defined, right? So just come back and import this navigate. So navigate is imported from React Router DOM. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see if I open /login, it will open the dashboard because the admin is already logged in. Next, we have to update the data in the left sidebar, right? So we will open the components. In the components, you will find the sidebar.jsx file, right? Now in this one, we will get the data from context. So simply add const equal to use auth, and the use auth has been imported, and from this use auth we will get the user, then we'll get loading, and after that we'll get the logout also. Correct? Now here we have the use effect where we are using the dummy profile data, right? So just clear this, and here we will add the API, import the API, then .get and provide the path that is /profile. This is the API endpoint. Then we'll add dot, then and add the arrow function here. Here we'll add curly braces data, and in this function just add the if statement if the data dot first name. Then we will simply use the setter function, set username, and it will be backticks $ curly braces and provide data dot first name. Then let's add a space and provide $ curly braces data dot last name or empty string. Then here just add dot trim, so it will remove the empty space. That's it. So we'll add the user's name if it is available. Now let me save the changes, and here you can see we have the role also. So in this role, let's add user question mark. If the user is available, then we'll add user dot role. Now we will come back here. Let me refresh it. So here you can see we have this A, and here we have the admin and administrator. And in this admin we will get the dashboard, employees, leave, payslips, and settings. Right? So this is the layout for admin only. Now you can see here we have the logout button. So let's make it functional. So I'll just come back. I'll come here. Here you can see we have the navigation list, right? That is displaying the navigation menu, correct? So if it is loading, it means loading is true. In this case, we'll simply display the loading text, will not display the navigation menu items, right? So here let's add curly braces loading. If it is true, in this case we'll add this parenthesis, and then we'll add colon and another parenthesis. In this first one, just add a div, and in the second one we will simply provide this. So let's cut it from here and paste it inside this parenthesis, and we can remove this curly braces from here and here also. Simply use navItems.map, and in this div we have to add the loader icon. So let's add loader2 icon, and for this icon we'll add the animate and width and height. Then we have to add the text called loading in the span tag, and in this span tag we have added the text small. Then in this div we'll add the class name and provide some classes like this. So if the loading is true, it will display the loader animation and text, right? And if the loading is false, then it will display the menu items, right? And at the bottom you can see here we have the logout button, correct? So in this logout button we have to add the functionality. So here you can see we have the handle logout, correct? So let's just come here where we have added this handle logout function. It is here. So in this handle logout, let's call our function, that is logout. After that, window.location.ref and login. Save the changes and come back here, and you can see if I refresh it, here we are getting the logout button. If I click on this logout, it is displaying this page, login. Go to admin portal, and here let's add the email ID. I'll just copy the email ID from here and add the password. So now we are logged in. Next we have to update the data in all pages one by one. We will get the actual data from database using the APIs. So first we'll update our admin dashboard. For adding the functionality in this dashboard, just come back to the VS Code, and let's open this sidebar and pages and dashboard.jsx file. Now in this one, Here you can see we have the use effect where we are using the dummy data, right? So just clear it. In this use effect, just add the API, import this API, then dot get method and provide the path. It will be / dashboard. That is the API endpoint. And after that, here we'll add dot then, and after that, let's use the response in this parameter. Then we will add the set data. In this set data, provide the response dot data. Then we'll add dot catch, and in this catch, just add the arrow function with the error in the parameter and provide the toast notification. So just add the toast, import the toast, then dot error and provide error dot response dot data dot error, or provide the error dot message. Then we'll add dot finally. In this finally, again add the arrow function and simply use the set loading, and let's make it false. Here we have the setter function set loading, right? So it will make it false. So it will make the API call, and after that you can see if the loading is true, it will call the loading component. If no data is available, it will display the message failed to load dashboard, and after that, based on the role, it will display different component, and in this component it will pass the data that we are getting from API, right? So let's save the changes, and after that come here. So you can see here we have total 0 employee, departments 10, then today's attendance 0 and pending leaves 0. So we are getting these data from database now, right? Now let's add the functionality in the employees. So here you can see we have these dummy employees from the asset. So we have to update it. Let me just come back, open the employees.jsx file. In this one, you can see here we have the fetch employees function where we are using the dummy data. So just clear this function, and here let's add the try catch. In this try block, just add const URL is equal to selected department question mark and backticks. It will be / employees. Then we'll add the query that will be department is equal to $ curly braces and provide selected department. You can see here we have the selected department state, and after that we'll add colon. If selected department is not there, then simply add the path, that is /employees. So we have the API URL. After that, let's add const response is equal to await, and we will use the API, import the API, then dot get method and provide this URL. That's it. So it will make the API call, and after that we will use the setter function, that is set employees, and provide the response dot data. Then we will come here in the catch block. In this catch block, just add console dot error failed to fetch employee. After that, here we'll add finally. In this finally, we will use the setter function set loading, and let's make it false. You can see by default the loading is true. So after executing this, it will set the loading false, right? Now let me just come here, refresh it. So you can see now we don't have any employee data, no employees found. It means now we are getting the data from the database. So after adding the employees data, we can find it here. Correct. Next, you can see here we have button add employee. So next we have to add the function for adding a new employee. For that, let's open our VS Code and sidebar components, that is employee form. In this one, you can see we have this controller employee form, right? And here we have the handle submit. So when we will submit the form, this function will get executed, right? So in this one, let's add set loading and make it true. After that, we will use const and provide the form data is equal to new form data and provide e dot current target. Then we'll add if statement if is edit mode. So in this case, just add const password equal to form data dot get method and provide the password. After that, we'll add if statement if not of password. In this case, simply add the form data dot delete and provide password. After that, let's add the try catch so that we can make the API call and add the employee data in the database. So here we'll add const URL is equal to, and we will check the is edit mode. If it is true, it means we have to update the data. So just add backticks and use the path /employees $curly braces and provide the initial data .id, right? And after that, simply add colon and provide the path that is /employees. So if edit mode is false, it means we are adding a new employee data. So here just add const method. So just add const method is equal to is edit mode. If it is true, then we'll add the method put, else we'll add the method post. So when we'll edit the data, we will use the put method for API, else it will use the post method. Then we'll add await API, import the API, then we'll add the method here, then we'll add URL, then comma form data. So it will make the API call, and here we'll add on success. We will add on success function, else we'll add navigate, and let's navigate to employees. That's it. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block, we'll add toast.error and import the toast from React Hot Toast. Then we'll add the finally, and in this finally we will use the set loading false. That's it. Save the changes, and after that, let me just come here and refresh this web page and click on this button add employee, and here we'll add the first name. So let's add the employee's first name, then we'll add the last name, then we'll add the phone number, and we'll add the join date. After that, we'll add the bio. This is optional, and here we have to add the department. So let's add the department here, and we'll add the position, then we'll add the salary, and we'll add allowances and deductions, and then we'll add the work email. So let's add. We'll add the temporary password for this employee. So just add any password, and we'll add the role, either admin or employee. So we'll set the role employee and create employee. So we have created a new employee data here. Let me refresh it. It is not displayed here. Let me check our database. we'll come back here and click on refresh. So now you can see in this users we have two entry, that is for the admin and employee. You can see in this one we have the email ID, password, and this is the role employee, right? After that we'll come here in the employees. So in this employees also we have a data like first name, last name, email, phone, position, salary, and other details like employee status, active, join date, is deleted, false, department, right? So we have all the data in database. But if I come back here and go to employees, it should display the employees list. So it is not there. Let me fix it. I'll come back to the VS Code and let's open the server. In this server we have added the controllers and employee controller file. So in this one you can see we have get employees function. In this get employees we have added this const employees equal to await. So by mistake we have added to sorted. It will be sort. And we will also remove this bracket from here. We will simply use await employee.findWhere.sort. Save the changes so it will restart the backend server. And after that we will come back here and refresh this page. So now you can see we are getting the employee data here. Correct? Now after that I'll click on this edit icon. You can see it will open this form again, and here we can update the data. So let me update the salary. I'll change the salary here and click on update employee. So you can see employee has been updated. I'll open it and you can see it should display the updated data. I think we have updated it, so let me fix it. I'll write 55k and click somewhere else and then scroll and update employee. I'll click on this button again and you can see here we have the updated salary. So we can update the data or we can add a new employee using this form. Next we have to add the functionality in this delete button also. So we will come back to the VS Code, open the components. In this components we have employee card.jsx. In this one you can see we have the handle delete function, right? So in this one let's add try catch block, and in this try block simply add await and provide the API, import this API, then dot delete. In this delete we'll add the path in backticks. It will be /employees $$ curly braces and provide the employee dot ID. Correct? And after that let's add on delete. Then come here in the catch block. In this catch block let's add error, and after that we'll add the toast notification using toast.error and import this toast from the React hot toast. That's it. After that let me just come back here and click on refresh and click on this delete. It is asking, are you sure you want to delete this employee? I'll click OK. So you can see it is deleted, right? So this data will be there for admin, but this user will be disabled. You can see the deleted tag here. So this employee will be disabled. They cannot update the salary or anything. So let's create another employee also. I'll click on this button and here we'll add the name. And we'll add the phone number. Here we'll add the join date. And after that we'll add the department. Then we'll add the position. Then we'll add the salary. And we'll add the work email. Then we'll add the temporary password. And type employee and create employee. So now you can see here we have another employee data, right? So we have added this functionality to dashboard and employees. After that we have to add the functionality in this leave page. Right now we have the dummy data, so we'll update this. We will get the data from database using API. To connect our APIs with this leave page, we'll come back to the VS Code and In this one, open the sidebar in the client and we have the pages. In this pages we have leave.jsx file. Now in this one you can see we have added this is admin false. So instead of adding this false, we will use the data from context, right? So let's get the data from context here. We'll add const equal to use auth. We are not getting the suggestion here. Let me open this context and auth context, and after that if I start typing here, we are getting the suggestion to import the use auth from context / auth context. Now just call this function and from here we will get the user, and in this user we will get the role property also, so that we will come to know the logged in user is admin or employee. So here we have is admin, so just add is admin equal to user dot role equal to admin. So if the role is equal to admin, then is admin will be true, right? After that we have the fetch leaves. So in this fetch leaves you can see we have added the dummy data from assets. So just remove this dummy data. We will add API call in this try block. So in this try block, let's just add const response equal to await, and we will use the API and import this API from Axios. Then we'll add dot get and provide the path that will be /leave. So this is the API endpoint, and after that here let's add set leaves. In this set leaves, simply provide this response dot data dot data or empty array. Here we are getting the warning because in this function we have to add the async keyword. So just add the async keyword here so that we can use await and this API call. Here we will add if statement if response dot data dot employee dot is deleted. If it is true, in this case we will use the setter function set is deleted and make it true. Then we have the catch block, and after that we'll add the finally block. So in this finally, let's add set loading and make it false. Now in this catch block we'll display the toast notification. So simply import the toast, then dot error, and here let's provide the error dot response dot data dot error, or we will simply provide error dot message. So it will fetch the leaves data, and after that here we have mounted this component, that is leave history and apply leave model. Let me save the changes and come back here. So you can see all dummy data has been removed, and here we have no leave application found. So here we don't have any leave application, and we cannot apply for a new leave because we have logged in using the admin account. You can see admin, right? Now let me log out and log in using employee. So I'll go to employee portal and add the email ID and add the password. It says failed. Let me fix it. We will come back to the VS Code and let me open the terminal. So in this backend terminal, you can see we are getting the error message cannot read properties of undefined reading count documents in dashboard controller.js file at 48 line number. So let me open that. We'll come to server, controllers, and dashboard controller. In this dashboard controller, we will come to line 48, and you can see here we are getting the error because by mistake we have added this dot instead of comma. So simply replace this dot with comma, save the changes. So it will restart the backend server again. And let's close this file. And after that, if I come back to the web page and refresh this web page, now you can see here we are getting the dashboard data for employee. It works. Now go to leave. So in this leave, you can see we have 0 sick leave, 0 casual leave, and 0 annual leave. Then we don't have any leave history, but here we have the application button, that is apply for leave, right? So we have to create this functionality. Using that, we can apply for new leave. For that, let me just come here in the VS Code. Then we will open the sidebar. Then go to components and open leave and leave component, that is apply leave model. So this is apply leave model component. In this one, here we have handle submit. So in this handle submit, let's add set loading true. So when we submit this form, it will set the loading true. After that, let's add const form data equal to new form data. And in this form data, provide e.current target. After that, just add const data equal to object dot form entries. And here just add the form data dot entries. Next, we have to pass this data in API call. So just add try catch statement. In this try block, we'll use await and we will use API. Import this API, then add dot post method, and then we'll add the path leave. And on this HTTP request, we will send our data for applying the leave. Now let's add the function, that is on success, and after that we'll call on close function. It will close this model. Then come to the catch block. In this catch block, we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here let's add the error and provide error dot response dot data dot error or error dot message, right? Now after adding it, just save the changes and come back here and click on this apply for leave. It will open this model. Here let's apply for casual leave. We will choose the duration. Let's set this duration from and to, and we can add the reason also and submit it. So we have submitted the application, and after that, let me refresh it. So this leave application is not here. Let me go to the database. I'll go to leave applications. It's not there, so let me fix it. I'll just come back to the VS Code and open the terminal again. Here we don't have any error. So our application data is not added because the application is not submitted. So to fix it, just come back here in this leave model or apply leave model. We have added this button. Using that, we will submit the form, right? And in this one, we have added this on click, on close. This was for the demo purpose in the front end. So just remove this. Let's save the changes, and after that we will fill this form again. Let's choose the leave type, a start date and end date, and we will choose the reason. We will type the reason and submit it. So let's add just a casual leave, submit this form. Now you can see we have the leave application where the status is pending, correct? And after that we will come back to the MongoDB database, refresh this data, So in this leave applications, you will find a new application data. You can see type casual, a start date, end date, reason, and a status. It works. Now let me just come back, and here we will log out from this account. We have added the functionality for employee. Now let me log out and log in as admin. So here we'll add admin email ID and admin password. And after that, if I go to leave, here you can see we have the leave history, and here we have the action button to reject or approve this leave. But it is not functional yet. We have to add the functionality for leave actions for the admin. So just come back to the VS Code, open this sidebar. In this leave, we have the leave history component. In this leave history component, you can see handle a status update, right? So in this one, let's add try catch a statement. Now in this try block, just add await and provide the API, import the API, then dot patch, because we have to update the data. Here we'll add the path. It will be /leave $, curly braces, ID. And after that, we'll add the status. So just provide this status here as data. After that, we'll call the onUpdate function. Next, come to the catch block. In this catch blocks, let's add the toast notification. So import toast and write .error, right? And then we'll add the error.response.data.error, or we will provide the error.message. Next, we'll add the finally block. In this finally block, let's provide this one, that is set processing, and provide null. Save the changes, and after that, let me just come back here, and now we can click on these buttons. So just click on this check icon. Now you can see the status is approved and the action buttons are removed, right? Now let me just log out from here and log in as employee. So after login, we'll come to leave, and here you can see we have the leave and the status is approved, and here you can see casual leave 1. So this leave feature is working fine. We have successfully integrated the backend APIs in our front end for leave management. After that, we will manage the attendance. When we log in as employee, here you can see we have the attendance, right? So right now you can see this is the dummy data. We will remove this dummy data and we will display the actual data from the database. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code and let's close all the files. Open the sidebar. In this client, we have the pages, and in the pages, we have attendance.jsx file. And in this one, you can see we have the fetch data, that is fetching the attendance data. So in this one, we have added the dummy data. Let's just remove this and provide the try catch statement. In this try block, let's add const response is equal to await. Then we will add the API and import the API. So let's import it from this Axios file. It is imported. Then we'll add dot get method, and here let's add the path, that is /attendance. Now after that, let me provide const JSON equal to response.data. Next, we will use the setter function set history, that is attendance history, and here simply provide the JSON.data or empty array. After that, we will add the if statement if the JSON.employee.is deleted. So in this case, use set is deleted and make it true. Now we'll add the statement in this catch block. So in this catch block, just add toast, and we have to import the toast here. Let's add import from React hot toast. So just add toast dot error, and in this one let me just add this error dot response dot data. Let's add this question mark here, dot error, or we will provide this error dot message. Then we'll add the finally block. In this finally block, simply use the set loading and make it false. So it will load the actual attendance history data. After adding it, we will come back here on the web page, and now you can see here we have the actual data from database. You can see the days present 0, late arrival 0, and we don't have any history. And here we have clock in button, start your workday, right? So we'll add the functionality for this clock in. For that, we will come back to the VS Code, open the components. In this components, we have the attendance and check-in button. So in this check-in button component, let's get the data from API. So here we have handle attendance, where we have added the set loading true, and then we have the timeout. So just remove it and simply provide try catch statement. Now in this try block, we will add await and use the API dot post method and provide the path. So the path is /attendance. Now after that, let's add on action function. Now let's come here in the catch block. In this catch block, we'll add the toast, import the toast, and then we'll add dot error and provide this error. Then here let's add set loading and make it false. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. Now if I click on this clock in, you can see we have marked the today's attendance, right? So here we have the check-in time, right? And after that, we will clock out so that it will add the checkout time. But after check-in, it should update this clock text. It should be clock out, right? So let me just fix it. I'll just come back to the VS Code, and in this check-in button component, you can see we have added this is checked in equal to today record dot is checked in. So let me fix it. It will be dot check-in. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see the button has been updated, that is clock out, because we have already marked the today's attendance, and after that we can click here for adding the logout time. So we have added the functionality for this attendance page. After that, let me just come back to the ingest dashboard. So in this ingest dashboard, I'll go to runs. So here you can see we have 3 events. The first one is attendance reminder cron that will get executed every day at 11:30, right? So it will check whether the employee has marked the attendance or not, and if it is not marked, it will send an reminder email to check in or mark the attendance, right? So it is already completed, and after that you can see we have the second event that is automatically generated here, that is /pending leave. So whenever the employee apply for a leave, then one event will be created here. Then this event will sleep for 24 hours, and after 24 hours it will check the status. If the admin has not updated the status, then it will send the reminder to admin. So this event is also triggered. After that you can see we have the next event, that is employee check out. right? So whenever we check in, it will trigger another event, and this event will go to sleep for 9 hours, and after 9 hours it will check for the checkout time, and if the checkout time is not updated, then it will send the reminder. And after reminder also, if the employee does not log out or sign out, then it will automatically make the sign out time after 1 hour. So all the events are working fine, that is running in the background using this ingest. So we have added the ingest events, and here we have added the ingest cron job. Now let me just come back to the UI design or our front end. So we have completed the dashboard, attendance, and we have also completed the employee that will be visible for admin. Then we have completed this leave. After that we have to complete this payslip. In this payslips page also we have two different functionality. One is for employee and another one for the admin. Right now you can see the dummy data in this payslip. So let me update it with the actual data from our API. Let's come back to the VS Code, and we will open the pages and payslips.jsx file. Now in this one you can see we have added is admin true. So let me update it. Here we'll get the user from context. So let's add const curly braces equal to use auth. We are not getting the suggestion for use auth, so just open this context file, and after that if I start typing in this payslip, we will get the suggestion to import use auth from context. Now from here we'll get the user. Let's get the user here, and after that in this is admin, simply add the user dot role is equal to admin, then it will be true. Right now we have the fetch payslips. So just clear this, that is the dummy data, and here we'll add the try catch statement. In this try block we will add const response equal to await, and we will use the API. So let's add the API and import it from the Axios file, then dot get method and provide the path. So the path will be /payslips. Now we'll get the response here. So here we will simply use set payslips and provide the response dot data or empty array. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block just add the toast notification. So import the toast, then write dot error and provide these error. Then we'll add the finally block, and in this finally block use the set loading and make it false. That's it. Now let me just come back to the web page, and here you can see we have one more thing, that is use effect. So when the component gets executed, it will load the dummy employee data, right? So let me just update this one also. I'll just clear this, and here we'll add if statement if is admin. In this case let's add API dot get method and provide the path /employees. After that just add dot then. In this dot then we will add the arrow function. In this parameter we will get the response, and it will return the setter function set employees, and in this set employees provide the response dot data and then provide dot filter. In this filter just add the arrow function with this parameter, that is individual employee data, and here let's add not of e dot is deleted. After that just add dot catch. In this catch simply add the arrow function like this. Now save the changes. After that, let's come back here, and here you can see we are in the Payslips page and we have logged in as employee, and right now we don't have any payslip list. Correct? Now let me log out and log in as admin. So here we'll add the admin email ID, then we'll add the password, and after login we will come here in the Payslips. So here you can see we have this button generate payslip. So let me add the functionality in this model. Using that, admin can generate the payslip. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and we will open the components and payslip and generate payslip. Here you can see we have this handle submit function. So let's complete this function. In this one, just use the set loading and make it true. After that, let's add const form data equal to new form data and provide the event dot current target. And after that, let's add const data equal to object dot form entries, and here simply provide the form data dot entries. Now after that, here we'll add the try catch block. So in this try block, we'll make the API call using await API and import the API, then dot post method and provide the path. So the path is payslips. Then we'll add comma and provide our data that will be used to create a new payslip. And after that, just use the setter function set is open and make it false. So it will close this model, and then we'll add the function on success. Call this on success function. Then we'll come here in the catch block. Here we'll get the error in the parameter, and then we'll add the toast notification. So just add the toast and import the toast from React hot toast, and then we'll add toast.error and provide this error message. Now after that, let's add the set loading and make it false. That's it. So after adding it, we will come back here and click on this generate payslip, and here we'll add the employee. Select this employee, then we'll add the month. So let's add the third month. We will add the salary 50k. Let's add the allowances and deductions. Generate. So now you can see a new payslip has been generated, and here we have the history, right? And here we have the download button. If I click on this download button, it will open this preview page, and here you can see payslip not found because we'll update this page, right? So let me just close it. And here you can see the payslip history as admin, and we have the generate button also. But if I log out and log in as employee, go to payslip, here you can see we only have this history, that is payslip history, and we don't have the download button. Let me open the same application in different tab or different browser so that we can compare both admin and employee feature. So here we'll add admin email. So after login as admin, you can see we have the employee name, period, basic salary, net salary, and action. And when we log in as employee, we have period and basic salary, net salary, action. We don't have the employee data here, right? Now let's update the functionality for print. Let me just come back to the VS Code, open this components, payslip, and in this one, we don't have this print payslip. I think we have created the page here. If I come to pages, here you can see we have print payslip.jsx file. Let's open this file. Now in this one, you can see we have the dummy data in this use effect. So just clear this use effect, and in this one simply add the API dot get method and provide the path. So the path is payslips / $sign curly braces and provide the ID let me update it. Here we will add backticks. Instead of this quote, we will use the backticks so that we can add the template literal. Now we'll add dot then. In this dot then we will add the arrow function and get the response in the parameter, and after that let's use the setter function set payslip and provide the response dot data. Now let's add dot catch. In this dot catch we will add console dot error. After that we will add dot finally, and in this finally let's add the arrow function and simply call set loading and make it false. Save the changes. Now let me come back to the web browser or our application, and I'll click on this download button. So now you can see here we have the actual payslip data for this employee. So right now we can see this as admin because we are in the admin dashboard. Let me just come here in the employee dashboard. In this employee dashboard we have this download button. Let me just click on this button. So now you can see here also we are getting the same payslip. If I click on this button, print payslip, and you can download it as PDF also, right? Here you can see the month and year. Then we have the employee name, email ID, position, period, and other details. Let's close it. So we have added the API in the payslip. Next we have to update our settings page. It means we'll add the APIs in the settings page. So we will come to the settings page. In this settings page you can see we have this profile update form, and here we have the change password, right? And after that let me just come back here. In the VS Code we will open the sidebar and open settings.jsx file. Now in this one you can see we are using the dummy profile data. So instead of using this dummy data we will get the data from API. So first we need the user. So we will add const user equal to use auth, and the use auth has been imported from context. Now based on this user we will call this fetch profile function, right? So just provide this user here. So whenever the user changes it will call this fetch profile. Now in this fetch profile we will clear the code, and here we will add the try catch statement, and in this try block simply add const response equal to await, and then we will use the API, and in this API we will use dot get method. Then we will add the profile, that is the API endpoint slash profile. Now we will get the response here. So just add const profile equal to response dot data, and after that we'll add the if statement. If profile is available, it means profile data is available, then we will use the setter function set profile and provide this profile that we are getting from response. Now come here in the catch block, we'll add the toast notification. So just add the toast dot error, and here we'll add error and use this error dot response dot data dot error, or we will provide the error dot message, and let's add the question mark here. Next we'll add the finally block. So in this finally block just add the set loading and we will make it false. That's it. Now let me just come here on the web page. So here you can see we have this admin and admin at example.com, and here we have the save changes button. We are getting the profile data here, right? After that let me open the settings page as employee. So here you can see we have logged in as employee, and go to settings. So here you can see we are getting the name, email ID, position and bio. Now we'll add the functionality in this save changes button so that we can update the profile data. For that we will come back to the VS Code. Then we will open the components and profile form. In this profile form, we have this handle submit function. So in this handle submit, simply add set loading and make it true. After that, we will use set error and empty string. Then we will use set message and empty string. Then we will add const form data equal to new form data, and then we'll add e dot form data, or we'll add e dot current target. So here we have prepared the form data that will be sent on API. So just add the try catch block here, and in this one just add await API, import this API, then dot post method. In this post method we'll add the path slash profile. Then we will add comma form data. Now after that we'll add set message, and in this set message just provide the profile updated successfully. And after that we will call on success function. Just add question mark dot and call this function. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block just add error in the parameter, and then we will use the set error, and let's provide the error.response.data.error or error.message. Now we'll add the finally block here, and in this finally block just add this set loading and make it false. Save the changes. Now after that we'll come back here, and now we are in the admin profile. Let me go to the employee profile. Actually it was employee profile only. You can see the employee name. Now let me refresh it and try to update the details. So we can only update the bio. So let's add one text in this bio. Hi, this is just a test bio, and click on save changes. So you can see the message profile updated successfully. And if I refresh it, this bio is also available. Correct. Next we have to add the functionality in this change password, so that we can change the temporary password, add our own password. For that, let me just come here in the VS Code, open the sidebar. In this one you will find the change password component. We have this change password component. Now in this one we have handle submit function. So when we will open the change password model.jsx file, here you can see we have the handle submit function. Now in this handle submit function, first we'll use the set loading, and let's provide true. After that we'll add set message, and in this set message provide the type empty string, text empty string. Then we will add the form data. It will be const form data equal to new form data, and we will use the event dot current target. And after that let's use the current password is equal to form data dot get, and use the current password. After that we'll add the new password is equal to form data dot get new password. So now we have the current password and new password that we will send on HTTP request. So just add the try catch statement here, and in this try block we'll make the API call. So simply add const data equal to await and provide the API dot post method, and in this post method provide slash auth slash change password, that is the API endpoint. And after that we have to provide the data here. So just add one object and provide the current password, and then provide the new password. Right. Now after that we'll add the if statement here. If not of data dot success, it means the success property is false, then we'll add throw new error, and here we will provide the data dot error or failed. Now after that we will use the event dot target dot reset, so it will reset our form. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block, we will use the setter function, that is set message. And in this set message, provide the object with the type error, and the text will be error.message. Then we'll add the finally block here, and in this finally block, just use the set loading and make it false. So we have completed this function, handle submit. Using that, we will reset the form. Now let's test it. I'll just come back here and click on this change password, and here we'll add the current password. Let me refresh this web page first. So right now we are logged in with this employee profile. Click on change password and add the current password. Then we'll add a new password and click on update password. We have submitted this form, but still this form is visible. So what happened here? The password got changed, but we are not getting the success message here. For that, we'll come back to the VS Code. And here, before this reset form, let me add set message. In this set message, we'll add the object with the type success, and with that we'll add the text also. So the text message is password updated successfully. Update this line. Now come back here, and after that let me add the current password and new password. So we have added the current password and new password. Then click on update password. So now you can see the success message, password updated successfully, and we can close this model. So we have added the functionality to update the user's password. So now we have completed all features of our EMS application. Now let's test the email functionality also. For that, we'll create a new employee ID using original or authentic email ID. So let me just come here in the admin dashboard. You can see here we have logged in as admin, correct? Then we'll come to employees, and here we'll create a new employee. So I'll click on this add employee. Here we'll add the name, then we'll add the phone number, then we'll add the join date, and after that we'll add the department, then add the position, then we'll add the salary. After that we'll add the work email. So let me add the correct email ID here. We'll use this user.GreatStack, and after that we'll add the temporary password and click on create employee. Now we have created a new employee, and after that let me trigger that event. Using that we can send the attendance reminder email. So let me just come here in the Inngest dashboard. We will refresh this dashboard. Now here you can see we have this event, that is the Inngest/scheduled timer, that is attendance reminder cron. Let's open it, and after that here I'll click on this rerun. So it will send the reminder email to update the attendance. So let me check my email ID. So I just checked the email. I have not received that email. So let me fix this issue. I'll just come back to the VS Code, and we will open the server, and in this server we have the ingest folder and index.js file where we have added this ingest function, that is attendance reminder cron. Now here you can see we have this email promises that is not executed, right? So we missed to execute it. Just come here, scroll down, and before this return simply add await and provide this promise.all and provide the email promises. That's it. Next we have to update the changes on GitHub. So I'll click on this source control icon, and here we'll add the commit message. let's add project completed. And commit. So it will commit the changes in development branch. So we have to create a pull request. So after committing the changes, we'll come back here in the GitHub and create and pull request. Click on this button. And after creating the pull request, the CodeRabbit will start reviewing our code. And after review, we can merge the changes. So I'll click on this merge pull request. It will merge the changes in main branch, and after that it will automatically redeploy our backend server that is deployed here on Vercel. You can see this is the Vercel dashboard. Let's go to deployments, and you can see a new deployment has been created. It is redeployed, right? And after that we have to resync our Inngest app. So we will come back here in the Inngest dashboard, come to apps and click on this three dot, and here we'll click on this resync app. That's it. Now let me rerun this function. Just come here and here you can see we have this attendance reminder cron. So click here and click on rerun. So it will rerun this cron job that will send the attendance reminder email. Let's click on the runs. So it will display all the list. You can see it is running, and once it is completed, it will send the email. So you can see the steps here. It is in progress. I'll refresh the runs. Now in this execution, you can see it is failed. So let me fix it. I'll just come back again in the VS Code, and we have added this promise.all here. So just move it. I'll just cut it and add it here. Await promise.all and email promises, and then we'll add the return here. And in this return, we will return the email sent, and with that we'll add the absent employees dot length. So it will return the total number of emails sent. Now if I scroll up, you can see this email promises is used. Let's update it. We'll add the commit message fixed email send cron for attendance sync changes, and after that we will merge the changes in main branch. So let me just come back to the GitHub. Then go to repository. We'll go to development branch. And after that, let's click here on this contribute, open pull request. And then click on create pull request. And after that, it will review the code and merge the pull request in main branch. And after merge, it will redeploy the project on Vercel. Let me refresh the Vercel project. You can see a new deployment has been created and it is redeployed. That's it. Now just come here in the ingest. I'll open apps. Then click on three dot and resync app. After resync, let's come here in the runs and click on this one, that is attendance reminder cron, and click on rerun. So it will run the event, that is cron job. So let's come here in the runs and you can see it is completed, right? If I expand it, you can see here we have steps like get today date, get active employee, get on leave IDs, get checked in IDs, and send email, that is send reminder email. And you can see email sent 1 in the output. Now let me open my email ID. So here we have received one email. You can see this reminder email, correct? So it is sending the email using the cron job created using ingest function, correct? Now we'll deploy the front end also. So we will come back here in the Vercel and come to the dashboard. After that, click on add new and select project. Then we will use the same repository full stack EMS. Click on import. Then we'll add the project name full stack EMS and then we will use the root directory client. Click on continue. Right. After that, here we can add the environment variables. So in the environment variable, we have to add the backend URL. If I open the VS Code, come to client, and in this client we have .env file. So in this one you can see we have wheat base URL. So just copy and paste it here. Wheat base URL equal to this localhost URL. So remove this localhost. Here we will provide the backend URL that is deployed on Vercel. So just copy this backend link and add it here. So at the end we have this / we will remove it. So it will be ending with vercel.app. That's it. Now click on deploy. And here you can see the deployment status. Now you can see the message, congratulations, our project has been deployed. Let's go to dashboard. Using this, continue to dashboard, and here we have the link. I'll click on this link so we can access our EMS in web browser using this URL. Right now let me log in using admin. I'll add the admin email ID here. So after login, it should open the dashboard. Here we are getting the network error. Let me check it. We'll open the network and click on sign in again. It says network error. So here we have the course error. Let me fix it. If I click on this, you can see it is making the network request at localhost 4000, but it should make the request on deployed backend URL. To fix it, we will come back to the VS Code and we'll open the client. And in this client, we have the SRC, API and Axios. In this Axios, we have added import.meta wheat base URL. So here we have to add import.meta.env wheat base URL. We have missed this .env. Just fix this one, save the changes and deploy the project. So let's add the commit message here. Fixed backend URL import. And after commit, we will come back here in GitHub. Let's go to repository. Then go to development branch. And after that, click on contribute, create pull request. And after that, click on create pull request button. And after that, we have to merge the changes in main branch. So just wait for this button to be enabled. After review, it will be enabled. Let's click on this confirm merge. And after merge, let's come here in the deployments. And you can see it is redeploying the front end. And after redeployment, we can refresh our application. Let's come back here. So this is the live link of our application. And after that, go to admin portal and add the email ID. Add the email ID and password and sign in. So we can successfully sign in on our project that is deployed online on Vercel. So right now we are logged in as admin. So we can see all the employees here. Here we have the leave application. Then we have the generated payslip. And here we have the settings where we can update the profile bio. We can change the password. And this is the dashboard. Right? And let's click on logout and we'll log in using employee portal. So let's click here and provide the email ID. Login using the employee email ID and password. So you can see here we have the dashboard, and after that we have the attendance, then we have the payslip here, and here we have the leave applications, and this is the settings page, and here we can update the password. So we have successfully created and deployed our employee management project. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like this video and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.